Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin.TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1851, Precious Soul. As they walked into the Golden Palace through its titanic gate, the three found themselves standing at the start of a long line of stairs with angels lined on each step, and each angel was stronger than the one on the step below. Callis is the divine demon goddess of destruction. She commands both demonic magic and divine magic, the same way Amaterasu commands cursed magic and divine magic. Lunara looked at them. But her divine magic is much weaker than her demonic one? That doesn't seem to be the case. Shuton looked around and frowned. All of this, it's far more than any god I've ever seen. Even divine Jemima pales in comparison. Ibaraki looked around, then nodded. I do have a divine contract with Jemima, and that is how I can empower my thorns, but this is indeed more divine magic than hers. Jemima is the divine goddess of agriculture, plants, and wild vegetation. She blesses all of the farmers and common people with her holy magic, and was known to be a good goddess loved by all due to her general neutrality. It doesn't matter if you're a devil, demon, or an evil, crazed bastard with a lust for savagery and bloodshed. If you farm, she'll bless your plants, because that is what she ultimately cares about. The greenery. Ibaraki farms and grows her demonic roses and thorns in her abyss layer, which is how she got the divine goddess blessing. It's a similar story to Lunara, who got the blessing of the goddess of the moon. Many people think the gods hate demons, but in reality, just as they don't hate wild tigers or parasitic wasps, they can't hate demons for what they are. Demons are known as evil, primal, bloodthirsty, and drowning in their carnal desires, and that is true. That is the reality. The gods know of that, they understand it, and deal with it. Kali's main source of clean divine magic, the one that isn't demonic, is her orphans' portfolio. Just as you might expect, the number of children she actively protects, their power and quality also matter. What's more, many of those orphans end up becoming nuns or priests at the churches of other gods, making Kali entitled to some divine magic tax from those gods as well. Lunara smiled as she looked back at the two. But there is one orphan in Kali's domain that is giving her more than 2/3 of her entire supply of divine magic, not counting the demonic divine magic. Of course, some of those kids became a god. Shuton replied, and Ibaraki added, "No, maybe? Arad?" Lunara shook her head and looked at them with a grin. "That orphan is Kali herself. Her mother died giving birth to her, and her father, Asura, the former god of destruction, was murdered while transferring his power to her." "Wait, is that even possible?" As Shuton cried, Lunara nodded. As it seems, while many gods embody concepts, not many of them actually were born from it. Primordial concept gods like Kali, stillness, entropy, and creation are much more powerful than the others because of such things. She looked at them. Kali is this universe's self-destruction button, and the universe didn't want her to remain weak and get controlled by the other gods, so when she became an orphan and was still weak, it killed the former god of orphans and gave the portfolio to Kali. The universe itself has a will and will correct reality to assure its survival. Shuton gulped. "So why are you telling us this? I'm sure some of this knowledge isn't supposed to be shared among anyone, even demon lords or gods." "Shuton Doji, Ibaraki Doji, did you know that both of you fall under Kali's divine protection?" She looked at them, then smiled. "Or at least the bodies you possess once belonged to blessed orphans. Shuton Doji, this body of yours belonged to a little girl. Her father was a drunkard who abused her and her mother. One day he went too far and killed the mother, only to be killed by his daughter later." Lunara looked at the ceiling. "The little girl took her father's drinking gourd and knocked herself out for weeks before dying in the forest, and eventually getting buried by a wandering merchant. So, when I was born and later needed a human body, Kali blessed me with that." Her eyes opened wide. "Wait, demons' bodies belong to actual people?" "Not all of them, but the ones Kali grants are. It's the same with Tiamat and the bodies she gives to dragons." Lunara then looked at Ibaraki. "And you? If I remember correctly, your body belonged to the daughter of a noble family. Did she die in thorny roses and vines? Nope, she was a talented fire sorceress who could even cast spells at 7 years old, so her family was accused of witchcraft, and her parents got executed in front of her. So she went on a rampage and burned the entire city to ash, and she was later put down by a powerful wandering swordsman. She looked at Ibaraki. Guess what? He killed her, and she immediately resurrected as a demon and killed him. Ibaraki blinked a few times. Wait, the first I remember as a demon is killing a man in a snowy forest before getting violently pulled into the abyss. Lunara smiled. Yep, unlike Shooten, you are the same girl, just turned into a demon as a human. You had the blood of a fire demon. For roses, I don't know why you have them, probably since you loved roses in your life. Ibaraki lifted her palm, focused on it, and crimson flames burst out. Wait, you're right. So what I'm trying to say is that Callie picked and protected both of you. Demons are hated for valid reasons after all. So when you meet her now, show some respect, and keep in mind the man behind her is even scarier. Arid Orion, is he really that strong? As Shooten asked, Lunara shook her head. He is really powerful, and he is just an adult void dragon. Just imagine what he'll be when he becomes an elder dragon, or even after that. Even now he can fight Nyar and kill gods as a mortal. The two could remember Arod fighting Susanoo and winning. Anyone else would have died. But he was toying with the dead god. If he is this powerful now, in 100 years, he'll be thousands of times stronger. Remember the rules, Lunara said as they reached the great door to Callie's private quarters. Back in Arod's castle, Kaede fell on her face, drenched in sweat. She had been getting loved by Arod for more than an hour straight, and she finally couldn't take it any longer. Even in a human-sized form, he was too massive for her. It could barely fit in. At first, she only planned to do it with Arod a few times until she got pregnant, but now that she had done it, something was indeed strange. It was painful, but strangely, it felt really, really good. Unlike most of Arad's wives, she was half fallen angel and half fairy, and had quite the control over her own body and emotions, so she noticed the strange shift. Arad, are you using any charm or seductive magic? She asked, and he shook his head. No, I'm not. He then looked at the walls. Merlin, are you doing anything? A second later, Merlin's voice came in. What? Did you use any magic on us? I didn't sense anything. Arad asked, and she replied, Of course not. Last time I did my hip cracked. Did something happen? Cade looked at the wall where Arad was looking. Merlin, I'm quite good at controlling my body and emotions, so I'm certain something is strange with Arad. Does he have anything that might help in bed? No, he doesn't. What did you feel exactly? Cade thought about it for a second, that I belonged beneath him, and that I should never miss this chance to get pregnant. Isn't that what most of— No, you don't get it. Something is weird. Those feelings don't align with what I think. It's as if maybe— She threw a glance at Zephyr. Do you know anything? Zephyr looked at her with a wry smile. I don't know. She, in fact, knew. Arad is Ao, the overgod, the primal soul that breathed life into all other souls. The girl's souls are merely happy to be given a chance to copulate with his soul. That usually takes the form of a deep sensation of belonging and longing. Since all souls came from him, they seek to return to him. That face, Kaede pointed at her. I know it. You know why? Zephyr sighed. Fine, I know why, and it's not harmful, at least not to his wives. She looked at them. Arad's soul is big, very big, powerful, luxurious, and precious. He housed multiple divine portfolios with ease after all, so mortal souls are attracted to it and want to create new, stronger souls with it. Do you know about love at first sight? That's what happens when two people with really compatible souls meet. Arad's soul is so good that it's almost compatible with anyone in that way. Chapter 1852, An Expedition to the Abyss. Chapter 1852, An Expedition to the Abyss, Inside the Destruction Palace, Shuten, Ibaraki, and Lunera found Kali in her destruction form sitting on her golden throne, silently awaiting their arrival. While this wasn't the first time Shuten and Ibaraki saw Kali, this was the first time they got her attention. Every single time they saw her in the past, it was just from afar, while hiding in the shadows to avoid getting killed by her. While Lunara had gotten used to Kali being around, the other demon lords couldn't even fathom that. Kali wasn't a queen or a ruler of the abyss like anyone else. She was an absolute dominator who ruled by blood, steel, and sheer power. The demons worshipped her out of fear and terror, not love and compassion. Shuten and Ibaraki, the crushing demon lord and the penetrating demon lord, like Lunara, who specialized in slashing attacks, you two specialize in bludgeoning and thrusts. Impressive power, especially if we count your demonic release. Lunara, Shuten, and Ibaraki were all Oni demons, albeit a bit different in nature. An Oni demon is a demon that can take a humanoid shape, usually around 3 meters tall, and they all have horns and a body similar to humans, but sometimes have ears as long as those of elves. Some of them even have tusks like those of boars. Lunara was a moon only, who could turn into a hare-like demon, showing impressive physical feats and the ability to control the moon to an extent. She had once dropped the moon on Arad's head, showing the extent of her power. Shuten is a red Oni, or as they are called by humans, blood Oni. When releasing her true form, she turns into a giant red-skinned demoness that rampages through the battlefield with her kanabo. What makes her even more dangerous is her drunken fighting style, which makes her moves unpredictable and several times stronger when hammered down. Ibaraki, on the other hand, is a yellow Oni. They are also called Desolation Demons. They are a bit shorter than other Oni, being as tall as regular humanoids, but they were all born in the Desolation, a land of pure sulfur in the depths of the abyss where not even powerful demons dare wander. Many yellow Oni are known for their flame or acid demonic magic, but some manage to develop rare affinities like Ibaraki with her thorns. Unlike everyone else in the universe, demons' bloodlines are complicated, mainly because they split into many bloodlines and origins, especially with the mother of all demons constantly birthing new ones or modifying the old species. Humanoids had always found it hard to keep track of demons, especially since they are always bloodthirsty and violent, which makes studying them extremely hard. Kali, who sat on her throne, was an Asura demon, also known as the Destruction Demons, multi-armed demons with tall figures, buff bodies, and a tendency for destruction rather than bloodshed. Since your mission under Amaterasu has ended, now I have a new one for you two. Reconnaissance in the Abyss. I want you to look for the lost kingdom of succubi hidden in the shadows, the base of operation of the mother of all life and death herself. The two paled the moment they heard that. That place was cursed, and no demon had ever found it before unless invited. Word is that the shadow kingdom of succubi is constantly drifting through the shadows of the endless and dark abyss, never staying in the same place for long. Shadow dragons and demons can track it down, but not because of any special privilege or power, and only because if you can't swim through the shadows, you'll never have a chance of finding it anyway. Shuten and Ibaraki instantly knew that they had no chance of fulfilling that order on their own, which quickly called into question Kali's intentions. Was she sending them on an endless mission to their deaths, or did she have a plan? They didn't need to wait long to get their answer. She'll be going with you, and make sure she stays safe. From the shadows of the walls, a dark elf woman walked. She was tall, had short hair, and wore a simple yet exquisite-looking robe. This is Grace, one of Arad's wives and a shadow Dracaina. Soon, we'll need to take another one of Arad's wives to the Shadow Kingdom, and so we must find the place first. I can use my authority to locate it, but that would be extremely rude to both the mother of all life and death herself. She smiled. Don't worry, I'll mark you all with my demonic magic, so no demon shall dare lift a finger against you, but that magic won't keep the mindless beasts away, so be careful. Grace looked at the two demon lords and then threw a glare at Kali. Those two, I never saw them before. Of course they've working under Amaterasu for a while. They are trustworthy, but a bit hard to manage. Callie pointed at Shuten and Ibaraki. Both of them are stronger than you, but you have a skill set that would allow you to win against them both if you chose a battle of attrition. She stood and looked at Grace. For why we can trust them, they are one of the few demons who can control the primal urges. She then giggled. They do a better job than even Merida. Fine, if you say so. Grace approached the two. Nice to work with you. The two demon lords stared at her for a second and paled the moment they could smell Arad on her. That man, no, that dragon was a true terror. They didn't just see a woman, they saw a woman standing between the claws of a titanic black dragon. Grace might not even need Callie's magic. Most demons would just sense Arad's magic on her and give up. The peculiar magic Arad left on all of his wives was nothing like anything that the two demon lords saw. It was dense, black, thick, and heavy. It felt like miasma without the demonic part. It was as if the universe itself had marked them, and that they were being protected by it. Grace, here, was just another shadow, Dracaina. But for some reason, even the ancient shadows here in Callie's palace bent to her, and even Shuten and Ibaraki's own shadows showed signs of submission to her will. Nice to work with you too, Shuten replied, and then threw a glance at Callie. Do you have any place in mind where we could start searching? The abyss is vast. Shuten was right. Each layer of the over 1 million layers in the abyss was larger than the mortal world, and they only got more dangerous the deeper one went. What was even more terrifying was that new layers were constantly made at the bottom. How about the locations with the most succubus activities? The kingdom of the succubi is just that, an entire kingdom of only succubi. While they have tentacled dungeons to feed off, they sometimes leave the kingdom to hunt for males. Callie looked behind her, and a beautiful naked demoness floated out of the silk curtains. Let's start with my lair. That was the Demon Lord of Lust, Chapter 1853. G.O.D. Chapter 1853. G.O.D. After the girls had their fun, Ayla had her chance with Arad, and she took her sweet time. Unlike any of them, she was already used to Arad and his passion. The night was still long, so she didn't hold back, not one bit. Zephyr, on the other hand, sat on the bedside table and watched to her. This night was nothing but an amusing show, and she only needed to keep an eye on Arad, just in case something went wrong. Focusing back on her magic, Zephyr engulfed the entire room, then spread her senses outside the Merlin's labyrinth and into the inner castle, then to the outside world. She still had one mission to finish this night, and it was to make it easier for Ayla to control her expansion. While Zephyr is the one who grants power to Ayla, what she grants is just pure spirit wind magic, nothing else. The one who shapes that magic into refined spells is Ayla herself. It is like giving water to someone, then watching them turn into flavored shaved ice. But to achieve that level of success, Ayla had to learn and match Zephyr's magic wavelength and resonate with her. It wasn't impossible because she was her herald, but that was still hard and lowered the potential efficiency she could eventually reach. Because of that, Zephyr had to take her own advice to heart. She had once told Arad that relationships are built upon compromises. Finding someone you perfectly match is nearly impossible, and all long-lasting relationships have both parties giving up something to tolerate the other. While the relationship between Ayla and Arad is romantic, and the compromises between them are somewhat obvious, the relationship between Ayla and Zephyr is a bit too murky. Certainly it's not romantic, and it's not that of business partners or friends either. The two were like family. Ayla's mother had been Zephyr's herald before, and now Ayla took her place. That had made Zephyr feel like a stepmother to her. She had even watched conception, birth, and growth. Out of everything that Zephyr had contracted in her thousands of years of life, Ayla was indeed the most talented and lucky because she got to live at the same time as Arad. The way Arad know, the way Ao influences the world is both mystical and rooted in physical reality. It is the same as when a world record, which was once thought to be unreachable, gets broken. Suddenly, many more athletes start breaking it as well. When Arad Orion was born, the universe itself shifted, shuddered, and started to change, hoping to match the newborn ruler. Allah, who was a slave, probably fated to die abused or in a random mine somewhere, had ended up between the Creator's arms. If she were to suffer, if she were to die, then the one paying the price would have been the universe itself. Zephyr was certain that both Linda and Aether had seen such a future when Arad snapped, and there was no one to stop him. A grim fate where Aella died right after meeting him at the hands of nameless bandits. In that fate, Arad, being a young wormling, snapped, was blinded by rage, and went on a murderous rampage, violently ripping the lives of anyone in his path. The weakened Alcott at the time couldn't stop, nor could Merlin. When Arad almost ran out of energy, he instinctively started breaking down matter, irradiating the entire forest, and killing even Nina, who tried to rush him down. Eventually, his life flowed in the same way Gammon's life did, ending with him killing everyone in the entire world, becoming a world power, then turning into an unstoppable world eater. Such a fate was only avoided thanks to the universe bending itself backward to accommodate Arad's wives and make sure nothing triggers their all-powerful husband. Zephyr looked at Arad and Aella. Seeing her in his arms, she couldn't help but thank her and all the other wives for keeping this man in check. When he learned that Zephyr got sealed, Arad almost erased Alina, and he destroyed an entire world just because one person in it had killed Tyle's parents and made her cry. In Zephyr's eyes, Arad is more than just a man, a dragon, or an ancient god. He is a force of nature, much like her. One that had to either tame himself or be tamed by others. In Zephyr's case, she starved and weakened herself to keep her arrogance and power in check, and in Arad's case, his wives are the ones keeping him under control. The only reason Arad isn't just instantly going for the kill against each enemy is that one time Mira yelled at him for being too violent, and the only reason he isn't ruling this empire like a proper dragon is because Izdis is making sure his rule benefits everyone equally. Right now, with Aella moaning in his arms, Zephyr became more certain of those facts, and now had to make sure her power is easily accessible to Aella at a moment's notice. She has to compromise a bit and change her elemental expansion a bit to suit Aella, and not wait for her to change. Right now, one of Arad's incarnations was here in bed with Aella, and another one was far away, in a whole other dimension, in the depths of the abyss, standing alone in the dark shadows of the massive, desolate layer of pure death and damnation. This layer was dark, forever shrouded in black mist with very little, almost no light at all. The black clouds were called the demonic miasma, a toxic and highly corrosive vapor that melts flesh and bones, and can even infect mana and slowly turn anything into deformed, demonic horrors. A demon, an old and ancient being who had lived in the miasma for over 1,000 years, he was a shadow demon that had mastered both stealth and magic. Having several demon lord heads under his belt, he had never faced anything worth his attention. But today, for the first time, he had felt true fear. Standing there, Arad's pale face, large body, and burning purple eyes stared into the depths of the darkness as his skin faintly glowed with blue light, sending a shiver down the demon's spine. He had later told the other demons, the man wasn't glowing, the darkness was afraid to approach him. I didn't live because he didn't notice me, but I lived because I was nothing more than another bug crawling on the ground. He is the god of destruction, the abyss's emperor, and the literal God. Chapter 1854, Nightmare Fuel Arad. Chapter 1854, Nightmare Fuel Arad. Even though Kali sent Shutin, Ibaraki, Grace, and Thalia, 3 powerful demon lords and a shadow Dracaina, Arad was still not confident that they could find the kingdom of succubi. It wasn't that he didn't trust their abilities, but this place in and of itself was convoluted and hard to navigate. He looked like a giant man, but believe me, nothing about him was human or even demonic. The old powerful demon growled, leaning on the stone counter. He didn't even put me in his eyes. He looked at the darkness, and I was nothing but a stain on the ground that escaped his list of notable things. The other demons, listening, gasped, "So that's her demonic lordship's husband, I wonder?" just how powerful he really is. The old demon smiled. Oh, don't get me started. I saw him walk through the miasma as if it were nothing. Even I went through centuries of suffering just to get used to it. He lifted his hands, smacked a fist into his palm, then looked at the others with a bewildered face. He reached to the ground, grabbed the miasma with his palm, and lifted it up. The mist, the fog, I don't know. He did it, but he managed to pull it with his bare hands like it was some kind of fuzzy fur. A demonic chuckled in the back, turning her massive and lumbering body toward them. You're old but not ancient. That miasma isn't a natural thing. It's the blood of an ancient titanic demon, an unholy titanic of power that we cannot even fathom. Even demon lords don't dare step there. The old demon glared at her, then smirked. You fossil pig. I can walk the miasma, and I'm not a demon lord. Let me tell you something. The wisdom of those who tried. That miasma, it changes demons into something else, something wicked, something abhorrent. I am not a pig, your wrinkly old wiener. My greatness is a boar. She waved her hand, threw a glare at him, and then tapped her massive belly. You mean a boar? I never seen you explore the lair, not once in the past century. He glared at her. That miasma, I know it's alive. I bet those changes it afflicts demons with are just whatever being you talked about trying to come back to life. She laughed, then called for a smaller demon to bring her a large drink. I just hope that man doesn't die. The last thing we need is her divinity being in a bad mood at that moment. Sunlight washed over them, coming from the open windows. They were sitting in what could be called a tavern for demons, a mixture of a brothel and a bar where demons come to fulfill all of their carnal desires, and since they were in the abyss, sunlight shouldn't be a thing, only faint moonlight and the occasional firelight made by the demons to illuminate their homes and streets. The entire abyss was supposed to only have as much light as a moonlit night in the mortal world, nothing more. So the sunlight was strange and caused all demons to stand up and look outside. That was a huge and fatal mistake, since that was no sunlight. A fireball, several 100 meters wide, burned in the middle of the sky, illuminating the entire lair for a few seconds before all of its heat and energy burst outward in a deafening detonation. The demons who were outside got blasted away. Those who looked out of the windows were knocked down, and the weaker buildings got swept away by the shock wave. The large boar demoness was the only one not to get blasted away, and she suddenly moved as quickly as a lion, grabbed several demons, pulled them out of the tavern's hall, and threw them into the back room before the debris and dust rushed through the windows. Damn it, youngsters. She growled at the still stunned demons. There is no sun here. If such a light appears, it's either a massive spell or that goddess Amaterasu is doing something here. She stood and looked from behind the counter, then threw a glance at the outside. Looking through her fingers, she zoomed out her vision and tried to locate the battlefield and see who the two monsters are who are clashing. What she saw made her pale and shiver, an oily mass of disgusting tendrils, cackling maws, and bleeding eyes, twisted and contorted all over the place, bleeding black ooze and smoking miasma. That wasn't a demon, and it wasn't a divine being. She knew them. That thing is the unholy Titan, an abominable sea of organs and guts that swallows everything. But last time she saw it, the thing did have a humanoid form, a titanic one. Why did it turn into a sea of blood and guts? Asura Kali's father did beat it to a pulp and rip its body apart, but it didn't make sense for it to resurrect in that form. But what if it didn't resurrect, but was forced to fight? She looked through the blood and guts and finally saw him. A tall humanoid standing at over 3 meters tall, muscular, with a thin beard and burning purple eyes glaring right back at her from the depths of the darkness. Even the abomination didn't notice her spying on them, but when Arad did, the demoness emptied her bowls on the spot and froze in place, sweating like a hog as she felt her entire soul getting licked and measured, as if she was drowning in a black ocean of tar, her brain overloaded into a trip, and all she could see was herself standing as a tiny ant in front of a towering Arad, whom she couldn't even reach his toes in size. She had seen Kali. She had seen countless demons and abominations in the ancient wars when Asura was the ruler of the abyss, but none had measured to this level of creepy terror. She wanted to look away, but couldn't avert her eyes. Her entire body had stopped following her orders, and now she was stuck, staring at Erod's face as he glared right back at her from miles apart. Like a deer suddenly coming face to face with a tiger, she remained as still as a log, hoping he would ignore her and pass, praying that he would see her as nothing more than a bug like he saw that old demon from before. After confirming that whoever spied on him wasn't a threat, Arad turned back to the mass of slithering organs and smiled. Well, 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 would you look at this, an abomination hiding down here. I know that you guys are everywhere. The mass of flesh didn't respond, and instead exploded at him in a flood of guts and blood. Arad's eyes flashed with light, and darkness rushed from his skin. The entire layer quaked, the ceiling cracked, and the mountains wept lava as flames rushed everywhere, all drowning in a cacophony of blasts, pained moans, and the splatter of guts and bones cracking into splinters. The demons who were used to death, violence, and gore were all terrified, hiding in their homes and holes in the mountains and underground, praying to Kali that this isn't the end of this layer. There was a rumor that Kali's new husband destroyed a layer in the past, and now the demons here were almost certain that theirs was getting destroyed today. After several minutes that felt like decades, the shaking finally stopped, and the flames died. The demons all looked around them, terrified and on the verge of crying blood. It had been centuries since any of them had felt true terror, but now they had remembered it. Out of nowhere, their lair had turned into a hellish inferno of pure death, which had never happened before. The large boar demoness finally gasped for air, still traumatized from Erod's glare at her soul. That thing wasn't normal. It was something she hoped to never see again. She had seen hell. She had tortured and violated thousands of mortals and had seen the most heinous and horrific massacres to ever exist. But that was something else. The inevitability, the insignificance, and sheer violating dominion she felt was far above anything demons could offer. She finally forced herself to speak. We need to leave now. She didn't wait for anyone else and rushed toward the door. She'll fly out and leave for the upper and safer layers. She doesn't want to live in a lair where she isn't the dominating one. As she pulled the massive steel door open, she froze. Arad was standing there, holding a squished brain in his left hand and glaring down at her with burning purple eyes. We need to talk. Chapter 1855, Demon Bar. Chapter 1855, Demon Bar. The moment Arad showed there, all of the demons knew their end was near, especially the boar demoness. She had just seen him in the battlefield, and then felt the echoes of his battle with whatever that monster was. This one standing in front of her isn't something she can fight. She might just die if he glared at her again. Arad looked at his hand and then showed them the bloodied brain. This thing was an abomination. Whoever fought and defeated it in the past didn't finish the job. It hid its brain deep underground and was slowly releasing the miasma to kill demons and use their flesh to construct a new body. Arad absorbed the brain into his stomach and cleaned the blood with a single burst of his void. Now, you look a bit interesting. Do you happen perhaps to know where I can find the Succubi Kingdom? That one shrouded in shadows? Huh, she gasped, unable to even speak or breathe properly. First, just standing in front of him made her, who was massive, feel small, weak, and insignificant. The jacked body and sheer size, the tar-like oppressive magic, and whatever that horrifying aura around him was, all of those only helped to make every demon aware that one wrong move and their head would fly. You are the same, right? Guiding people there like, "Guh! I'll just get him here." Arad waved his hand, waited a second, then from his palm, a column of pure void burst forth, causing all of the demons to flinch. Leathery red wings, long horns, flowing golden hair, a beautiful face, and a mischievous smirk when Abel walked out of the void. No one could mistake his devilish nature. Arad, this place? Abel was about to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat as he almost shat himself. Every single demon in this place, and there were over 30 of them, is a terror that could level an entire kingdom. They might not be demon lord level, but any one of them could kill 10 of Abel with ease. The only two that didn't scare him were Arad and the boar demoness, which caused him to blink. Arad, I might not be able to help in a fight here. She could. He pointed at the boar demoness. A fight? Arad lifted an eyebrow. No one is fighting anyone here. After a few seconds of silence, the boar demoness gasped. Abel, what are you doing here? Do you know him? Abel looked between her and Arad, then took a deep breath, smelling something foul. He ignored the smell and sighed. She is Loviara, like me. She is a pimp. In fact, she is one of my contacts in the abyss. He then looked at Loviara. This is Arad, my brother-in-law. I know he looks scary and intimidating at first, but he is really gentle and sweet. Or that is at least what my sister said. Loviara took a few long moments to gather her thoughts and finally took a deep breath, felt utterly embarrassed, and excused herself for a few minutes to clean herself. Her pants were heavy from earlier, and she had to change them. Arad and Abel took that time to speak, and the still horrified demons sheepishly served them drinks. What brought you here? And to meet Loviara, no less. Did my sister get too boring that you're looking for something spicy? Arad chuckled. More like looking for a lost place. I was asking around about the Succubi kingdom. She had traces of your magic on her soul, so I called you. Abel looked at him. Loviara? Probably since we played a bit a while ago. That doesn't matter now. What matters is that you're looking for that place. Can I assume that you're in a hurry? Not really, but there were a few bad omens lately. Mira been looking a bit reserved or depressed. The others are worried about her, and some might even say she could give an early birth. As Arad took a sip, Abel swirled his drink. By the time water spills, it'll already be too late to move. Abel took a long sip, then looked to the side. But that place is all but hidden and mysterious. I had Loviara look into it because I wanted to hire some nice ladies, but nothing came out. I even asked Thalia, and she didn't know. Arad sighed, and Abel stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Thalia? Who is she? A new woman I never heard of. The demon lord of lust. She was born and raised in that kingdom like Lola, but even she didn't know of a reliable way to get there. She said that the mother of all life has trials all over the abyss, and one must pass them to be allowed in. He pointed at the shelves behind the bartender demon. Give me your strongest. At this size, it won't even affect me. The demon jumped in place, gasped, then turned around with a scared face. He looked through the shelves and pulled a jet-black bottle of a strange liquor. He stared at the bottle with a worried face, then looked back at Arad while forcing a smile. This is bloody gasp. One sip and you'll gasp and cough blood, a mixture of high-grade alcohol and several deadly poisons. In what would you like it diluted? He pointed at several barrels behind him. Blood. We've got it from all races. We even got cursed water, and camel piss, a rare one. The hell is a camel? Arad extended his hand forward. Just hand me the bottle. The scared bartender demon looked at the bottle, then slowly handed it to Arad with a pale face. Sir. Arad grabbed the bottle, flipped it upside down, then grabbed the bottom in his palm with a firm grip and a few sharp nails. He twisted his wrist and cut the bottom cleanly open. As the demons all stared, Arad brought the bottle to his lips and gulped it down in a single breath. It's a bit refreshing, but, as I thought, could I have several barrels? The demon almost collapsed. We only had one bottle in this entire settlement. Abel punched Arad on the side. Yo, 1 drop of that should kill 100 dragons. There aren't that many who can survive the mixture of poisons. The stronger someone gets, the more durable and resistant their bodies become, making pain less potent and poisons less effective, including alcohol. That's why Arad finds it hard to get drunk, and that is why someone like Merida prefers a bit more roughness and violence in bed, since the stronger she gets, the less sensitive her body gets. Arad sighed and looked at the bartender. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. And find me a bit more if you can. He can deliver them. Abel shrugged. Fine, I'll do that. But tell me about that demon lord of lust. Like what kind of trial does she know about to reach that kingdom? Arad looked at him. It changes, but the subject is always the same, life and death. Arad looked at the table. So I came here to look through one of the deadliest places in the abyss. It was then that Laviara returned, having taken a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. She even combed her hair and made herself look a bit more presentable. She sat several seats away from Abel, and certainly away from Arad, then took a deep breath. Abel was the first to speak, and he looked at her with a mocking smile. What a shitty situation you got yourself in, don't you think? Chapter 1856. I had them all along. Chapter 1856. I had them all along. Laviara glared at Abel for a long moment, wanting to return the insult, but she quickly chose to stay quiet. While she had the power to beat him to a pulp, Arad was a whole other problem. That man wasn't just powerful, but overwhelmingly alien compared to everyone she fought in her life. One wrong word might land her in more than just hot water, and the last thing she wants is getting both Arad and Callie to gang up on her. She cannot even dream of surviving a second against either, so facing both for a stupid comment might be the most foolish thing ever. But to her surprise, Arad was the next to act, gently smacking Abel's head. What are you talking about? Drop it. Arad then shifted his gaze toward Laviara and left Abel rubbing his head. Arad, Orion, Callie's husband, I'm here looking for a guide or information about the whereabouts of the Succubi Kingdom. I was hoping to find a relatively safe way to reach it. She stared at him for a second, took another deep breath, grateful that she was clean, then replied. The Chimera Shadow Garden, the ruined village of pain, and the breeding den of life and death. You must locate and clear them all. In each, you'll get a key. When you have all the keys, use them on any shadow, and have a shadow demon guide you through the sticks. She looked at Abel, then pointed at the shadows inside the tavern. The Styx is a deadly black river of shadows, the conduit of souls, one wrong turn, and you'll end up in the underworld among the dead. The Styx, Arad looked up, the river between life and death, the river that souls must cross to pass on. That is the one. The Succubi Kingdom is a place with a powerful flux of life and death. But if you want a clearer direction while on the river, I'd say follow the spiders and their webs. She looked at Abel. That place is deadly and dangerous, especially for a guy. There are billions of thirsty and powerful succubi living there, and they have no concept of morals, even the demons' twisted morals. You'll be like a piece of meat thrown in a monster den. Abel smiled. I want to see them trying their luck with Arad. I don't think any of them would even be able to move if he were to let his magic loose. Depends, Thalia could move just fine, Arad replied, and Abel shook his head. Thalia, that is the demon lord of lust herself, not some random, no-name succubus. You'll be fine. I bet they won't even dare approach you. We'll see. For now, where do I find the garden, the pain village, and the breeding den? As Arad shifted his gaze, Laviara frowned. That is the first problem. No one knows, their location always changes. She asked the bartender for 3 empty cups, arranged them in a line, then started explaining. The Chimera Shadow Garden was a lab of a long-dead darkness goddess who used to stitch shadows together to create terrifying horrors. After she was killed by the mother of all life, that lab had long since been abandoned, but those shadow monsters still prowl the place. The ruined village of Pain was rumored to be the secret pleasure place of the previous goddess of pain, where she tortured both mortals and demons for her own fun. She was using a strange magic to prevent her toys from dying, and so she ended up crossing death's path. Right now, that place should only be filled with tortured wraith and horrifying magic. The last one, the breeding den of life and death, was just as the name sounded, a place where a mad god bred all kinds of races together, trying to create a new life, but only resulting in death. No one knows what happened to that god. But the thing they know is that his den is still filled with creatures that are unknown even to the gods. Arad remained silent through her entire explanation, quickly realizing that he might have a lead already. As she finished talking, he lifted his hand and called 3 peculiar void creatures that he had. Darkness, Pain, and Madness, all 3 of them appeared right behind Arad, and all of the demons in the tavern jumped away in absolute terror. Loviara almost shat herself again, and now was hiding behind Abel with a pale face. Not that her massive frame could be hidden. You 3? Do you know anything about a chimera shadow garden, a breeding lab, and a torture village? As he asked, the 3 seemed to reach. Darkness nodded energetically. Pain gasped as if she'd just climaxed, and Madness cackled like a hyena. Arad was right. Those 3 were the same foul gods who ruled those places in the past. No wonder they ended up in the deepest layer of hell. So it was really you 3. Arad sighed, rubbed his eyes, then started with Darkness. That garden, do you know where it is? Darkness rested her fists on her hips, then looked around, quickly approached a shadow, and stomped on it. After a few seconds of nothing happening, she turned toward Arad and shook her head.
What? Can't find it.
Ah, you've been locked out. Is there a way to find that place, then? Arad stood, and she nodded, quickly clapping her hands to summon something. From Arad's shadow, a black shadow rooster emerged, and it looked at Darkness for a long second. Cock-a-doodle-doo. It seemed to have missed Darkness a lot, so after betting the rooster for a bit, she instructed him to track the garden's current location and guide Arad to it. Unlike anything else that Arad saw, that rooster seemed to have a massive demonic soul stitched to his mundane rooster body, enchanting and empowering it beyond animal limits by leaps and bounds. Arad had no doubt this little feathery rooster could face lower-ranked demons and win with relative ease. With his guide for the garden secured, Arad shifted his attention toward Pain, who was still wiggling and reminiscing about the fun she had in the past. That village of Pain, how do I get there? But instead of a clear answer, she just shrugged, telling Arad that she had no idea where the village is now. Which sounded weird because, unlike something made of shadows, a village isn't supposed to have legs, and it couldn't have moved from its place. Can you locate it? Pain shrugged once more, but a bit more casually this time. She didn't know of a way to locate the village, but she could try several things and hope for success, so she'll report back to Arad if she gets a lead. With that, Pain ran out of the tavern to start searching. The last one was Madness, and Arad wasn't certain he could get a straight answer from someone with such a sick and twisted mind. Chapter 1857, With Pleasure. Chapter 1857, With Pleasure. Madness stared at Arad for a long while, then smiled estuary. This was the first time Arad had ever heard Madness talk, and what he said was something he didn't even understand. He stood, stared back at Abel, and asked, "What's an estuary?" The point where a river meets the sea, a rich ecosystem for marine life. Abel scratched the back of his head. "Can't you get him to talk more?" Arad shook his head as Madness only cackled with a sharp grin on his face. "He is out of his mind. He can follow orders, but I can't give order to his sick mind. He might be talking about the point where the Styx River connect to the real world. I've heard about it in legends, but I don't know if it's real or not. Most succubus I dealt with never mentioned it when talking about the breeding den." Loviara threw several worried glances at Arad and his subjugated gods, then scratched the back of her head. But that was the mad god. If anyone is going to live there, it had to be him. She then looked at Abel. If he can tame this one, can't he just as the god of madness? I've heard that there is one. That isn't possible. That god is unreachable. Arad quickly replied. The one Loviara mentioned had to be Cain Lisworth, the over-god who just went insane. He had blasted a hole into the sea and almost killed his mother, his overpowered, ruthless mother. Arad isn't stupid enough to seek such a danger just for answers. Then we got no choice but to wait for this one to speak again, or try to find the Styx's estuary. Loviara leaned back on the counter, then looked back at Abel. If you were a river of death, where would you appear? A big massacre where hundreds of thousands died, Abel replied, and Arad shook his head. We aren't going to do such a thing. I'll ask Callie. She might know how to get there. He stood, looked toward Abel, and sighed. I have to go. Once again, Loviara, thank for your help. She smiled. No need to thank me. Just put in a good word for me with Callie, and I'll get this old friend of mine to pay. She pointed at Abel. I've heard he is opening a path for demons to get out of the abyss and have some fun. She wrapped her massive arm around Abel's neck and pulled him closer. I too want a spot. Abel smiled. You'll get the best spot, just make sure your demons aren't that violent or too weird. Hearing him, she giggled. We gotta ease the mortals in slowly, set rules, and make sure our pot is filled with honey. She threw a glance at Arad. Even we demons understand that sometimes we have to hold back now to get more later. Indeed, he pulled a small crystal from his pocket and gave it to her. Use this to call me. I'll open a portal for you to come, and then we can talk. He then stretched his arms and threw a glance at Arad. I'll go back first. Will you keep searching? Yeah. Can you go back on your own? I'll send you back. Arad approached him, and Abel shook his head. No need for that. I can teleport on my own. You know that my curse can make holes in anything, right? Abel pointed at the air, and a hole leading to his establishment beside Arad's castle opened up. The stronger I get, the more powerful my curse is becoming. A curse that can create a portal between the abyss and the mortal world. If what Doma told me is correct for your curse as well, then the price for using it must be high. As Arad asked, Abel smiled. You're right. Curses are give and take. Abel's curse allows him to create holes in anything, but in exchange he has a hole in his heart, and thus cannot understand most emotions, especially love. The more power he uses, the bigger the hole in his heart grows, but it can heal slowly over time, so he'll lack emotions for only a few days after teleporting from the abyss to the mortal world. But his curse also had a special art that he had been using since the beginning, which even Arad almost forgotten about. It is the ability to turn men into women, which he used several times before to transform himself into a woman and disguise himself. It was similar to Arad's constellation Virgo, but on a bigger scale. From a devil's perspective, this curse was common in the hells, where it was used to turn men into women for punishment. Loviara might be physically stronger and more magically blessed than Abel, but several times even, but in a fight she wouldn't have a chance against him. One tap, and Abel's curse would blast a hole in her chest wide enough to fit a whole human through. Abel stepped through his hole and appeared back in the hallway of his establishment. The first thing he heard was the moaning and screaming of his customers as they were busy, and then came the call of his assistant, who rushed in. Master! Master Abel, where did you go? She cried, barely being able to catch her breath as she had been looking for him ever since he disappeared. I've been sorting some deals to get us demons here. What did happen? He could see that she was worried, but that worry didn't seem to be directed at him. I've got a distress call from one of our girls. That call came just a few minutes ago, and it was from the north side of the city. Can you please go check on her? Abel sighed as he rubbed his eyes. So, more fools. But I guess that too can be good. I'll have some fun tonight. His golden eyes flashed red as a pair of leathery red wings burst from his back, and he flew out of the window. The assistant looked at the window for a while, worried. Please be safe. But then, someone came from the inner hallways. What is going on? I just sensed a sharp, devilish power. As the assistant looked back, she saw about 20 naked people approaching her. Half of them were women, and the other half were men. Some were Abel's workers, and the others were the customers who had just had fun earlier. One of our girls, Lararia. She sent a distress call, and the master went to check on her. As she replied, the customers' faces turned red, and the workers paled. Did someone attack her? One of the customers growled in rage. Where did the call come from? I'll send my boys her way immediately. He rushed to the changing room and quickly threw some of his clothes on, picked up his swords, and the rest of the customers did the same. We'll cut their nuts off. He immediately rushed out after learning where the distress came from. and everyone else followed after him. What he didn't know was that by the time he would arrive with his men, it would all be over. Far into the dark alleys outside the city walls, Abel walked through the darkness and approached a tall man who stood guard at the door of a massive barn. The man saw him and screamed, "You scrawny brat, scram!" "Did you happen to know where a young woman with black hair and green eyes is?" "She has a lot of freckles on her fair face." As Abel asked, the man paled a bit but then laughed. "Fuck me if I know," with a smile. Abel pulled a scroll out of nowhere with pleasure. Chapter 1858, Whole Rain. Chapter 1858, Whole Rain. As the scroll in Abel's hand ignited, his eyes flashed and the man standing in front of him started sweating. "You're the one who spoke, so don't pretend to be in shock. Don't mingle your words, because look, now I've become your lord." Abel flicked his fingers in front of the terrified man, and chains started to emerge from the shadows, engulfed with searing, hellish flames. The man tried to scream, but not a single weep could escape his drying lips. As the chains bound his arms, neck, and soul, his hair grew longer, his bulky frame thinner, and in the blink of an eye he found himself having become a woman. "See you in the hells, lovely." With a single tap on the head, flames sucked the man into hell, and the key to the door he guarded fell on the ground with a clang. Abel might not be an archdevil or pit fiend, but with his curse, skill, and cunning, he managed to become a threat that no mortal should be able to handle unprepared. He picked the large copper key and gave it a look. It didn't look magical in any way, so the door itself was mundane. He doesn't need to worry about traps, so now he can just walk in and retrieve the girl before they can harm her. He put the key in the door and turned it open, slowly pushing the door open. Abel looked inside only to see a blade flying right at his face. At this distance, he couldn't dodge it. Seems they were waiting behind the door to strike him the moment he walked in. The blade hit Abel right in the eye and pierced his whole head. Fool. The man inside growled, "Where's the guard?" The thugs inside had set a rule. Whenever the guard opened the door, he had to call them out first. So, if the door opened without him calling, they would attack whoever opened it without asking a question. The other thugs in the back growled, "He is dead. Don't let too much blood spill outside. Cleaning it would be a pain." One stood and waved his hand. "Bring him inside."
"So, where is my girl?"
Abel asked, and the man who stabbed him laughed. "Your girl, your—" It was only then that he realized it was Abel who spoke. "Bastard." He tried to pull his sword out of Abel's head, but Abel grabbed and held it in place. "How are you alive?" as the man cried. Abel smiled. "Well, I just made a hole in my head before your blade could hit me." Just as Abel explained, there was a clean cylindrical hole that went through his whole head, starting from his right eye until the back. Like this. Abel threw his leg forward and kicked the man in the guts, punching a foot-wide hole into his torso. As the blood splashed everywhere, all the thugs rushed at Abel at once, and each of them held a different weapon. One man swung a dagger, only to end up disarmed by Abel, then smacked down on the table. Two tried to tie him with ropes and strangle him, but both of them ended with fist-sized holes in their chests the moment Abel touched them. And when another man tried to hit him with a chair, Abel just grabbed him by the throat and ripped it off. The other thugs tried to escape the moment they realized that defeating Abel was impossible, but half of them were quickly killed by his curse, and the rest fell on the ground in pain, groaned for a few seconds before turning into women and getting sucked into hell. Abel looked through the entire house for several minutes, but still couldn't find his missing girl. Which only meant they moved her not long before he arrived. Luckily, he didn't just send those fools to hell for no reason. A few seconds later, the flames in the fireplace burst and roiled, and a devilish woman walked out of them. She was tall, had jagged black hair and blood-red skin with a tired face and disturbing orange eyes. There's a moving caravan crossing the forest, which their moving base they kidnap people from one city and sell them as slaves in another. The girls should be safe, since they don't want to damage their goods, as the devilish woman explained. Abel looked at her with a smile, thanked her for the information, and then flew away. She looked at the door, then sighed. Lord Abel, fine. I'll try and get more information out of them. She then disappeared right back into the flames. Outside the city, far beyond the walls, and at the depth of the forest, a massive caravan of more than 20 wagons and over 200 men and women camped in the woods. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary merchants resting in the middle of their travel. Abel floated in the dark sky above their camp and looked down with a cold glare. What hid beneath the piles of goods in their carriages were tight, tiny cells with humanoids cramped inside like bags. Inside one of those cages he could sense his missing girl. She at least was alive, but seemed to have several bruises across her whole body. She probably tried to run away, and they beat her down. He lifted his hand, looked down at all those thugs pretending to be merchants, and sighed. Atone for your sins in hell. Elemental expansion, whole rain, all of the thugs looked at the sky in awe, watching as blood-red clouds covered the starry night sky. Those of them who were awake pointed, and those who were deep in their sleep peacefully snorted. Clear droplets of water rained down, and the moment some of the thugs could spot Abel, it was already too late. The first drop hit one man in the head and pierced him down to the groin. Each droplet that fell was unstoppable, and they left the hundreds of thugs all looking like Swiss cheese. Abel's elemental expansion, unlike everyone else, wasn't bound by a range. The only costly thing he had to worry about was the rain droplets, which were a condensed form of his cursed mana. Once a droplet hit a target that Abel could sense and deem as an enemy, his curse would activate and punch a hole right through. The only two ways to survive this expansion were to either hide from his detection or engulf your body with a dense layer of mana to nullify his curse. All of the thugs died except one, a wizard who managed to survive only thanks to a barrier that he always kept active around his body. What? What was that? The wizard screamed as he saw everyone around him lying on the ground and drowning in their blood. This was a true massacre. In a second they were all drinking and laughing together, and in the next everyone was dead. Judgment, unfair, cruel, and merciless. True punishment, the hell's way, the only justice we devils have for mortals. Abel landed in front of the wizard. Do not blame the jailers, only curse yourself for the foolish mistake of ending on the wrong side of the bars. The wizard didn't listen to a single word that Abel said and instantly pointed his wand forward, charged a large spell, and blasted a beam of compressed lightning. Bam! But before that, Mean could even hit Abel. A hole was already blown in the wizard's chest, and the lightning completely missed its mark. My curse is stronger when I directly use it, and your barrier weakened after getting hit earlier, and now when you cast a big spell, that is why you lost. Abel took a step forward, stepping on the countless corpses. Now give me my girl back. Chapter 1859, Abel Getting Locked Up. Chapter 1859, Abel Getting Locked Up. The soldiers swarmed the camp, and Abel walked out of one of the carriages, carrying the still unconscious woman. The soldiers knew who he was, so no one tried to approach him, except Alcott. Do you know I had an old friend to deal with? Abel smiled. You're talking about that lone wolf. Send him my ways. I've got some girls who would love to take care of him instead of you. Abel then looked back at the countless corpses he left. I dealt with those, but you'd better start monitoring those who pass through the lands, especially near the capital. Alcott scratched the back of his head. We would have done that, but Erod's policy is not to bother those who are just passing by. If there is a massive caravan, then you probably should. Leaving one or two guys pass unchecked isn't a problem, but a whole caravan. That could prove to be a problem. As Abel looked at Alcott, a soldier approached them. General Alcott, we found several documents. Those guys are the West River's traveling caravan of merchants. They've been operating in the kingdom of Ruras for over 15 years. They are legitimate merchants, but... He looked at the countless people the soldiers were pulling from the hidden cages. They seem to have some nasty business hidden under the table. So it won't have mattered even if we checked them. Alcott sighed and the soldier nodded. In fact, they were checked at the border and called into the castle a few days ago when they arrived here. Queen Isdis, under Lady Roberta's advice, had sent an order to register and tax large merchants, especially those who try to exploit the newly growing capital. Isn't that going against Arad's policy? Alcott sighed, and Abel laughed. Well, he doesn't have the last say in all matters. That was the reality. While Arad is the emperor and the one ruling everything, he doesn't make rules. He suggests the rules, but his wives, whom he deems to have more experience and better skills in the needed fields, are the ones who refine and write the law. This was the main reason many nobles sent their daughters to be his maids. One day, if they managed to at least become mistresses, then their word could change the very laws of the entire empire to suit their needs. Right now, Lexi's family was already celebrating the fact that their daughter had managed to become a mistress, and the fruits of her labor were already showing for a while. Aela had saved her entire village, granted them land near the capital, and even funds to rebuild their lives and thrive. Alcott scratched the back of his head. Well, we are not the border patrol nor the gate guards. We are the armed forces. He looked at the soldier. Send those papers to the gate guards and they'll handle the rest. We'll just bury the corpses. The soldier nodded, then looked at Abel. And him shall we arrest, no detain him for now? That isn't a wise idea. Alcott shook his head, but Abel smiled. Why not? I'll just get her back home, and you can arrest me. Abel shrugged. You can't exactly mask the death of over 100 people, and my stay would only last a few days in jail at most. Alcott threw a sharp glare at Abel, fully sensing that the sneaky bastard had some wicked plan brewing up. Fine. Alcott quickly glared at the soldier behind him. Keep in mind, he is the son of Lord Alina and Queen Sarah's brother. An hour later, Abel was thrown into a cell and locked up. He stared at the shackles on his hand and the strangely fancy room he was in and sighed. So, is this a noble prison or something? I thought all the cells here were damp and cold dungeons. He shook his head. This would kill the vibe. Abel then approached the bars of his door and looked up, his eyes searching for a specific someone. I'm pretty sure she works here. Soon, he spotted her. An armored woman sitting at the end of the hallway reading a book with a tired face. Ma'am, do you have a minute? As he called. She glared at him with an angry face and then put on a smile. They told her he was a very important person, so she couldn't risk offending him. Need something? She stood, approached the door of his cell, and glared at him. Nothing important. Abel smiled. I was just a bit curious, that book you're reading. It is The Legend of Shavian, right? She looked back at her table, then sighed. Yeah, The Lit Shavian. It's not an uncommon book, but it's a bit complicated, with all of the wizardry crap I read up to half but couldn't understand much. Abel leaned on the door and she sighed. He tried to control and rule a city. His plan was a bit stupid, though, she started explaining. Abel's plan was working, and after an hour, he was with that jailer knight inside his room, having a passionate and mutual exchange. Abel only spent a single night in jail, but in that time he had managed to bed 2 jailers and 1 prisoner. When he got released the next morning, the knights apologized for wasting his time, but he instead thanked them, saying that spending a night in jail was an unforgettable and valuable experience. Back in Arad's quarter, and by the time the sun rose, Arad opened his eyes, feeling multiple heavy things resting on his massive body. In fact, he couldn't even breathe properly. Aela, Ganta, Lexi, and Kaede were all asleep over his chest. Zephyr had turned into a humanoid size, and her massive butt was right on his face, and his arms and legs were all covered by the maids. Zephyr, as he mumbled, she opened her eyes, sat up, and then looked between her legs where she saw his face. Can you get off me? She smiled. How about? No, you're an easy-to-sit-on chair. She started rubbing her butt on his face, so Arad opened his mouth wide and instantly sucked her into his stomach. It didn't matter how large she was. Arad then gently pushed all of his wives and the maids aside before sitting up and spitting Zephyr back out. She landed on the ground, shrank to her fairy size, and flew at his face. "Come on, can't you let me play a bit? You had the entire night." He sighed and went to wash his face. In the meantime, the room's door opened and several maids rushed in. They were the ones supposed to replace the night shift maids. "You say that as if I had done anything but sit and watch?" she sighed. Chapter 1860, Divine Hall of Mira. Chapter 1860, Divine Hall of Mira. Even though Arad didn't need to eat breakfast, since a few plates of food meant nothing to his titanic, draconic body, he still went to the dining hall to eat. It was more like a single sip of water to him in the morning, something to wash his mouth down and get rid of the strange, slightly minty taste of Zephyr's rear end. Not that he minds that, but indeed he still prefers the bitter taste of coffee. Right after breakfast, Arad went with Izdis to the castle's office for his royal duties and sent most of his power to his other incarnations. At all times, Arad was using 4 copies of himself to achieve all of his goals at once. Right now, one is in the castle doing office work, one is in the abyss following a black rooster, one is in another world guarding Tina, and the last one is now free to roam the capital. Since Mira's crowning ceremony was coming next, he had to inspect several parts of the city and make sure they were all up to standard. Unlike most of Arad's wives, Mira is a demigoddess, and they can't just parade her in the streets like it's nothing. They'll be showing a divine being to the people, and he'd better do a good job at presenting her. First, inside the capital, there were 3 main churches, 4 if he counted the newly built shrine of Kali in Alina. There was the great Cathedral of the Sun, where Amaterasu is holed up, the Church of Sol, where Eris is worshipped, and the last one is the Divine Hall of Mira, a smaller church where she blesses the craftsmen and merchants. Arad had to check on the Divine Hall of Mira and make sure everyone there was doing their job, as that would be where the ceremony starts and where it ends. He didn't want the people to just see Mira as a carpenter or a lesser demigoddess, but he wanted them to know well that her power isn't something to be underestimated. Mira is the divine demigoddess of greed, but at the same time, she had started her career as a carpenter turned artificer, and now she was focusing on making magical items and artifacts alongside her regular carpentry work. The reason Arad and Izdis wanted Mira to be known as a goddess far and wide was simple: to kill 2 birds with a single stone. Anything made by a goddess would sell at an extremely high price, rapidly skyrocketing the value of anything she makes or has made before. That would both bring a lot of wealth to the capital and quench Mira's greed and thirst for wealth without the need for scamming people out of their money. The grand plan for the future was to eventually turn Mira's future church into a trading hall of artifacts, weapons, and magical tools made by her or her followers as Arad approached the Divine Hall of Mira. One of the nuns, who was wearing the clothes of a blacksmith, approached him with a terrified face. "Your Majesty, sorry for the sudden visit. I came to check on the place and see how things are going. Is everything in place for the grand opening?" That was right. Mira's ceremony would take the form of a massive trade show that spans across the entire capital. She had already made a boatload of furniture and weapons to sell, and even had her followers, who were all craftsmen, do their best to make things they could sell as well. The event would be held once a year and called MAS, Mira's Artificing Show. The nun looked back. While most have their stuff ready, many are still working right now. "But you don't have to worry, the show won't be empty." She smiled. "Even I got a few special trinkets that are sure to catch someone's eye." Arad smiled. "Who? Would you mind showing me? On the way, we can also see if anyone needs anything, like materials or working hands." The nun froze in her place and started sweating. The last thing she had ever expected was to have Arad himself take a look at her creations. While what she made could be considered masterful by regular means, this was a man whom even Mira has a hard time creating anything that could suit him. Her showing him what she made would be like showing a real soldier toy weapons made by a kid and expecting them to be impressed. She had to make clear that everything she made was designed for the common people to use, not the castle. She can't start bragging about a sword she made and then have Arad break it with a single swing. From what she heard from Mira, Arad barely uses weapons because there aren't many of them that he could use without damaging or breaking. As she slowly led Arad through the divine hall, all the other craftsmen looked at her. Some were terrified, some were jealous, but most were just surprised to see that Arad himself had arrived. Her shop was small, but it was packed to the brim with a wide array of weapons and tools. Swords, axes, scissors, crossbows, and even sets of armor and bear traps. She seemed to be good with anything that has steel. This explains why the blacksmith armor, Arad smiled as he started looking at the swords first. Most were non-magical, but there were a few that had effects. A blade that is lighter than normal, a blade that takes a bit longer to lose its edge, and one that glows in the presence of danger. For the armors, there was only one magical set, and it was a heavy armor that weighed as much as a light armor due to enchantments. Those with the lightweight enchantment, how many of them can you make? As Arad asked, she flinched. It depends. A set of heavy armor can take 3 weeks, and a single sword might be done in 2 days if I'm feeling well. But what limits me more is the quality and price of mana stones. We still don't have a steady supply of those. She walked toward the back of the shop and then brought Arad a small white stone, the size of a peanut. This stone costs 50 silver coins, and it can only be used on smaller objects. It won't affect anything heavier than a kilo, and a bit of change. She pointed to the side and showed Arad a rapier. Like that one, its blade has such a stone. I see. Arad nodded, and back in the castle, he immediately asked Isdis, who was sitting beside him, about the supply routes for magic stones. Depends. Some come from mines, some come from monsters, and some are artificially made by wizards and sold. We have 2 mines, one 2-month carriage drive away and one 4 months away. So, our main supply here is the Adventurers Guild and the monster hunting quests. Arad leaned back. But we can't just put 100 quests, and overhunting monsters would definitely become a problem. But then how are we supposed to fuel an industrial revolution with hundreds of craftsmen and artificers? Wizards can make those stones, so how about we open a small magic stone workshop where we hire wizards to create magic stones? Let's say you're an apprentice wizard and didn't fully expand your mana for the day. You should be able to go there, make a few stones, and sell them for a couple of coins. Hearing her, Arad smiled. So we need wizards, and a lot of them. How about we build a tower for them? That sounds great, and we can put Merlin as the great archmage. Isdis smiled. Well, I'll add it to the list. But for now, we can ask Merlin to make a quick batch of mana stones for the craftsmen on her own. First, Isdis pulled a clean scroll, scribbled a few things, rolled it, and gave it to the maid standing by her side. Take this to Merlin in the private quarter. It isn't urgent, but it would be best if we finish this 3 days before Mira's crowning so they can make something. The maid nodded, grabbed the scroll, and bolted away. Chapter 1861, Merlin's Lab. Chapter 1861, Merlin's Lab. When the maid arrived at Merlin's lab, she found herself standing in front of a massive, locked golden door shimmering with magic. She gulped, reached forward, and knocked. Lady Merlin, I've got a message from Lady Isdis. I request entry. She called and waited several minutes before Merlin replied. Sorry, but wait for a few more minutes until I clear all of the magic inside. Unless you fancy turning into a frog. The maid stood in silence and waited until the door opened on its own and she was called inside. As expected, the lab itself was a chaotic mess of papers, strange jars, and endless mountains of books, scrolls, and strange magical trinkets. In the middle of that mess, Merlin sat on the ground in her underwear, looking at a massive magic circle drawn on the cold and hard floor. The maid carefully walked inside and made sure she didn't touch anything. Stop, don't move. Merlin suddenly lifted her hand, and the maid froze mid-step with one foot still not touching the ground. The magic is leaking again. I'll keep you safe unless you move, so endure that for a few seconds. Merlin stood, lifted her arms, and her eyes flashed with green flames as sparks of black magic rushed out of her fingers, followed by a haze of dark green mist that surrounded her entire body. The entire lab flashed with magic. The mess became worse as everything tumbled down, and all of the books and scrolls flew everywhere. With a pained growl, Merlin clapped her hand and made all of the dark magic vanish. Now that hurt. She then threw a glance at the maid. Good, you're still breathing and very much look human. Can I move now? The maid asked with a worried face, and Merlin nodded. It is safe now. I erased all of that magic. It was a spell that takes the amphibious nature of frogs and stitches it to humans so they can breathe directly through their skin underwater. Merlin crossed her legs and pointed at the maid. Give me that scroll. I'll read it. In the meantime, you strip down. I'll check your body to see if you turned into anything strange. She smiled. If the spell affected you, then you'll slowly suffocate as your skin dries through the day. The maid sighed, handed the scroll to Merlin, and started taking her clothes off. What about you, Lady Merlin? Won't that spell affect you? Merlin, who was reading the scroll, smiled. It did affect me. I'll cure myself later, but for you who has to go back to work, I'll have to cure you now. Who? So they want magic stones, and also hope to create a wizard tower I'm in. But for starters, I'll make magic stones a drop in my labyrinth so adventurers could farm them. She threw the scroll into the pile behind her and threw a smug glance at the naked maid. You got a beautiful body. Great shape, decent musculature, and just the right amount of fat in the right places. Merlin pointed at her, and the maid sighed. Looking at you, that makes me average. The maid stretched her arms and legs. So did the spell affect me? Yes, it did. It seems that everyone who was inside the room, you and I, was affected. Merlin flicked her fingers and created a string of purple magic that flew forward and sank into the maid's skin. I lifted the spell. You can now put your clothes back on. Merlin turned around, picked a piece of chalk, and started modifying the magic circle on the ground as the maid put on her clothes. By the way, Lady Merlin, I wanted to ask you. The maid stared at Merlin's underwear and pale skin. Why do you dress like that in the lab? Merlin looked at her and smiled. It's a problem only powerful wizards face. Mana leaves the body through skin, so the more it is exposed, the easier it is to cast complex spells. She stopped drawing and turned back toward the maid. A complex spell doesn't mean a powerful one. A weak spell can be complex in its early stages of development before it is optimized, and that is the stage I'm on with this new spell. She wiggled her fingers. Even though I have all of my nails enchanted and even used an array, I still need every bit of control I can muster for testing. When this spell is finished, it should be a second-level spell at max. The maid looked at her hands. So an apprentice wizard won't need to strip down? Of course not. An apprentice is studying already optimized spells, not creating new ones. If they can't cast a spell, it is because they lack education, not magical power and control. Merlin smiled. Of course there are spells that work better if you're naked, like charm spells or invisibility. The maid tilted her head. I understand charm spells. But why invisibility? Merlin giggled. Since you won't need to make your clothes invisible as well. She then stood and sized the maid up. Are you perhaps wanting to learn magic? The maid remained silent for a few seconds, but then replied with a stern face. Lexi, a maid like me, had managed to become a mistress thanks to her magical knowledge and skill. I can cast some basic spells, so I have a little bit of talent, and I wanted to try my luck in that path. Merlin smiled. So, it's all because you want to ride Arad. Good. I'll teach you when I can. Come to my room in the evening or here to the lab in the day if you don't have work. The maid nodded with a large smile and left, leaving Merlin alone to keep working on her spell. From that day onward, she can start her training directly under Merlin in the hope of increasing her magical skills and power. As the maid returned to Isdis, she found her already once again busy with work alongside Arad. Managing the entire empire was no easy feat, but it was a boring one. A lot and a lot of paperwork and documents to be read, signed, or rejected. I delivered the letter. Lady Merlin said that she'll get it done later, but for now, she'll make the magic stones a possible drop in Alina's labyrinth for adventurers to farm. As she bowed, Isdis immediately pointed toward another scroll. As I expected, take this to Nina in the guild and good work. The maid nodded, grabbed the scroll, and left immediately. Chapter 1862, A Maid in the Guild. Instead of having two adventurers' guilds between Alina and the great capital of Orion, the plan was to build a new, larger, and more powerful one in the capital, then have it replace the guild in Alina since they were within walking distance. While that sparked a huge discourse among the adventurers, all of that died down quickly when they were informed that nothing would change in the guild's leadership or structure. Guildmaster Malta would remain in her seat, and the only change would be hiring more workers and expanding the guild's vault. In short, they were just moving the old guild to the capital and upgrading it. There was a push to give Nina a better job as a guildmaster, or at least a vice-master, but she refused all of them, and her reasoning was too sound for a barbarian. She just didn't have enough patience, mental prowess, and intelligence to perform such jobs. Nina's job at the guild's desk was that of a receptionist, one who looked far too mundane for a queen. It felt strange to accept a sewer rat extermination quest from an S-ranker, let alone from one of the Empire's powerful queens. The people were used to their kings and queens being protected behind armies of guards and knights, so seeing one of them just chilling behind a desk in the most violent and deadly organization of the whole empire was both distressing and terrifying. But looking at the reality, it was quite obvious that as a queen, Nina didn't need protection. As an S-ranker, the adventurers already knew that trying to hurt or assassinate her was a fool's errand, and after that, there were some rumors that she could match Arod's physical strength, but even in their wildest dreams, not one of them could have imagined the vast wall of power between them and Nina. She was an immortal Tarrasque, immune to death, stronger than Earth, and a living being adapted to survival better than anything else. She cannot age, cannot die, cannot be killed, and cannot be harmed by normal means. Her skin reflects magic, and her flesh is so hard and dense that no mundane material can scratch her pristine oak skin. In that clear day, the guild's door opened up, and a strange face stood there. A young woman in a maid's uniform walked in with measured steps, and all of the adventurers glared at her. Nobles usually send their knights to the guild to put in requests. So is she the maid of some poor noble who doesn't have armed guards. Was that maid some extremely powerful adventurer? They heard that the elvish queen had an S-ranker as her personal maid and bodyguard. A balding wizard who looked like a disheveled fossil of a bygone era. He wore a long purple robe and had glowing blue eyes that brimmed with magic. He looked at the maid with an interested gaze, trying to sense the power emanating from her, see if she was a strong fighter, a talented wizard, a crafty ranger, or a shifty rogue. To his surprise, she was awfully average. She was just as strong as a regular woman her age and size, never trained, and her skill in magic was barely anywhere near that of an apprentice wizard. He wouldn't even take her as a student if she begged and paid him. But he wasn't blind. His eyes opened wide, and sweat started dripping across his dried, wrinkly cheeks. Her entire body was marked with a mana that he could never mistake, even as a corpse. The endless blue threads, the divine skill, the mastery that boggles the mind, and the blessed weaves of mana touched by Yog's divine fingers. The maid was touched by Merlin's magic, and he would never dare even look at her straight. The magic was fresh, so the contact had happened in the past hour or so, meaning that this maid had come straight from the royal castle. The maid is one of the castle's maids, and probably even one of the private ones working directly for the Emperor and Merlin, meaning that she is someone he should absolutely avoid. One rude comment could land him and his entire bloodline in the jaws of an apocalyptic dragon. Only then did he notice the tiny, strange fruit fly stuck to the maid's back. He looked at it, and the fly menacingly turned to stare right back at him with her 1,000 eyes. To the wizard, the entire guild plunged into pure darkness that moment, and he was left alone in the cold. That was no fly. If the entire guild was to burst into flame and get suddenly invaded by 1,000,000 violent monsters, the wizard would have still felt happier than what he had just faced. Huh, you've noticed me? A voice rumbled inside the wizard's head, and he could feel what few days remained in his lifespan rapidly fading away. You've got good eyes, Grandpa. The wizard gulped and almost couldn't believe it. Telepathy magic on a level that he had never heard of or seen before, and it had even managed to easily slip past all of his mental defenses and barriers. Your Majesty, I'm really sorry. I was respectfully looking. A maid in the rowdy guild is uncommon. Arid didn't reply for a second, and he smiled back at the castle. Found one. The one thing that makes dragons extremely dangerous foes, besides their harrowing power, is their draconic brain and twisted mind that never halts plotting. Arid was just like his peers, if not even more. He sent this tiny fly with the maid and laced it with his magic to test and see if there are any skilled wizards among the adventurers that he could hire for the wizard's tower, and it would also help keep the maid safe on the road. Even though Arad was pretty sure no humanoid was stupid enough to attack one of his maids this close to the capital, he was well aware that didn't apply to monsters and some dumb humanoids. Worry not, I'm just keeping an eye on her. You can ignore me. Arad's voice rang in the wizard's head one last time before fading away like an echo. As the wizard sighed, all of the darkness had faded away, and he was just sitting on his chair, terrified. That maid indeed belonged to the Emperor. Nina was sitting at her desk and had a long line of adventurers ahead of her. Some wanted to accept quests, some came to report and get their reward, and there were even a few that came to ask questions, but not a single one was here to complain. While they all acknowledged Nina's skill and competence in her job, they were all aware that she was the last person they wanted to complain to. Lady Nina, I got a letter from Her Highness Queen Isdis. The maid walked past all of the adventurers, ignored the line, and skipped right to the front. Some were about to call her out, but when they heard what she said, it made them keep their mouths closed. Why is a royal emissary wearing a maid's outfit? This was the question everyone wanted to ask, but no one dared say it out loud. Why did they send a maid for this? The one who spoke was none other than Nina herself, and she gave the maid a glare. The maid stared back at her and then replied, I do not know. My job is to follow orders, not question them. Nina opened the letter right then and looked at it as she mumbled. Probably they wanted to use you as bait? Send someone weak to see if anyone dares get in the way? After reading the letter, she frowned. Does Isdis write with her feet now, or what? This looks like doodles written by a chicken or a kid. The maid replied in a calm voice. She has a lot of work and didn't have much time, so she wrote it in a hurry. Nina put the letter down and smiled. Got it. I'll talk to the guildmaster and see what can be done. She then stood and shouted at the adventurers, Make sure you all clear a few days later this week. We might get a big quest from the castle, a profitable one at that. As all the adventurers gasped, she added, And it's not a normal quest, but a hunt and collect one. So all of you can participate and earn a bit of gold. She then looked back at the letter. The quest type should be dungeon crawling, survival, extermination, and extraction. And the location, most likely the Labyrinth, Chapter 1863, Scary Grandma. Chapter 1863, Scary Grandma. While the maid made her way back to the castle, Arad's incarnation that was in the divine hall of Mira looked in her direction. He never expected this to happen, but someone was actually trailing behind her and plotting something. All nobles, adventurers, and even criminals around these parts knew well how powerful Arad is, so none of them should dare attack one of his maids in broad daylight. Of course, unless they don't know she is his maid, which was quite possible. No, while inside the guild, the adventurer had no way of telling she was one of Arad's maids. No one could mistake her on the road because she was riding one of the castle's horses. The saddle literally has the castle's embroilment and flag. All of the castle horses wore those special saddles to make them easier to tell apart, so the guards at the gate won't stop any messengers or soldiers, and so the knights could tell which of the horses were trained and which were not war-ready. The horse the maid rode on was the same horse Isdis picked for Ayla's ceremony, the gallant and beautiful white steed, which got its role stolen by Mek. He was now back to his work as a regular castle horse, which was far below what he was fated for. Right now, Arad could sense 15 people slowly trailing behind the maid, silently following her from the shadows. All of them were armed, but Eris didn't call him about any possible murderous intent, which means they weren't intending on killing the maid. Most likely they were here to kidnap her for ransom, which wasn't any better. Arad could use the fly he had on her back to keep her safe, but his help seemed to be unneeded. While those thugs followed the maid from the shadows, another person was keeping an eye on them from the shopping district. It was someone whom even Arad didn't dare disrespect. "Yo, care to give us a moment?" As the maid exited the city and was riding her horse among the countless barns and stables outside, Alina, 2 men cut her path and pointed toward the empty alleyway between 2 large barns where hay was stored, just by their look and how scared the horse looked. The maid knew those 2 were powerful. It takes a real monster to scare a trained warhorse. She couldn't tell what their level was, but she was certain they were above 50. Arid, who watched from afar, sighed. Mick was right that Warhorse is a disappointment. Arid was certain that if the maid rode Mick, one of those thugs would have already lost an arm and the other would have been getting stomped. The maid started sweating, and she slowly pulled on the horse's harness. She wanted to bolt away, but one of the 2 men had already pulled a knife out and gave her a smile. That was a clear threat. If she tried to run away, he would maim the horse and capture her. "Come on," he pointed with his finger and started walking. The maid followed him on horseback, and the other thug walked behind her, making sure she had no way to escape. One in the shadows between the 2 massive barns, the maid found herself surrounded by more than 6 people on each side, and all of them were well armed. "Nothing from you, young lady. Our guys were killed yesterday, and we're investigating the castle. Don't worry, as long as they give us the bastard in the dungeon who did that, we'll give you back." They were a small offshoot of the thugs Abel killed at night, and at this time in the morning he wasn't released yet. The maid didn't know anything about the incident, so she looked confused for a moment, then glared at them.
"The castle soldiers, the ones working under General Alcott?"
She giggled. "Do you know what he'll do once he learns of this? If we were going to ask for a normal ransom, yeah, he would probably come hunt us instead. But we're asking for a criminal who is probably sentenced to the rope anyway, so why won't they just give him to us and avoid the trouble?" The thug smiled, and another laughed. "You work at the castle. Don't tell us you don't know how they operate. It's all about cost and goals." He pointed at the maid. "Your life isn't worth that much, but that criminal is only a liability in the castle. We're basically ransoming you for doing their work and saving them money." At that moment, the maid's eyes opened wide, and the thugs who looked at her from the front were confused, while the ones standing behind her looked as baffled as she was. The thug who just spoke felt a hand grab him from the nuts, and he heard an old hoarse voice mumble behind his back. Small, the one standing behind and grabbing him from below, was an old lady who looked to be in her late 70s, had a hunched back, and wore hide clothes that no regular woman would dare put on in public. The maid recognized her and immediately pulled on the horse's harness, bolting away through the bandits and never looking back. All of the thugs chased after her, only leaving the one man grabbed by the old lady behind. For some reason, they expected him to kick the frail-looking hag away and follow, but he couldn't move an inch. Her fingers felt like a vice, and his treasured marbles were slowly getting twisted between her slender and bony fingers. "You hag," he growled, and the woman munched on air, licking her toothless jaws. Scrawny. She clenched her fist and ripped his jewels and meat stick out. As the man's howling roar filled the sky, the maid was already on the road, going at full speed, and the thugs were just meters behind her. Some of them were on horseback as well, and some were running on their feet. Those were the skilled and powerful fighters. "Gee, rag, Rag! Rag! They heard the scream and looked back. Almost immediately, one of them cried as he saw the old lady bolt out of the alley, land on the walls of a nearby house, and then jump toward them, running faster than any horse could ever hope to achieve. That hunchback is after us. Who the hell is she? The maid smiled, as expected of Nina's grandmother. She is terrifying. Even at her old age, she was still a barbarian who once upon a time hunted giant monsters with nothing but her bare hands. While Nina's grandmother looked like she was in her late 70s, she told people that she was probably 80. In reality, the barbarians never kept a clean record of their age. She was already a dozen decades old, and Nina's parents were the ones in their late 70s. It was the same with how Nina was pushing 40 and looked 20. Almost all barbarians looked half their real age due to their power and strong bodies. She is catching up. The last of the thugs cried as Nina's grandmother quickly outran him and grabbed one of the thug's horses by the tail and pulled it back with ease like it was a cat. The thug riding the horse ate a foot to the face, and the ones behind him were crushed by the tumbling horse, only for the old lady to ignore their cries and rush forward to finish the rest of them. One of the thugs turned around and threw a dagger at her. He wanted to at least slow her down, but his plan backfired immediately as she caught the dagger in her mouth and spat it away. Porcupine. She growled, took a deep breath, and then screamed her lungs out, letting a roar more akin to that of a banshee or a dying wraith. At that moment, a stone came flying through the air and ripped the head of one of the thugs clean off. Right after, a rain of spears fell from the sky, killing or wounding half of the thugs in the blink of an eye. As the surviving thugs looked in the horizon, they saw a cloud of dust, then a bunch of half-naked muscular men and women in hide clothes running toward them with clubs and battle axes. When Nina's grandmother called for help, the entire clan responded, and its warriors who lived nearby immediately moved. Due to their light equipment and lifestyle, they deployed faster than any armed battalion since they were always armed and ready to fight. Chapter 1864, The Barbarians' Need. Chapter 1864, The Barbarians' Need. The moment the barbarians arrived, the thugs all fell like flies. Just one raging barbarian was enough to cause a headache even to an entire armed battalion, so a few thugs had no chance against over 30 of them. While the barbarians were told many times not to kill, there wasn't much they could do about their own raw power and violent attitude, which resulted in half of the thugs turning into cold corpses. Most of the kills seemed to happen by accident when a throw spear was deflected, when a thug was too squishy to endure a rock, and when some of them fell down from their horses. What a waste of manpower. Arad sighed in the castle, but he wasn't going to complain. With what those thugs did throughout their entire lives, Arad was certain that even if he sent them to trial, they would end up sent to the rope. Even though death was treated somewhat lightly in this world, there weren't many crimes that resulted in execution. While some other kingdoms can have someone executed just for speaking up against nobles or the royal family, here in the Empire and in Rurus before it, that wasn't the case. The death penalty was reserved for grave murder and repeated high offenses. What those thugs got was multiple counts of repeated crimes like assault, slavery, and even murder. How did Arad know? It was quite simple for him, he asked Abel, and apparently all of the thugs Abel killed at night were now rotting in hell. The barbarians didn't do much after all of the thugs were beaten and neutralized. They left the cleanup to the guards and went about their day, which just happened to be taking place in Mira's divine hall. All of them were there, and Nina's grandmother was just late. The maid did make a detour with them since the hall wasn't that far away from the capital's entrance, and so she ended up finding herself face to face with the greedy demigoddess. Myra, who was working in the large and new workshop behind the divine hall, put her tools down, gave a few orders to her assistants, and then went to see what the barbarians needed this time. So, this is why you suddenly ran away. She smiled, greeted Nina's grandmother, and then pointed back at a massive pile of wood and weapons. What will it be this time? Better winter, Woodhome. The grandmother spoke, and Mira smiled. I see new wooden houses instead of your tents, so you can survive the winter more easily. I did expect this since you relocated close to the snowy and cold mountains. After Arad destroyed their land in his fight with She, the barbarians had relocated to the outskirts of Alina's domain, right on the opposite side of the mountain range where the great capital of Orion was now growing. Unlike their previous land, which was more of a tropical rainforest, this new place was far colder and had less vegetation. Here in Alina's region, it snows a lot, and in the winter it can usually get as bad as several feet of snow, which was the reason Merlin had worked so hard in the past to create a citywide heating system. As expected, the barbarians were now living in a spot that the system didn't reach, and expanding it toward them wasn't possible both financially and physically, as it didn't have enough power to heat a larger area. So the plan was to build them a proper village even if they refused. But she didn't expect them to come ask her on their own. Nina must have convinced them somehow. While the adult barbarians could survive the winter, the young ones and newborns wouldn't, so the people in the castle were quite worried. So they wanted homes. Arad appeared behind everyone, and the maid almost screamed her lungs out. She knew that he had multiple incarnations, but she didn't know that one of his clones was here in the Divine Hall. Or did he come to grab her because she was late? Isdis won't punish her, right? Yeah. But we're strained on wood. The beavers, Loci and Plum, are doing their best, but there isn't much that we can do about trees and nutrients in the ground. Mira approached Arad. We can either import wood or open a new clay mine and make bricks. But we must also balance the costs since they won't pay a copper. The barbarians didn't pay taxes and weren't used to the concept of money, even though they understood and could use it. So, in exchange for services from the guild, they hunt monsters and keep the area in check. Mira was actively working with them, because unlike adventurers, they were cheaper and could bring her rare monster materials quickly and without taxing Arad's precious time. Just yesterday, Mira had wanted a horned tiger's pelt, and they hunted and brought it to her on the same day, while the guild would usually take a day to process the request, and then it's up to luck when an adventurer would take the request. How about we do both? I'll get a mine open immediately and see if Roberta can put a few orders for wood for us. To save time, I'll go bring the first shipment myself, which should last us until the next one arrives by regular means. As Arad talked with her, his incarnation in the castle was already talking with Roberta and getting things ready. If he could, he'd get this sorted today. Sorry for taking up your time. Winter is still far away, so I'll start working on their houses after the ceremony, but for now, we can just give them better tarps. Mira looked back at the maid, and so why is she here? She was delivering a letter for us, and you aren't taking up my time. The Empire is taking your time with me. He leaned on the bench and looked at what she was working on. She was working on several new carriages and wagons they could use in local transportation, especially between Alina and the capital. Mira smiled and looked back. We're all working together, so it isn't a problem, and it's not like this amount of work would last. We're only busy because the capital is new and just getting fully built. Mira was right. They were only overworked now because they had to balance the capital's growth, expansion, royal ceremonies, all while still trying to establish forging trade routes with the multiple kingdoms under Arad's rule, but Mira wasn't complaining. And in fact, she loved this life. She wakes up in the morning, works in her workshop all day long, and then sleeps at night. To her, working as a carpenter was fun, and she might have gotten bored otherwise. Thanks to her now powerful demigoddess body, she could work harder for longer and create better marvels of creative and impossible proportions. Before, she would have needed a crane to move some of the larger wooden beams, but now she can just carry them with one hand. She used to have several massive and heavy sledgehammers to drive nails with, but now she could do it with her bare thumb. That wasn't the only change, but her vision and precision had improved dramatically, allowing her to create more complex and intricate contraptions with parts so small that anyone else wouldn't be able to make. With everything in the Divine Hall settled, Arad grabbed the maid and teleported her back to the office through the void and turned to look at the barbarians. We will get those houses built for you before winter. Don't worry about it. Now, it was time for him to make sure they got the wood delivery from far away, from the free beastlands. Chapter 1865, Breaking Eternity. Chapter 1865, Breaking Eternity. The free beastlands were a vast, near-endless and vibrant land of forests, wilderness, and titanic beasts. There were almost no traces of civilization, and countless monsters ran rampant and lived their lives in harmony with nature. Just by standing at a mountain peak on the borders, Arad could see countless titanic beasts, dinosaurs, and strange horrors that no mortal should lay eyes upon. This was the one place in the mortal world that was untouched by civilization, and all of that was thanks to Hattie's eternity that bound this land to a single form. "You are an exception, it seems." Hattie's voice boomed in his head, and the entire world seemed to shift a bit. The sky became brighter, the clouds slowed down, and the forest surged. "I just came for lumber." Arad sighed, waving the scroll in his hand, but Hattie's voice rang again, this time sounding distant, powerful, and overpowering like roaring thunder. "Can you break the shackles of eternity?" Far away, deep in the lands, right inside her room, Hattie sat on her large pillow bed wearing a loose yukata, drinking from a large bottle of liquor and surrounded by her beautiful daughters as they brushed her flame-like silver 9 tails. Arad frowned as he could clearly see into the beast lands but not sense them. It was as if they didn't exist, but he was clearly seeing them. Their form and nature had long since been shielded by eternity, locking them in the flow of time and space. Even if he were to blow the entire mortal world, the beastlands would remain untouched, free, and never changing. It won't matter if Arad tried to fly in, shatter space, or reverse the flow of time. Those lands would never change as long as they were bound to eternity, a power that is so strange and elusive that even he was having a hard time wrapping his head around it. "Can I just get the wood and leave? I have too many things I have to do, so I don't think I have time to play around, especially not with eternity that might never end." He sighed and turned into his draconic form, flew into the sky, and watched over the beastlands. Inside the castle, Arad sighed and looked at Izdis. "I don't know why, but Hattie is playing some kind of game. She sealed the entire beastlands behind a veil of eternity and asked me to try to break it. That veil is powerful, and it forces the lands to remain in the same state as long as the barrier stands." Izdis stared at him for a moment, then rubbed her eyes. "Ask Astrid and Frida, those two are her daughters, so they might know how to break eternity." As Izdis suggested, Arad stood teleported toward them and asked if they knew of a way, and they indeed knew something. The first thing the two told Arad was that their mother probably didn't cast the barrier intentionally. That barrier is a way for her shard of eternity to vent its ever-growing power from time to time. And while the people of the Beastlands won't be harmed, that barrier was one of the reasons they had very little interaction with the outside world. Their mother either was trying to avoid embarrassment by claiming the barrier was a test instead of just telling Arad to return in a few days, or that she was drunk. Whenever the barrier appears, Hattie usually doesn't have to bother herself with protecting the lands or dealing with outsiders, so she confines herself to her room and drinks to her heart's content. The barrier's appearance was basically her getting a vacation where she can relax. That only left the way to break and surpass it, which was surprisingly straightforward. A divine being can suppress it with their power since the portfolios had a stronger hold on reality than the shards. Someone could also attempt to override the barrier with their own, the same way the barrier of eternity can't rip a chunk out of Zephyr's elemental expansion or block it. Hearing that, Arad knew exactly what he had to do. As the massive black dragon flapped its wings above the sky of the Beastlands, darkness rushed out of its body and rained down like a dark cloud. Elemental expansion, devouring void 4,000 kilometers in every direction, making an 8,000-kilometer sphere of pure nothing. Arad's elemental expansion was indeed far less refined and weaker than Hattie's eternity, but he had several advantages. The first was that his was wider and large in size. He could barely fit the barrier of eternity inside, but he did manage in the end. Now Arad wasn't a divine being, albeit having multiple wives who were. He couldn't just will the barrier to vanish under his authority, so he had to get creative. And so he got creative. Astrid and Frida told him that the barrier is temporary and that it'll fade away when their mother's shard vents the excess power it had accumulated. He shifted back into his humanoid form and floated above the beastlands in the utter darkness of his elemental expansion, looking down at the lands with burning purple eyes. I might be a weak little adult void dragon with no will upon the world or your ancient shard, but I'm not alone. Arad shifted a bit, and from the shadows surrounding his body something emerged. Those shadows came to life. They moved like snakes, and the entire darkness of Arad's expansion moved, rippling as a tall woman with hair that is black and white emerged leaning on Arad's massive chest. Linda's glowing red eyes cast a cold gaze on the ground, and her arms extended forward. As her power flowed forward, Arad spoke above her. Time shall accelerate. Linda is an elder shadow time Dracaina. Her power over time exceeded even that of great worm time dragons by a lot. And now she was showing just how ridiculous her might was. Arad had asked for her help, and how could she not show off? First, she separated the outside time from the time inside Arad's elemental expansion, so that everything ends in seconds for those outside. This was so he could get the lumber back to Mira immediately. Secondly, she accelerated the time inside Arad's elemental expansion, aging everything inside rapidly. As she expected, the eternity barrier couldn't distinguish between the universe's time and the local time, since it could only operate inside the environment that Hattie herself could perceive. As time accelerated, days passed in seconds, and the barrier rapidly lost its power as Hattie and everyone in the free beastlands aged at the same pace. Right before their eyes, the endless forest flashed, and something shattered above it like glass, releasing a massive shockwave of power that rattled the fabric of space and time. But this wasn't all, since Arad needed to fix the time he robbed from those people, and Linda used her power once more, but this time it was to reverse the flow of time. The time those people and beasts lost was all given back, but she couldn't make them any younger than the universe's time allowed, because that would rip the threads of fate apart. That didn't prevent her from trying, though, and what she felt made her quickly walk back her time magic. While inside Arad's expansion, Linda had just realized that while protected by his void, the fates couldn't block her manipulation. While the flow of time outside had man laws to prevent reality from breaking, inside Arad, it was like the universe itself cowered in fear. No wonder that the fateless Doma chose to hide inside him to avoid being ripped from the fabric of existence by the fates. Linda had chosen to marry Arad and be the submissive one, even though she was stronger out of a whim, but now she started to rapidly revise. If even fate didn't want to mess with her husband, then she might have struck gold once he surpasses Twilight and becomes an elder dragon like she is now. She was almost certain his power would far outshine hers. Now she could even understand why Kali, the literal goddess of destruction, chose to do the same. It didn't make sense for a woman of her power to just lie down and shake her butt to someone weaker than her by several magnitudes. But now it was all clear. It was all a matter of time. Should she look into the future of Arad and see what kind of power he would attain, or would she just wait and see it naturally? Would she support him because she saw the power of his future, or would she rather be the one who supported him since he was weak? She chooses the latter. She won't look into his future, and instead she'll be here for him even if he is weaker than her. Arad pulled back his elemental expansion and teleported with Linda directly to Hattie's home, landing right outside her room's door. As they landed, they saw two of Hattie's daughters standing guard, and the two bowed to greet them. "Mother is waiting, Lord Arad." They threw their gazes at Linda. "And she is?" Linda looked at them with a smile, and suddenly she looked much larger and taller. The two tried to point their claws at her, but were surprised as their clothes got in the way. They had turned back into children. "I'm one of Arad's wives, an elder time Dracaina, and I control shadows as well." She took a step forward, and the two girls returned to their normal ages. "Didn't Astrid and Frida tell you about me?" One of them sighed. "They talked about you, Linda, right?" but from their letter, you were supposed to look much scarier. The other one opened the door and allowed the two inside. There, Hati lay on her bed, still wearing her loose yukata and drinking with several of her daughters there to serve and fan her. "Aren't you cheating, my son?" She pointed at him with a finger, and her long red nails extended forward like claws. "I need timber." Chapter 1866, Do It Yourself. Chapter 1866, Do It Yourself. One of Hati's daughters stared at her, lowered the bottle down, and growled. "Mother, behave yourself?" Hattie shifted, looked at her with a smile, and the air around them vibrated, the chimes rang, and the liquor in the bottle rippled. "Am I not? Of course you aren't. Besides, that letter in his hand is signed by Queen Isdis. It's official business, so get it together." "Huh. Shouldn't Astrid and Frida be dealing with that?" Hattie sighed, and her daughters looked more exhausted than disappointed. "Of course not. You are still the queen. In fact, you'll never step down from the throne, as you are eternal." Haiti, unlike all residents of the universe, was a true immortal being. She doesn't age, cannot die, cannot cease to exist, and cannot change. Her power would always remain the same, and her future, as well as possible reflection across fate, were all but written in stone. Eternity was a subpart of stillness, the power that keeps everything still, unchanging, and forever the same. The only way for her rule to change is if she yielded her shard to one of her daughters. But that wouldn't happen any time soon. "Very well, I shall tend to him myself." A voice similar to that of Hati boomed from the ground. Behind Arad, a woman who was the spitting image of Hati stood, looking at him with a smug smile. "You are Skull." "Last time we met was when I first came here." As Arad smiled, Skull shrugged. "No, it was when I had to fix the mess you've done to Hatti's world, when your now-wife, called Lunara, dropped the moon." She moved, and then threw a glance at Linda. "Look, each time I see you, you've got a new woman by your side." Linda glared right back at Skull. "Arad? This one has 3 times the power of an Elder Earth dragon. Be careful. She can literally flip the entire continent on us. Hattie and Skull were twins, but unlike all others. Both mastered martial arts, sword fighting, and earth magic, but they weren't the same. Hattie was better at sword fighting than earth magic, and Skull was the opposite, being better at earth magic. But when Arad looked at them, he noticed something scary. Hattie and Skull's souls were connected by something that resembled an umbilical cord, turning them into what should have been a single person. "Now that isn't nice. Why would I do that?" Skull smiled, reached toward Linda with her long and sharp red nails, then conjured a precious stone, a citrine that was the size of an apple. "Here, a gift." Linda reached forward, grabbed the gem, and smiled. "Well, isn't this a tainted quartz? What is the meaning of handing someone a dirty flower?" "There is no meaning behind it. Citrine is a precious gem either way. Call it tainted quartz or not, Time Dracaina." Skull now opened her other palm, showing Linda a crystalline quartz as transparent as the air itself. "Arad, this little puppy here is trying show off her dominance over earth magic. Would you mind calling Gaia? She'll whip her back to shape." Linda reached forward and grabbed both the quartz and citrine. "Gaia is busy," Arad sighed. "And so am I. Can we get the lumber done with?" He gave the sealed letter to her, and Skull gave it a quick read. "I see, but this is quite a lot of wood." She smiled. "Can't your lovely little plant fairy grow it back there?" "Don't pretend as if you don't know. If we use magic to keep growing trees over and over in the same spot, that land is bound to run out of nutrients and wither away." He crossed his arms. "And the capital is built on Losi's back, so I'm not hurting her." "Are you really worried about an ancient ooze? She'll live and adapt to anything you throw at her. But alas, you're not here for that, but for lumber." She turned around and signaled with her finger for him to follow. Since the entire Beastlands was just one massive jungle filled to the brim with massive and deadly monsters, for Arad to get his lumber, he had to cut it on his own. Behind Hati's house was the first of the forests that Arad could source his lumber from, and it was called the Ancient Woods. Arad didn't even enter, and he could already see a massive tall neck lumbering in the distance, and each of its steps sent a faint ripple in the ground. This brachiosaurus-like monster looked like an ancient relic, being so massive that it towered over trees and made them look like grass. Its neck was so massive and thick, but the scary part was that it could breathe fire. No castle walls could stop this monster, but luckily Arad had hunted one before, and he knew that with his size and power, they were just moving slabs of meat, delicious and juicy flesh. He could hunt it on his own, let Linda do it, or call someone to take care of it while he cuts the trees. Arad lifted his massive arm, and from it darkness flowed out. A second later, a tall cat woman emerged, stretched her arms with a moan, then looked at him with a curious gaze. Matilda had finally returned to her homeland. "Arad, I was just getting bored. What's going on?" She looked around, then her ears twitched. "Ah, the Ancient Woods?" Arad smiled, then pointed at the tall neck. "Can you hunt that thing?" As her eyes followed his finger, she finally saw the massive 100-meter-tall monster looming over the forest, like an ancient statue of ripped muscles, steel scales, and primal indifference to the small ants that walked on the forest's ground. "That is a bit too big for me." She looked at Arad. "I'm a black tiger, not a dragon," he smiled. "But you've got void blood in you. I'm sure you can manage. Besides, I'll be nearby to save you if anything goes wrong. Just give it a try." As Arad started cutting the trees down and throwing them into his stomach by the dozen, Matilda looked at the massive tall neck. She wasn't sure how to tackle this massive prey. In the past, she saw Arad take one down, but the difference in physical strength between them was utterly massive. But as they say, the bigger the tree, the easier it'll fall. This monster was too massive for her fangs and claws to do anything, and the mobility provided by her void blood won't help much in that regard. So she only had one option left. She wasn't called a shield maiden for nothing, after all. Matilda went back to Arad to retrieve her shield and sword, and soon returned to her place. Now armed enough to tackle this massive prey, the plan she brewed was simple, but dangerous and hard to pull off. She needs to make her way between the tall neck's legs and cut its tendons. With how massive the monster is, one fall should be enough to shatter its bones and kill it. This plan only works because, unlike dragons and other massive monsters, tall necks were closer to animals than to mystical beasts, which was a bit weird. They were titanic in size, breathed fire, and lived for ages, yet the large and stumpy legs signaled that their bones weren't dense enough to support their weight with ease. What if she breathed fire and set the forest ablaze? Nah, Arad would deal with that. Matilda smiled as she lowered herself to all four and prowled the bushes, trying to approach the beast undetected. Chapter 1867, The Black Tigress. Matilda crawled across the forest's floor, moving on all four with uncanny silence and measured moves. All beast people looked somewhat humanoid, but that didn't take away from their animalistic nature. While Matilda usually looked like a sweet, gentle, and somewhat free-spirited cat girl most of the time, a bloody hunter lived under her skin. Now that was prowling the woods, looking for her prey. That animalistic nature started showing. Her arms, which used to look thin, were now as thick as her thighs, and the muscles on them turned as hard as steel. The muscles on her chest tensed, her back arched, and her nails grew as long as claws and retracted back as she walked silently on her palms and toes. But the scariest of them all was her jaw, which looked to have shifted a bit, supporting an illegal dental work, 4-inch-long fangs, large molars, and cheek muscles powerful enough to crack bones and shatter skulls. Where was all of that hiding? No one knew, but now Matilda was no less than a massive, intelligent, wild black tiger. The tall neck was an arrogant animal. It wouldn't think of the tiny Matilda as a threat. The only things that the beast saw as danger were the death jaws and larger predators capable of toppling it down. The beast people did hunt tall necks, but that was rare, and to do so they usually moved in large groups. So Matilda was a bit lucky and unlucky today. First, she had to hunt this thing all on her own, which should be impossible. But also, since she was alone, sneaking closer to it wouldn't be a problem, as it isn't taking her as a serious threat. If anyone else had asked her to hunt this thing, she would have laughed and taken it as a joke, but since it was Arad, she had to do it. Not because he was her husband, but because she couldn't lose to the other wives. She had seen how powerful Arad's other wives are, and honestly, she felt very weak compared to them. Even Mira, who never fights, is a demi-goddess and can probably shatter one of the Tallneck's legs with a single punch. Mathilde could just imagine Arad in his draconic form glaring down at the Tallneck, and that image in her head looked more like a lion glaring down at a turkey. Since he was around, she didn't need to fear anything and could focus on hunting this massive turkey down. Yes, that was true. She too has void draconic blood flowing through her veins, so if Arad were a massive lion, she is a tiger, just as Eris and Betty could evolve their blood and eventually become true dragons. She too can reach Arad's level of power. She too one day would be as massive as Arad, a bestial void dracina hunting titanic horrors, and she'll start doing that from this day. After several minutes of silent stalking and prowling, she was finally just a few meters behind the Tallneck's hind legs. She had to keep an eye on the massive tail, since one hit would flatten her like a pancake. She determined where the tendons were, how the Tallneck's thick skin was shaped, and how its steel scales protected its massive limbs. The beast has 4 legs, and hopefully maiming just one of them would drop it down. Mathilde could probably pull a single sneak attack cleanly, but a second one might prove impossible, so she had to settle this down with a single hit. Now she had to determine which leg to attack, and that was clear as well. 3 out of the Tallneck's legs were scarred, probably left from previous battles with death jaws and large monsters. Mathilde wasn't certain, but she hoped that if she cut the healthy leg, the other injured 3 wouldn't be able to carry the Tallneck's weight. She took a deep breath, pulled her sword out, and squatted down, straining her legs like a spring. Her thighs got swollen so much that her pants ripped open, and her toe claws ripped through her boots and held to the ground to create traction. One hit. She only got one chance. She must aim between the scales with her sword and get a wound deep enough to cut the tendon holding the Tallneck's large thigh muscles. To get such a powerful hit on, she lifted her right arm with the sword in her palm and tensed her muscles so much that her skirt ripped open and the veins on her shoulders moved like worms. When the Tallneck lifted its head, Matilda exploded into action, her legs extended like a spring, shattering the ground beneath her and sending her flying forward at blinding speed. She is a tiger, and must end all of her fights with a single leap. By the time the Tallneck noticed the burst, she was already at his leftmost hind leg. Her arm moved, and her sword roared across the air, flashing as it cut right through the Tallneck's flesh with a burst of sparks as it scraped against the steel scales. Blood splashed everywhere, and the Tallneck roared in pain as it lumbered and shook, stomping the ground in agony. Matilda, who was between its massive legs, found herself right beneath a falling one, and if she doesn't move quickly, she'll get flattened to the ground. She had burned out her muscles in that one powerful leap, so now she couldn't run at her top speed for a few seconds, but that didn't matter. As the massive leg was just an inch away from her head, Matilda's body was engulfed in darkness, Zon. A single void step was enough to carry her into safety and away from the legs, but that wasn't all that helpful. She could only teleport as far as 10 meters, around 30 feet. She still had to run and avoid the Tallneck's tantrum and its body falling to the ground. The plan has gone as well as possible. All that Matilda had to do now was hide and wait. When the Tallneck falls and shatters its ribs, she'll either let it die on its own or finish it off by cutting its throat open. But she was hoping she won't need to do the latter. But the moment she landed and looked up to see if the Tallneck was falling, what she saw was terrifying, its massive tail crashing down upon her. She wasn't fast enough to dodge, and her void step was on cooldown, leaving her completely on her own. The tall neck wasn't supposed to fall so fast, so the tail coming toward her at this speed meant one thing: it wasn't falling, and instead attacking back. Matilda's attack had failed to bring the beast down, and now she has to injure another look to drop it. But can she even survive this tail attack? She didn't have time to think, and so started moving as fast as she could, jumped aside and rolled away, barely surviving a direct hit, but the debris and shockwave still smacked her away like a fly as she landed back on her legs and looked. The tail was now flying directly toward her once more. The tall neck was indeed going after her, and not just randomly flailing its tail. It had spotted her and was now going on the offensive. She lifted her shield and jumped at the last moment before the tail could hit her, so that momentum would throw her backward instead of crushing her bones, but the impact still rattled her entire being and sent her flying through the trees like a cannonball, or more like a golf ball getting smacked with a bat. When she finally landed on the ground, she couldn't even move or breathe properly. The shockwave had left her entire body paralyzed, and she might have been bleeding internally. She could see the tall neck's head coming down to chomp her away, and she could also see its bleeding leg lifted from the ground. This thing could stand only 3 injured legs. That is why she failed to take him down. They've picked the wrong tall neck to mess with. Chomp. The tall neck took a huge bite, swallowing Matilde whole alongside a large chunk of the ground and trees. Arad, who was cutting trees, stopped and sniffed the air. His ears twitched, and he looked toward the tall neck, who just gulped. He could see them from here, Matilda's burning purple eyes. Fool. Chapter 1868. A Burst of Power. Dragons are tenacious, ancient, and war-born creatures. Their father, Asgorath, was created by A.O. for the sole purpose of fighting and carnage, as the perfect living being for warfare and chaos, for the sole purpose of eviscerating hordes of abominations and burning their camps down with lethal efficiency. No dragon ever falls silently unless awfully overwhelmed by a gap of power so great that they couldn't do a thing, and even then some could still struggle and claw their way out with their sheer spitefulness and rage. Draconic bloodlines were the same. While they are called bloodlines since the power rests in their flowing blood, that wasn't necessarily true. The power of the bloodlines rests within the bones, within the marrow where the blood is produced. When a draconic bloodline wielder falls and is pushed to their limit, their fight or flight reaction gets triggered once more, but without the flight part. The bones start to rapidly create more blood to overcome any bleeding and supplement the body with a myriad of hormones and chemicals: adrenaline, painkillers, psychedelics, and even toxins that break down organs and mana for energy. The blood pressure rises, the heart rate reaches unimaginable levels as it starts beating like an engine. The lungs suck oxygen like a vacuum, and the muscles expand with blood and turn bright red beneath the now hardening skin. The brain that had once fallen into a coma gets jolted back into reality as if electrocuted, and the sole purpose its new consciousness bears isn't survival, but evisceration of whoever injured the body, pure, unadulterated, draconic vengeance. A dragon pushed to their limit and cornered won't fight for survival. It would fight for spite, for death, and for the sole purpose of dragging everyone down with it. Matilde's eyes flickered with light, turned off, and then burst into a radiant purple haze. Her heart rumbled like a revving engine, and her jaws twitched as she inhaled the rancid air of the tallneck's mouth. Her veins bulged and her claws extended out. Then it happened. Her jaws clicked open, showing her massive fangs, and immediately exploded into a deafening roar so loud that the tallneck's body vibrated and all the monsters around the area fled. The tallneck had made a fatal mistake. It didn't finish Matilda off before trying to swallow her. Now it was going to pay for that. Frenzied, Matilda swung her claws inside the tallneck's mouth and ripped several massive gashes into its soft tongue and palate. The tallneck tried to chew her off, but it only ended up biting its own tongue, increasing the damage and making the bleeding even worse. Matilde, on the other hand, had used a void step to teleport outside the mouth and swung at its eyes. It all happened in a fraction of a second. The tall neck's tongue was almost severed, its palate torn open, and its left eye gouged out because it didn't finish Matilda off. But just like how tough Matilda was, the tall neck wasn't going to fall just like that. It whipped its long neck around like a whip, trying to throw Matilda down. Since one of its four legs was injured, it couldn't whip its neck as fast as it should have been able to, but that was still enough for Matilda's claws to slip off. The moment her claws couldn't hold onto the tall neck's face anymore, Matilda's guts expanded, her lungs dilated, and her eye burned even brighter. When her jaw opened this time, it wasn't a roar that came out, but a silent wave of darkness, a void breath. A void dragon's base breath is like an instant vacuum bottom. It creates a true vacuum in a cone in front of the dragon, which erases all air and unprotected matter. While living beings, magical items, and dense materials like swords and armor can resist it, it still can erase blood and torn flesh. But the erasure part wasn't where the breath deals damage, it was what came after. When a true vacuum is created, the world tries to compensate for it. The air rushes in to fill the gap. That air, the entire weight of the atmosphere, crashes down into the vacuum and then explodes outward in a violent shockwave that rips and tears anything caught in it. Matilda wasn't a true void Dracaina. She just had the bloodline, and so her breath was extremely weak, but it still felt like getting punched in the face for the tall neck due to how injured its eye and mouth were. This is where it ends for Matilda. She was midair, unable to dodge or move, and her breath couldn't knock the tall neck down. What she saw now was a rush of crimson energy building in the beast's chest, and she knew that a fraction of a second later she would be blasted away with a fire breath powerful enough to incinerate her bones to ash. It was over. As the flames traveled up the tall neck's throat, a massive black claw grabbed it with extreme violence, crushing its windpipe and preventing the flames from moving any further. Before the tall neck could even realize it, a massive jaw bit its head off, and another claw caught the falling Matilda. Immediately, divine magic rushed out of Erod's massive claw to heal Matilda's wounds, and his other claw slightly opened up, allowing the flames still stuck inside the tall neck's throat to burst out of the severed neck like a crimson fountain of inferno that illuminated the sky. Matilda was still confused and even tried to escape Erod's claw, but that was just the side effect of what happened to her. Erod knew that she needed only a few seconds of silence and peace for her heart rate to drop and her system to stabilize once more. When her heart rate finally dropped, she was hit with exhaustion like a hammer, which instantly knocked her out. As Erod made sure she was fast asleep, he teleported her back to the private quarter in Alina to rest, while he turned back into a humanoid form to finish logging and get the lumber Mira needed. Matilda had performed amazingly compared to how she was before. She was indeed growing stronger by the day and getting more used to her draconic blood, which would eventually turn her into a powerhouse, if given time to grow. Erod knew that if this tall neck wasn't a veteran, she would have taken it down, a feat that could only be achieved with a full squad of beast people. She is powerful, tremendously so, but what amazed Erod even more is how determined she was. He had called her out of nowhere, then put her against a monster, hundreds of times her size and power, only for her to just go with it and almost win. Matilda opened her eyes on a soft bed back in the private quarter. Beside her bed, Selena sat with a worried face and quickly jumped at her the moment she noticed her waking up. "You're awake? What did happen?" As Selena cried, Matilda blinked a few times and then looked around. "I was fighting a big tall neck. Where is Erod? I'm pretty sure he finished him off. I'm here." The door suddenly opened up and Erod walked inside. "I did finish that tall neck. You've done well. I didn't expect you to get that far." Matilda sighed, "But I still lost. I couldn't kill it." She looked at the ceiling. "I guess I'm still too weak." Erod smiled. "Well, I would have said you lost if the wound to its leg is all that you've done. But ripping its tongue and eye open worked well. Even if you died, that tall neck would have died right after from blood loss." He reached forward and sat beside her on the bed. A dragon never dies alone, and you took that titanic monster down with you. He patted her on the back. Be proud you're strong, probably one of the strongest beast people. People there are already talking about how Matilda the Brave was eaten by a tallneck, yet still came out and tore its tongue out. Wait, what people? As she gasped, Arid chuckled. All the beast people. Your mother was horrified. But your father couldn't stop boasting. And do you know what the best part is? Can't you feel it? Your draconic blood is flowing nicely now. He lifted his hand and formed a sphere of void. The more you use your blood, the stronger it'll get. The more you bleed, the more of your regular blood would get replaced by draconic blood, and the more stress your body feels, the stronger you'll become. He made the void sphere disappear and pointed at her. Volume, intensity, and load. Just like muscles, your blood needs constant stimulation to grow. Chapter 1869, A Big Cat on the Rooftops. Chapter 1869, A Big Cat on the Rooftops. Arid left to tend to his business as usual, and Matilda got out of bed just minutes later. He had healed her well, and that entire fight now felt like a dream from the past. She wanted to go back and check on her parents in the Beastlands, but that would have to wait until Arod is done with his work later this day. She looked down at herself for a moment and found that the maids had taken off her bloodied and disgusting clothes and changed her to a fresh pair of pajamas, which was nice, but it didn't fit going outside, so she had to change once more. Like usual, she wore a pair of wide pants, a tight shirt, and a leather jacket on top. Unlike most girls, she didn't like fancy clothes and instead preferred something that would allow her to move freely. She had tried a few cute dresses and fancy robes, but what did the maids mean by they could see her panties when she climbed the walls? Arad was cutting trees for Mira. I'll go check on them. Matilde stretched her arms and Selina sighed. Fine, but weren't you supposed to be training today? Indeed. Matilda was training when Arad came and picked her up. Right there in the castle's training ground, she was practicing her climbing and parkour skills. I already had plenty of exercises today. She exhaled with a deep chuff, then looked at the door with a sad face. She'll have to get out, go downstairs through the halls and the main palace before being able to get into the courtyard. That was long. She wasn't in the mood for walking down 1,000 steps of stairs. She turned her head, looked at the window with a moan. That is her way out. She might not be in the mood for stairs, but she can go for a drop from the 7th floor. With a single leap, she threw herself out, and Selina cried again. As Matilda fell, she kicked the wall behind her and sent herself flying into a tree, where she grabbed one of the branches with one arm, swung from it, and landed on the inner walls of the castle with grace. The guards who were patrolling there cried in shock and surprise, but by the time they could take another breath, Matilda had already jumped down from the walls into the sprawling city outside. In the room, Selina sighed as she watched Matilda jump away. With a tired face, she walked toward the closet and opened it up. Inside, a girl looking exactly like her was sleeping. Time to work. Take the broom. The Selina copy inside the closet opened her eyes and immediately grabbed the broom, looked at the true body with a smirk. You're ugly today as well. Scram, or I'll never wash you again. Flesh bucket. The real Selina sighed, and after a short moment of silence, the two giggled, talking to myself. How stupid. The clone rushed toward the window and jumped away, taking a seat on the broom as it took flight and followed Matilda. The real Selina sighed, then found a chair to sit on and read a book while drinking a cup of tea. She even called one of the maids to give her a massage. Matilda jumped from the castle's walls and landed on the rooftops of one of the countless houses, and then burst forward, running and jumping from one rooftop to another with impeccable grace and agility, all without making a single sound. Just like cats, Matilda's feet and hands were padded, being strangely soft and puffy, even though they looked normal. Arad was terrified when she could clap her hands without making a sound, but that silence only persisted while she focused on moving her body. If she extended her claws out to get more traction or started putting more weight into her steps, She would make a lot of noise. Her goal was clear. Mira's divine hall. She threw a glance behind her and saw Selina following her on a broom and smiled. "You're coming as well?" "I can't leave you alone." As Selina replied, it was the first time anyone noticed them moving above the buildings, and the citizens' reaction to seeing two of their queens zooming above their heads was just sheer horror and bafflement. Arad might have been a good emperor, but his taste in women was probably the weirdest of them all. How come two queens, royalty that must look dignified and follow the code of etiquette and noble conduct, are running on rooftops like stray cats? One of them was a wild tigress. Yes, but it didn't make it normal, especially not when the other one is flying on a broom like a witch. With each step, Matilda accelerated further and further until she reached a top speed too fast for regular people to spot her. Above their heads, she flew from one rooftop to the other like a flying bird, too fast and too silent to follow with mundane eyes. Matilda had two ways of accelerating. One was instant, the same way she moved against the tall neck to slash its leg, which she used her powerful thigh muscles, like powerful springs, to instantly accelerate. The other was to slowly build speed as she runs, which is how she accelerated now to her top speed. Selina, on the other hand, gracefully accelerated on her broom. She herself couldn't fly with magic, but she could imbue her broom, which was a magical item, with mana to fly. While the magic item wasn't too expensive, controlling it was too hard and carried too much risk that not many mages even bothered owning one. While Selina owned just one cheap broom, Merlin seemed to own a whole collection of them, with some costing as much as an entire mansion. The amazing part was that Merlin didn't buy them. She made them, and Selina's broom was one of the first brooms she made and sold back in the day. Since the two headed directly toward the Divine Hall through the rooftops, it didn't take them long to arrive, and they were there in just a minute or two. Matilda jumped from the rooftops and rolled on the ground to break her fall, and Selina slowly floated down with her broom and landed beside Matilda. Selina stared at Matilda for a second and sighed. "You're full of dust now. Can you not roll on the ground like that?" Matilda shook her body and patted the dust away. "A bit of dirt won't hurt anyone. It doesn't really matter." She walked forward and looked through the hall, spotting Mira's massive workshop where she worked with tens of carpenters to process the wood Arad just brought them. "Mira, what are you doing?" Matilda rushed in and called, causing all the workers to stare at her in surprise. They almost asked how she got here since the place was locked and guarded by soldiers, but then they remembered that she was a queen as well, and they must have let her in. As if to answer their question, several guards rushed in, arms in hand, as they shouted, "Intruders, halt! This is a—" But then the guards froze as Matilda stared at them with a clueless face. "What? I'll handle this." Selina sighed and waved her hand to the guards. "Sorry about her? We should have gone through the front door." "Ah, no," the guard gasped. "We didn't know it was you. Please, go ahead." The guards quickly retreated now that they confirmed the two's identity, leaving Matilda and Selina with Mira. "Weren't you injured and resting?" Mira stared at Matilda with a worried face and got a smile from the tigress and an exhausted face from her friend. Mira had heard from Arad that Matilda fought a tallneck, a creature as massive as a dragon, and got severely injured. "I'm fine." Matilda swung her arm up and down. "Arad's healing magic is amazing." Mira smiled and looked back at the other carpenters as they turned the logs into planks. "Don't make them too thin and leave some for foundation. The plans are on my desk. Just don't forget to order nails from the smithy." She took off her gloves and threw them away. By this time, she only wore them out of habit, but she didn't need them anymore. As a demi-goddess, she can even grab red-hot metal with her bare hands and shape it with ease. Wood splinters can't even scratch her, and it would take more than a few hits with a hammer to hurt her fingers. Right now, Mira had developed a new habit of driving nails into the wood with her thumb instead of using a hammer, since that was faster. "What are you making?" As Matilda asked, Mira pointed toward the pile of wood. "House parts. We got an order for a new settlement for the barbarians living on the other side of the mountain, Nina's clan. They were used to living in caves and tents like nomads, but that lifestyle won't work around here, where it can get so cold in the winter. Can't they just live close to the city where Merlin's barrier can reach them? As Selina asked. Mira shook her head. First, they hate civilization and would rather live in the woods, and they just don't get along with regular people that well. Myra smiled. Besides, I'm a carpenter. They asked me for houses, and I'm going to give them that. If they want new land, they should talk with Senna. I see. Selina looked at all of the wood, then, how about installing a smaller barrier around the village or building it into the houses? Myra's eyes sparkled. A home heating system with barriers and fire magic stones that might work, but I'll need to redesign all of the houses, and the bill would be quite high. She scratched her chin. And I can totally see the houses catching on fire, since the barbarians won't be able to maintain the system on their own. Matilda smiled. So you need to make it child-proof, if that child could twist metal with their hands. Selina stared at her. No, she isn't making it. That would be too much unneeded work. Chapter 1870. Orion's Great Bridge. Mira looked back at the massive pile of planks and logs her carpenters were preparing, and then turned back to Matilda and Selina. Do you have anything else to do today? I was training, and Selina was reading some spell books, so we aren't really busy. Matilda did have enough action for one day fighting the Tallneck, and Selina wasn't a fan of moving too much. The two had nothing else to do today, and that's why they were here now. Mira smiled. Then, if you have nothing else to do, would you mind coming with me to the mountain's bridge? While those guys prepare the lumber, I must go check on the building process of the bridge in the chasm between the mountains. She pointed at the two large mountains behind the capital. The great capital of Orion was built at the foot of two mountains, one massive and one a bit smaller. Those were both hot spots for powerful monsters and rich in minerals, making them a good spot to set up mines. The bridge Mira was overseeing was made of stone and wood, large enough to link the gap between the two mountains and allow the two mountains to link. As expected, the larger mountain was the richest in minerals, but getting to its peak was almost impossible on foot, let alone moving carts of ore. That is where the bridge would help, since the smaller mountain had fewer slopes and cliffs, making it easier to set spiraling roads on. So right now, the miners use the small mountain first, climb it with ease until they reach the peak, where they cross the bridge and keep going just a bit to reach the mines. But the current bridge was temporary and supported with a lot of magic that was expensive to maintain, and made the mines not worth the expense, which explained why the Lord of Alina never exploited the area before. But currently, Mira had just gotten a new set of capable helping hands, and she wanted to take them to inspect the bridge directly. As the private carriage rolled into the front yard of the Divine Hall, Matilda and Selina saw three maids emerge from the shop to accompany them. To their surprise, those three were all new faces. You must have seen them walking around the private quarter. Those three are Camilla, Roanna, and Alicia, the last maids approved by Isdis and now are my personal crew. She pointed at Camilla. She is my bodyguard, then turned toward Alicia. She is a genius farmer. And then finally patted Roanna on the shoulder. And finally the star of today. She'll help us assess the bridge and rebuild it without the need for magical supports. Camilla shook her head. She says I'm her bodyguard, but she tapped the sword on her waist. I'm not strong enough to protect her. It didn't matter how powerful Camilla was as a mundane human. She could never reach Mira's physical level. Any attack that could scratch Mira's skin would be more than enough to shatter Camilla's blade, her armor, and her body in half like a piece of chalk. Alicia giggled. What is a genius farmer even? Everyone already knows all that I know. She smiled and looked at Mira for a second before shifting her gaze toward the capital's massive walls. Behind them, hundreds of farmers are now working hard to make sure next year's harvest, the capital's first harvest, is plentiful. They can't keep relying on Alina's supply, since that would stress the people there and raise the prices for them. Roanna didn't speak, But she looked a bit stressed as she carried a stern look on her face, and her eyes kept getting drawn to the bridge looming over the mountains. Everyone is now expecting her to come up with something smart and make it happen. But the sheer speed of the wind, the large numbers of monsters, and the biting cold at the peak would prove her mission nearly impossible. Today was her first big mission, and she didn't want to mess it up. Even though Mira told her that she doesn't need to completely eliminate magical supports, just reducing them, and thus reducing the maintenance cost, would work just fine. But Roanna wasn't worried about that. She was worried about her standing among the wives. If she manages to pull this off, then it could work as a great argument in her favor later on, if she wanted to become a mistress. Even if she can't show physical fighting skills, if she showed rare intelligence, she might just get in with it. In short, this was her big chance to get a promotion. She must not fumble this mission no matter what. Leave any monsters to me, then. Matilda waved her arm, and then pointed at Selina behind her. She'll take care of anything magical. Camilla stared at her for a second. It is my and the soldiers' job to deal with the monsters. We can't have the queens fight unless absolutely necessary. Mira shrugged. Depends on whether you can deal with the monsters quickly enough before Matilda gets to them. She is fast and has powerful senses after all. The 6 of them got into the carriage and started heading toward the mountains, while escorted by an entire battalion of fully armed soldiers. Armed knights, battle mages, and trained archers all escorted the carriage, keeping a close eye on their surroundings, but none of them was mistaken. They weren't here to protect, but to distract any potential threat until Mira or Matilda deals with them. No mundane being had any chance against the current Mira with her divine body, and Matilda was already far above the average soldiers, that she could already overwhelm them all on her own. Getting out of the capital was easy enough, and going past the farmlands and forest's edge was just as smooth. But the trouble started when they entered the depths of the forest leading to the foot of the smaller mountain. The road was clear and paved, but the threat of stray monsters was still high. Even if Arad ruled this place, and even if the stronger monsters could notice the smell of his wives and stay away, there was nothing that prevented rogue or traveling monsters from being a threat. Monsters never stay in one place. They migrate and travel each season, either due to food shortages or for reproduction. But the main reason monsters migrate a lot is to avoid dominant beasts like dragons, griffins, and wyverns. A wild red bear, for example, would rather move away than stay under the rule of a dragon. That migration can sometimes result in a phenomenon called a monster stampede, where a large horde of monsters moves across the lands, devastating and destroying anything in their path. As the carriage moved, the knights surrounded it on horseback, and Matilda sat above the carriage to keep an eye on their surroundings. Mira and the rest stayed inside, but Selina had cast some scrying spells to make sure nothing snuck past Matilda's eyes. As expected, monsters were already hiding behind the horizon. As the carriage went deeper into the forest, a large slithering horror that made the knights shiver and Matilda feel disgusted. A 5-meter-long millipede with human hands for legs, a twisting ape face, slug-like eyes, and its entire back carapace was made of coagulated amber. What the hell is that thing? One of the knights growled, and a battle mage pointed his wand forward with a frown. Looks like a failed magical experiment, probably the work of some crazed wizard. Since this monster had shown in their path, they had to deal with it. From the look of things, it won't avoid them, but will attack the moment it notices them, so it is better to attack first. I really don't want to sink my teeth into that disgusting thing. Matilda sighed, and 2 of the knights looked at her. One of them smiled, and the other shrugged with a smile. You're our queen. You don't need to fight anyway. Just sit tight. We'll get that thing dealt with quickly. The battle mages lined up, and when everyone seemed ready, they unleashed a volley of magic. The stone spear spell over 10 of them all at once. The monster's head twisted as it sensed the powerful magic. It turned around and dodged the first few spears by slithering on the ground and hiding behind the trees. It was fast as a trained adventurer, But two of the spears hit their mark, leaving gaping holes in the monster's disgusting body. Mira looked out of her window and shouted at the knights. "That thing is sensitive to magic but blind. Those eyes can see mana, so chop them off, then blast it away. Heard the queen change to formation B." The leader of the knights shouted, and Mira pulled her head back into the carriage. Thanks for the advice. It was Selena who told Mira about that thing. It seems that it worked in a similar manner to her bodied double magic. This might be the work of a flesh mage, the type of wizards who make flesh golems, chimeras, and do experiments on monsters and humanoids alike. Chapter 1871, The Ugly Millipede. Chapter 1871, The Ugly Millipede. The moment the hand millipede spotted the guarded carriage, it growled from pain and rushed toward them, using the thick trees as cover. It moved faster than a horse and was considerably stronger. The mages didn't know what its abilities were, but they knew it was best to kill it before it got closer. The mages attacked once more with a volley of spells. Instead of stone spear that the millipede had dodged earlier, they decided on a spell that was harder to spot and dodge, Earth Spike, which worked in a similar way, just that the spear would suddenly burst from the ground instead of flying through the air, and it was perfect for stopping charging cavalry. As the mages pointed their wands forward, mana surged through their bodies, reached the wands, sparked from them, then flowed right back into their bodies. From there, the mana moved like rivers of blinding blue radiance through their bodies, down to their feet, and into the ground, where it surged forward like lightning, and the millipede could see that clearly. Before the earth spikes could even appear, the millipede had already seen the points of concentrated mana in the ground where they would appear from, and dodged preemptively with ease. It was quite terrifying to see such a massive monster moving at such speed and dodging the spells like a slithering viper. The knights rushed forward with their shields. 4 made a shield wall to block the monster while the others pulled their spears to stab it. This monster seems to be at least upper B class in power, so they shouldn't drop their guard around it. Burn it when we pin it down. The commander of the knights shouted as he lifted his spear and waited a second for the blind monster to crash head-on into their shield wall before jumping in with his spear. This monster might be large and fast, but it isn't that tough, so the spear slid right through its flesh. The other knights did the same and stabbed the beast, quickly giving the mages a chance to finish it off. The monster bled and growled for a second, and then went limp as its life faded away. The knights quickly gave it a few more stabs to confirm it was truly dead, and then sighed. "What is this thing? I never seen such an ugly monster before. Yeah, why human hands? Should we send a search and arrest order for the wizard who made this thing?" "Probably. We'll report this to General Alcott and see what he has to say. Don't drop your guard." Camilla looked out of the carriage's window. "Lady Selena says 2 more are coming from the west. She'll deal with one, so you all take care of the other one." As the knights gasped, horrified to hear that 2 more of these ugly things were around. Selena extended her hand out of the carriage's window and pointed her wand toward the west. The battle mages saw her hand and wand, and their eyes opened wide. Selena's magic broke all of the rules they were taught as soldiers. It didn't care about efficiency, reliability, or usefulness. It was messy, patched together, but still powerful. There was a massive difference between a wizard who learned magic in the army and those who learned it among other wizards in towers and magic schools. First, Selena used the same spell the battle mages used first, Stone Spear. Instead of using mana to create stone in the shape of a spear and fire it, she used magic to pull dirt and stone from the ground and form it into a spear. The battle mages did the same thing before to save on mana, but Selena's goal was different. The mana that Selena saved from using the ground stone was then used to add a second property to the spear, and it was the possibility of controlling it remotely. In total, Selena's stone spear cost almost double that of the one used by the battle mages, and it was more volatile and prone to failed casts. As the spear was fired, one of the millipedes in the distance flinched and moved to dodge it, but the spear changed trajectory at the same time and ended up hitting true. The millipede was cracked open in a single hit. and all of the battle mages couldn't believe their eyes. You patched a homing script onto a stone spear. How is that even possible? One of the battle mages cried, and Selina didn't reply. Instead, she pulled her hand back into the carriage and asked Camilla to speak for her. She wasn't good at speaking with strangers, especially when all of the attention was on her. She says it is indeed impossible to place a homing script on a stone spear spell. The spear usually shatters midair. That's why she made it with dirt and stone instead of just stone, so it's more flexible and can rapidly change direction without shattering. This spell takes a lot of mental power and practice to get just right, but it's still possible, Camilla explained in Selina's place, and then smiled. And this trick is useful for cheating on the magic accuracy test by controlling your spells directly. It costs more mana, but when the test is to just hit a moving target, this still works. I see that. But before the battle mages could ask any more questions, the commander shouted, "All soldiers, take your position. The bastard had shown its ugly face." The last remaining millipede burst from the bushes with a raging roar. Just like the first one, the soldiers managed to kill the last millipede without allowing it to get closer to the carriage. The battle was short but scary. No one liked seeing unknown monsters in the wild because that usually resulted in a lot of deaths, but they were lucky today. If not for Selina taking down one of those ugly horrors, some of the soldiers might have gotten injured. 4 of the soldiers split up from the ground to carry one of the monsters back to the capital for inspection, while the rest quickly kept moving forward. Even though the news about a mad wizard being so close to the capital was a big deal, they couldn't just abort the trip to the bridge. As the carriage rolled on the bumpy road, Mira looked out of the window at the passing trees. A mad wizard nearby was awfully suspicious. Why didn't they get caught before? Did they snap just recently? Then why Arad didn't put any pressure on the local resident of Alina, and she sure didn't hear about any wizard living near these parts of the forest. She should get someone to investigate this place later and find whoever this wizard is. But at that moment, she was looking into the boundless forest. Her divine eyes that could see for miles more than regular human eyes spotted something creepy on the horizon. A little girl who looked no older than 7, ginger with bright blues and a loving smile, looked at them from beyond the horizon. She wore a tattered and bloodied rag and seemed to have a bunch of those ugly horrors crawling around her. When Mira blinked, the girl was gone. Arad, we got a problem. Poppy is here. Chapter 1872, Poppy's Harrowing Nature. After Mira and her crew passed, Arad immediately arrived at that part of the forest and searched the whole place, but he still found nothing. There were traces that someone powerful was here, but he couldn't tell if it belonged to Poppy or to anyone else. It was quite scary to know that there was someone out in the world who could hide from his powerful draconic senses. Arad had even looked through Mira's thoughts as she remembered what she saw in the forest. And there it was, Poppy. She didn't mistake her for someone else. Poppy was there not that far away from the capital. Back in the castle, Arad and his wives inspected the monsters Mira's crew killed, and he had a lot of things to find and say about them. Merlin was positive that those monsters were made from humans, and Doma confirmed the presence of a powerful curse. Even his mother, Violet, shivered when looking at the abhorrent beasts and said that they were created from dark magic that was long forgotten by mortals. Just that alone was enough to classify Poppy as an S+ class disaster. She was probably on the same level of power as young Doma or the current heiress if she wasn't divine. There was even suspicion that she might have come into contact with something abominable. And when they brought Amaterasu to inspect the monster, she confirmed it as well. In fact, this was the first time Arad saw Amaterasu looking so troubled by something. The fact that she didn't burn in the sun is troubling. Those monsters are also quite advanced, even if they are just prototypes for something bigger. Amaterasu looked at Arad with a worried face. But what worries me the most is the abominable magic. I know it well. Violet frowned. Don't tell me it's that bastard? They didn't call him a womanizer for nothing. She growled, but then sighed. No, That doesn't make sense. It isn't possible. I don't think Cain had a relationship with her. She was most likely infected by his madness. At this rate, she'll become an abominable chimera like he was at his prime. She pointed at the monster's corpses. Look, tens of pairs of hands, yet not a single brain inside the corpses. I bet she is collecting the brains of her victims and building her own network. Weren't we just dealing with a prickalishi like me? Arad sighed, and Amaterasu shook her head. That might be just the base of her current power. An abominable chimera has mainly mental powers, so physically you'll be fighting a prickalishi, but you'll also have to deal with a wave of psychic damage. Amaterasu wiped her hands clean and then went back to her church. Arad and his wives were left alone with the monster corpses, wondering how they would deal with such a threat. In the meantime, Alcott and Polio arrived at the forest to search for Poppy using their powerful senses. Even though Arad should have been better than them, the two knew Poppy far better and might be able to notice a few things that he'll miss. Their search would take a while, so Arad didn't expect any quick reply and instead focused on bolstering the capital's defenses by spreading his vampires all over the walls and outskirts to act as guards. When Mira and her crew reached the bridge at last, they were surprised to find Gammond waiting for them there. Arad asked me to keep you safe, just in case. She waved her hand to them as the carriage stopped, and then looked down at the capital. Don't worry, even if the mortal world banded together, they won't take me down. While those words sounded like a boast, they weren't. Gammond had already destroyed her entire work on her own and proved herself to be a world power. Mira walked out of the carriage and looked at her with a smile. That is reassuring. But please don't push yourself too much. Gammond laughed. I thought you'd be against it. You're a demigoddess now and are far stronger than most common monsters. She walked toward her, then gave her one sharp glare. I'm glad that power isn't getting into your head. Myra giggled. Even so, my life isn't only my own anymore. I can't take it lightly. That is why I'm counting on you. She tapped her belly, then looked at the bridge. Roanna, time to get to work. As Mira, Roanna, and Alicia started measuring and gathering information about the old bridge and the location, the others rested by the carriage and waited for them to finish. There wasn't that much for them to do, so all they could do was talk and pass the time. Camilla was surprised to find out that Gammond isn't just a regular powerful white Dracaena, but an elder Dracaena. She knew that dragons could get as powerful as a great worm, but she never heard of the stage above it. What scared her the most was learning about Gammond's elemental expansion, which is powerful enough to plunge the entire world into an ice age. Learning about Gammond's power, Camilla came to understand that most of Arad's wives aren't just powerful in the common sense, but are untouchable beings with so much power that mere mortal can't fathom their existence. But that also called into question Arad's power. Gammond was happy to explain just how powerful Arad is to Camilla, but she looked sad, talking about it. Due to her and all of his wives, Arad now has a glaring weakness that he can't just fix. In fact, it might be more than just a weakness, but a deadly disability that is holding him down. In Gammond's eyes, that weakness is none other than his wives and this empire that he built. Those are Arad Orion's only weakness and shackles. He has things to lose, while his enemies don't. If not for his wives, Arad might have already consumed enough souls and power to evolve. If not for the Empire, Arad would have already left the mortal world in search of more power. Even if he got drafted into the war, that would have only meant him getting a buffet of abominations to feast on. This was precisely the problem now. Poppy won't stand a chance in a direct fight against Arad himself, even if she were a psychic monster, as Amaterasu predicts. But if she were to target Arad's empire, his only weakness, she has a good chance of causing a lot of damage. As they talked, Mira approached them. We're almost done with the measuring. The bridge is just as we expected, but the gap is a bit bigger than was documented. According to Roanna, the bridge she designed won't work at this distance, and while it'll still allow people and horses to pass, even loaded carriages, she isn't certain it'll withstand the violent wind. Just enchant, then. Gammond replied, and Mira shook her head. The point is not to use magic. Rowana said that to make sure the bridge is safe, she needs it to be able to withstand at least 3 times the worst expected load. Gammond shrugged. You don't want to use magic in a world ruled by magic. That is like trying to build a road without using the ground. A bit stupid, but might have its place. She threw a glance at Rowana. So if she can pull it off, then it'll be pretty impressive. The ability to go against the very nature of the world and build something that defies logic. Mira nodded. I know, but it'll be a lot of work. She looked at the city below. But once it is done, we can fully utilize the mines and get ourselves a steady supply of minerals. Mira and Gammond kept talking, while Camilla looked around with Matilda and Selina, and they noticed something strange. Not a single monster dared get close, and the flying ones were changing direction hundreds of meters before getting anywhere close. It is amazing, isn't it? Matilda looked at Camilla. Those monsters can sense Gammond's presence and are avoiding her. No regular beast is stupid enough to dare approach a Dracena of her power. She then pointed at the guards. See how relaxed they are? They know that they are safe the moment Gammond shows up, so you can relax as well. Camilla, on the other hand, didn't agree. Weren't they talking about this terrifying little girl? If I were her, I would attack now when no one is expecting. She walked to the edge and looked down at the capital. Weak and mindless monsters would get scared and never approach. Powerful monsters would know it is not worth their lives, so they'll also stay away. Camilla pulled her sword to be ready at all times. But a weak and intelligent monster would plan an attack. They are just weak enough not to realize the futility of their ambitions, and smart enough to plan an attack. Bam! A second later, something flashed past them and pierced right through Selina's head, splattering her brain across the cold stones. Chapter 1873. Sneak Attack. Chapter 1873. Sneak Attack. It happened so fast that no one was able to react in time, and the moment Selina's body hit the ground, the entire place exploded into violence. The ground cracked, ice exploded, and blood painted the peak red. The entire clash only lasted 5 seconds, but in that short time, everyone got pushed beyond their limit. The first to move was Gammond, and her eyes glared at the direction the shot came from with such malice and rage that the people in the city below felt her bloodlust and almost fainted. The temperature around the whole world dropped by 2 degrees as a massive glacier of ice appeared out of nowhere, 50 kilometers away from the capital. And the monster who shot Selina, a strange bugman-looking horror, was faced with an accelerating claw of pure cold to the face. In a fraction of a second, before Selina, who was shot in the head, could perish, the monster who shot her was already a frozen corpse accelerating out of orbit. The hit should have shattered his body into a mist of blood, but Gammond's ice was powerful enough to maintain the monster's shape. The acceleration also caused enough friction to heat him like a meteor, but that heat wasn't enough to melt the ice either. A second fraction of a second later, flames burst across the air. The glacier melted, and the world's temperature rose by 5 degrees. The ice that she created while killing the sniper melted, and she stood there with a raised arm, engulfed in an incinerating inferno. Gammond is an elder white, Dracena, and her power far outclasses most. While the cold and ice were generated from her draconic magic, the flames were only the result of her moving through the atmosphere at a harrowing speed. Elemental expansion, Gammond's eyes opened up, burning deep blue with draconic magic, and the entire world shivered. A third fraction of a second later, Gammond had unleashed her elemental expansion, and a terrifying white dragon taller than the clouds loomed over the great capital of Orion. Its body was muscular, thick, and too massive to fathom. The tail alone extended for hundreds of kilometers and reached nearby towns. Its head glared down at the world with cold malice, and its pure white scales radiated freezing cold. In the fourth fraction of a second, Gammond had covered the entire world with her elemental expansion, allowing her senses to spread far and wide. Such a move was risky since it could hurt all living beings, but she didn't care. The risk was minimal, and since one of Arad's wives was killed in front of her, she couldn't call herself a proper wife and an elder Dracaena if she didn't send the perpetrator to the lightless pits of the abyss. She located all of the monsters surrounding the mountain and counted almost 10 of them. With the snipers she killed, only 9 were left. Those were a threat, but she didn't care about them for now. What she wanted to murder was the little shit commanding them from over the horizon. Gammon's elemental expansion disappeared in the 5th fraction of a second, and all 9 remaining monsters were suddenly frozen, engulfed in ice, and the excess heat she dumped into the atmosphere was already reversed. Gammon herself was already over 100 kilometers away, having conveniently used her massive draconic size to move at the current moment. She stood 5 inches away from Poppy. The little girl was hiding in an abandoned hut northeast of Alina, preparing for the assault there and watching the mountain's peak using her powerful vision. One moment, she saw Selena getting shot. Getting rid of the mage early was a common tactic, and many utilized it. She was certain that the monster's attacks wouldn't be able to harm Gammond or Mira, and targeting anyone else besides Selena was useless, so that was the reasoning behind the first attack. But in the next moment, the 3-foot-tall Poppy found herself staring directly at Gammond's exposed knees. Gammond, in her humanoid form, was a giant S standing at almost 11 feet tall, over 3 meters, decently muscular, and right now she was naked as her regular clothes burned earlier, and she didn't waste time summoning more. Poppy smiled. She had never seen someone react so fast to an attack like this before. The rumors about Arad's wives being absolute terrors to the world's existence were a reality after all. She would have thought of something else, but now she just didn't have the time. Gammon's foot flew so fast that it was set ablaze, and her toes kissed Poppy's face and sent her flying back at a speed so ridiculous that the little girl's body ignited like a meteor and caused a massive explosion when she hit the nearest mountain. The flames from all of that sadly didn't survive, not even for 1,000th of a second, as Gammon's ice robbed them of all their heat. The only thing that was left was a frozen crater where a mountain once stood, and Gammon's sole existence towering over where Poppy should have crashed. With a spark, bones emerged from the ground, got engulfed in flesh and blood, and Poppy was whole once more in the blink of an eye. By this time, those at the mountain's peak were starting to react and notice what happened. The monsters who were supposed to attack were already frozen, but some of them immediately broke free as Poppy enchanted them against cold magic. A fierce fight erupted immediately after the shot, drowning the right side of the bridge into violence. The fastest 2 to react after Gammond were Mira and Matilda, who almost immediately moved. Mira grabbed Rowana and Alicia to get them to safety, and Matilda froze for a second upon witnessing Selena's head getting blown away, but immediately roared and lunged at the nearest visible monster. The monster Matilda faced was a disgusting gray-skinned man with an elongated torso and over 100 arms. Those arms all moved simultaneously, but she didn't care. She rushed right through the endless barrage of punches and smacked the ugly creature with a single punch to the guts that was powerful enough to send him flying to the nearest stone wall. As the monster hit the mountain's side, Matilda was already once again upon him, swinging a fist that she had never tried before. Instead of using Void Step to move, she applied it to her own body in a way that would allow her to change her body position. This had caused her arm, which was extended far behind her back, to suddenly teleport forward to a stretched position, setting her fist already within the same space as the monster's guts. The rejection from her fist being in the same space as the monster's guts, the power of her punch, the sheer speed generated from the sudden teleportation, and the very nature of the space-ripping void all combined into a single powerful hit that roared like thunder, splitting the monster's guts open and cracking the side of the mountain. The monster should have already been dead, but Matilda was already being consumed by mindless rage. Seeing her close friend and sister in marriage getting killed like that had triggered both her animalistic nature and draconic rage, causing her to not punch once, but to unleash a rattling barrage of harrowing punches to violate the already dying corpse. To a looker, Matilda's body wasn't moving naturally. It was teleporting in place to change its position. shifting from a pulled arm to an already delivered punch multiple times a second. Each void dragon had a unique way of using their own void magic, and this was how Matilda's void magic worked, at least at her current self. A second shot came flying right toward Mira's head. No, it was aimed at Roanna and Alicia, trying to knock them both with a single shot. But since Mira saw the hit, she got in the way and got hit instead. The shot was a compressed beam of water. It was fast, powerful, and dense. But to Mira's divine body, the water felt like a really powerful power washer, but nothing more. It splashed from her head and barely left a dent. The sniper was greedy. He aimed to finish 2 of his targets with a single shot, but that was his undoing. Mira felt that, lifted 2 fingers, and called him out for it. Divine light burned around the sniper, and his monstrous and ugly body burst into holy flames. Camilla finally noticed and started to move. The soldiers followed right after her, and they were already about to be surrounded by monsters. Camilla, who expected such a situation the most, found herself one of the most powerless of them all. She saw one monster jumping at the soldiers from behind, but she was too slow to reach or even warn them. It was then that a multitude of stone spears hit the monsters, impaling them on the mountainside. From the blood and dirt, Selena's arm was extended forward with a wand in her twitching fingers. One eye closed and the other opened, bloodshot as her brain matter slid down her silky hair. Poppy had made one huge mistake. She didn't know that Selena never goes out with her real body and always sends a flesh doll. Chapter 1874, Poppy, the Mental Monster. Chapter 1874, Poppy, the Mental Monster. Gammon glared down at Poppy with burning blue eyes, her mere gaze freezing the ground into deep blue ice. Poppy struggled to look up at the towering Gammon, but still replied with a cheeky grin, followed by a gargle of blood and strange magic. Not a single fraction of a second had passed before the two exploded into action again. Gammon wasn't interested in listening to Poppy at all, and just wanted her dead, frozen, and buried beneath layers upon layers of ice. Temperature already dropped far enough that metal would crack and crumble, and yet Poppy looked nearly unfazed by it. It was quite strange, ironic maybe. There are only 2 Pricolici in the entire universe, Arad and Poppy, and Gammond had now fought them both. Like before, Gammond attempted to kick Poppy in the face and shatter her body. But to her surprise, the little thing managed to move and somewhat dodge. She had jumped, laid one hand on Gammond's leg, and leaped over it. Poppy was nowhere near as fast as Gammond, but she had seen such a kick before. Dodging it wasn't impossible, but she had made one mistake. In that tiny, insignificant fraction of a second that she touched Gammond's leg, enough heat got sucked out of her, and her arm ended up frozen solid, then shattered before she could finish jumping over the kick. Gammond's entire body was already edging on the cusp of absolute zero, and a constant stream of cold magic flowed through her entire being, sucking heat from anything she touches at a rate unimaginable to mortals. A single touch is enough to freeze a Titan solid and even make other white dragons shiver. No one had ever survived her touch without freezing, except Arad Orion Poppy's frozen arm shattered and separated from her shoulder as she moved. If she hadn't cut her own arm with her blood, her entire body would have turned into a frozen statue. Gammon's cold was so extreme that ice crystals formed around her entire body and fell to the ground. Knowing that those crystals were frozen air and not water, Poppy could estimate the extent of the world-level threat called Gammon. She wanted to attack, but by the time she severed her own arm, Gammon was already coming at her with a second kick, forcing her back into the defensive. Using her second arm, Poppy blocked the kick and was blasted away at blinding speed, enough to heat up like a meteor and disintegrate into ash. She quickly regenerated, then threw another glance at Gammon. She was clearly outclassed by a lot, too much to even directly be able to resist, but that was the key word, directly. She put one hand behind her back and pointed the other toward Gammon with a smile. From her fingernails, blood rushed out, forming several spinning bullets of boiling blood and magic. Those bullets all fired toward Gammon like a machine gun, and Gammon silently lifted one hand, to deflect them all. One bullet after another, Gammon slapped them all aside with deadly precision. Each bullet individually had no hope of scratching Gammon's skin, but each of them was made of compressed blood, magic, and poison, making their damage slowly build up. After deflecting hundreds of them in a single fraction of a second, Gammon noticed that the scales on her palms were getting loose and slowly losing their rigidity. At the start of this fight, Gammon was enraged, but now she had started to calm down after remembering that Selena should be fine. The insult of someone being able to headshot one of Erad's wives in her presence still burned, but she wasn't a young Dracaena and could swallow her pride to focus on what really mattered. She was fully aware that Poppy wouldn't take the risk and initiate a fight if she didn't at least have an escape route. If she pressed her too hard, Poppy might just run away. So instead of focusing on killing her, Gammon had shifted her attention to another objective. She wanted to slowly push Poppy harder and harder to learn about her abilities and mentality. She wanted to know what this freak wants, what she believes in, and how she fights. Like all other dragons, Gammon was a paranoid freak who hated to leave anything unplanned for. This fight with Poppy was outside her expectations, so now she was planning for a second rematch. As Gammon notices the number of blood bullets increasing, she rushes forward through the barrage to reach Poppy before her scales start falling off. Poppy gasped, stopped firing, and lifted both of her hands, barely blocking Gammon's elbow at the last moment. Both of Poppy's arms froze and shattered in the blink of an eye, and she could see Gammon's hand reaching toward her neck. She could regenerate from grave wounds, even from being turned to ash, but she might not be able to escape if Gammon froze and sealed her in ice. Poppy took a deep breath and her chest inflated like a balloon as her lungs filled with enough air for 1,000 men, and then her mouth exploded open with a deafening roar. Gammon plugged her ears with ice and kept reaching toward Poppy's neck, only for her scales to rip apart her arm to get skinned by the violent vibrations of the air. One moment she was reaching toward Poppy's neck, and in the next second she was staring at Corey's corpse with Erod standing above her. She remained still for a second and could feel several of her long-frozen emotions starting to boil. Rage, sadness, wrath, madness. Poppy's maddening scream wasn't a physical attack, but a mental attack that reached the brain through vibrations in the air. She can both control and modify memories and emotions, using them to twist and control those she sets her eyes upon. That was how she preyed on mortals for blood and flesh, and she managed to get so many corpses for her horrid monsters. Now, I'm not your enemy. Go, kill that dragon for me. As Poppy smiled, so did Gammon, and the little one almost shat herself. Gammon wasn't angry at Arad for killing Corey. She was angry at herself for giving birth to such a weak daughter who wasn't worth his time. She wasn't sad at Corey's death, but sad that her daughter failed to stand by Arad's side. Her wrath wasn't directed at Arad, but at her failure of a daughter, and the madness brewing in her brain was just her twisted elder brain seeking a new spawn of the Void Lord. Gammon's hand caught Poppy by the neck and lifted her up with ease. Sorry, it didn't work. Poppy's scream vibrated the air and used their vibrations to tickle the brains of targets and force them to release hormones and neurotransmitters. So by precisely controlling those vibrations, she could control the brains of her targets. While the scream itself was magical, the effect on the target brain was purely chemical, which allowed it to bypass all magical mental defenses, but that is also the reason it lost to Gammon's harrowing biology. Gammon was already informed that Poppy might be a mental monster, and so she already had a plan. The moment she sensed Poppy's interference with her brain, she used cold magic to cool her brain down to near freezing, throwing both Poppy's control and mind reading out of sync. What Poppy wanted Gammon to feel and what Gammon felt weren't the same, and what Poppy saw Gammon seeing, and what Gammon truly saw weren't the same either. Now, how come you weren't affected? No, I'm certain you got affected. As Poppy asked, Gammon glared at her with a grin. What are you after? Speak or I'll freeze you. You know that you won't escape in that case, right? Tell that black dragon that there can never be two kings. This world is too small for the two of us to coexist. With those words, Poppy's expressions faded. Her eyes lost their light and her entire body went limp. Gammond froze her anyway so the others could take a look at her, but she wasn't sure if Poppy was alive or dead. She felt as if the girl's soul had left her body, but she was certain that her heart was still beating. Far away in an unknown land, a little girl was traveling with her mother through a dense forest to collect medical herbs when she started twitching. The worried mother rushed to check on her daughter, only to get bitten in the neck by her. As the mother died, the little girl stood, licked her bloodied lips and smiled as her hair and eyes changed color. A fresh body, a fresh me. Have fun with that vegetable corpse. Chapter 1875, Brain Hopper. Chapter 1875, Brain Hopper. Arad had just been on a table with a horrid monster on it, and now he was back only to find Poppy's lifeless, but still alive body on it. Disturbed, he looked at the body, then at Doma, who stood at the corner of the room. It has no soul, but it's still breathing. As he asked, Doma shook her head. All vitals are normal. I even had Eris fully heal her, restore her magic, and make sure nothing was wrong. She approached the table and touched the body. But there are no traces of a pricklychi, vampiric, or even lycanthropic blood. She put her hand on the body's head. The brain is dead, long gone. Merlin, who was going through several notes beside the table, finally moved and spoke. Most likely she is swapping bodies by killing and rewriting their brain structure with hers somehow. She lifted her robe to show Arad her torso. As you know, I'm a high human, and thus was born with an extremely weak and fragile body in exchange for abundant mana and talent. To survive, I had to graft organs to replace my failing ones regularly. The process is complicated but doable. What I don't know is if it's possible to graft a brain, Doma added. The brain is where your consciousness and sense of self are. She tapped her head. If this breaks, you're gone. Isn't that the soul's role? You're the soul, not the vessel that is the body or its organs. As Arad replied, Merlin had to correct him a bit. You're right, but wrong. The brain is the medium between the soul and body. It is the interrupter and translator between the two. Lose it, and the soul passes away to the afterlife. She tapped the body on the table on the chest. Her heart is still beating, but this body is no longer able to get a signal from a soul, and so it is dead. She looked at Arad. I'll cut the head open and see if I can find any traces of grafting. If I don't find anything, then it means Poppy has another way of changing hosts. How else could she do it then? I'm a pricklychi as well, and I don't think I can do that. Does it have anything to do with what Amaterasu said about Poppy possibly having multiple brains? As he asked, Doma added from the corner of the room, brain swapping, the act of taking her brain off and shoving it in a new body. Brain hopping, the act of attuning her soul to a new brain, then linking it with her soul. Rebirth, the act of giving birth to herself, then swapping bodies like what Dee does. Or it could be something else we're not aware of. She lifted one finger. I don't think she is swapping brains because that would require moving one brain from one body to another, and that doesn't align with how she escaped from Gammond. It could either be brain hopping, rebirth, or something else. The door opened, and Dee walked inside with Jasmine. Merlin looked at her, and Doma smiled.
Welcome, immortal witch of the Dark Elves. Would you mind explaining your rebirth to Arad?
Dee looked at them with a worried face, and then at the body resting on the table. With magic, I can get myself pregnant with my own cells, effectively raising a clone of myself. When I give birth, my soul transfers to the newborn body, and my current body dies. That is how I extend my lifespan and get a new one if I was majorly maimed or cursed. She pointed at her stomach. It's a magic that modifies the body, in my case, turns my reproductive organs into a cloning organ to respawn. The side effect is that I can't have children, and this is a magic that only women are capable of using. Merlin pointed at the body on the table. Would you mind inspecting her? I want to know if she is using rebirth to swap bodies. I think that would be impossible since the process takes months. Dee inspected the body anyway and concluded that it wasn't even old enough to bear children, making rebirth literally impossible to use. This narrowed their guess to only 2. So it's either brain hopping or a method unknown to us. Arad sighed. How does brain hopping work? I'll explain. The door slowly opened and Senna walked inside, followed by Celica. Brain hopping is a complicated mess. She approached the body on the table, touched it, and then frowned. It is indeed brain hopping, but an advanced version that I've never seen before. It is even more advanced than what my father used. She looked at them. While father used the brains of his dead enemies, this one is using live people as her hosts. She went on and explained how the brain acts as a bridge between the soul and body, and how modifying it with magic could allow a soul to partially link with the body. She also went on to explain how the girl's brain is modified, but not much. Poppy probably has multiple hosts that she uses as a computing cluster for her psychic and magical powers. But from what I'm seeing here, even though I guess she has tens or hundreds of modified brains, she only uses one or a few at a time, allowing the rest to live a normal life until she needs them. She tapped the girl's head. This is why this brain is barely modified. She was probably living a normal life until Poppy needed to use her body a few days ago, so she killed and took her place. Arid sighed. Great, so anyone can be Poppy. Do we have a way to tell her hosts apart? Sina shook her head. I can tell them apart, but my method would give them brain damage and might even kill them. So I can't start inspecting everyone we come across. A body swapping, mind bending. Prickalici Arad rubbed his temples. She might be an even bigger problem than we anticipated. Arad was good at dealing with world-ending threats, but not so much when it came to someone like Poppy. The very nature of her power or existence made her hard to track, detect, or counter. If anyone could turn to her in the blink of an eye, then Arad might not have a chance of stopping her if she decided to act. Senna, how long do you think it would take her to swap to a new body? As he asked, he didn't need to hear Senna's response as he saw it in her face and heard it in her thoughts. Seconds. First, the brain would stop working, her soul would kick the previous soul and take over. She gains consciousness and then manually transforms the body to her liking with magic if she wants. Senna shook her head. From what I'm seeing here, she prefers her little girl body like this one, as it's what she was before first becoming a vampire. But there is nothing preventing her from controlling the body of an old man, a woman, or anyone. Arad remained silent for several minutes as he ran everything through his mind, and soon came up with an idea. Let's ask Fernanda? This might be a type of eldritch magic. Merlin flicked her fingers and summoned a tea set. Let's just hope that we don't need to find and kill all of her innocent hosts to get rid of her. Chapter 1876, Silent War of Horrors. Chapter 1876, Silent War of Horrors. When Fernanda arrived, she looked really exhausted and in pain. Her face was pale and her eyes had dark circles around them, as if she hadn't slept for a while. Arad would have asked her if she was fine, if he didn't already know how much she loved to mess around and put on acts. What do you think about her? As Arad asked, and pointed at the body on the table. Fernanda sighed. Well, it'll taste nice in a soup like lamb. Arad sighed. I'm talking about anything unnatural. This was a monster just hours ago, a Prickalici like myself, and we think she could swap bodies. Fernanda's face cleared of all its blemishes as she sighed and touched the corpse. This body had been fully modified, not just the brain, probably an application of some power that can shapeshift the entire body at once. Detecting it is hard if you don't know where to look. Now that this little girl is dead, magic won't detect the shapeshifting. She found a chair and sat down, threw a glance at Arad, then looked at the corpse once more. If it is anything like you, then I say she marks the targets by drinking their blood, then uses them later on. I can't see any traces of a disease, but this entire body had been ravaged, and each cell was tampered with twice after a long moment of silence. She stood. I have a theory, but it's a dark one by this world's standards. She approached Arad, sniffed him once, then sniffed the corpse. I bet the true monster, the beast, is an entirely different terror than what Gammond faced. This girl was just a host of its power, and was quite weak, as she only carried temporary enchantments. Fernanda scratched the back of her head. The beast probably has two ways of getting hosts, infecting them directly by drinking their blood, or by infecting their direct parents. This girl isn't showing any signs of being the direct target, so I guess her mother or father was marked, and she inherited that mark. That second part is impossible. Arad spoke. The beast we are tracking is called Poppy, and she was sane until recently when she snapped. There is no way this girl was born and grew in a few weeks. Fernanda tapped the girl on the forehead. So, the beast knows how to hide its tracks well. How about it? Want me to hunt it down for you? How would you go about that? Merlin looked at her with a smile, and Doma as well seemed interested in her answer. Simple. At one moment, Fernanda was alone beside the table, but then she disappeared and was replaced by a young girl who looked no older than 5, an old man, a mature woman, a balding uncle, a random-looking young man with bright clothes, and a shifty-looking woman. We are Fernanda. We are U.S. They all spoke at the same time, and their eyes burned bright green. If that Poppy thinks of herself as a horror, I'll show what true terror is. The little girl spoke. I'll spread across the entire empire. Each of those bodies of mine would live a normal life and set a net to catch the beast. The moment she makes the mistake of infecting one of mine, she'll have to fight me for dominion. Doma smiled. So you two are somewhat similar. You get vessels by eating them, but we don't know what mechanism Poppy has. It'll be a brain-hopping prickalichi against a cannibalistic immortal witch, two nightmares clashing at the dead of night. She stood and tapped Fernanda. Let's give you a chance to prove yourself. Don't kill Poppy. Bring her back alive to me if you can. Arad, what do you say? As long as you don't cause any problems and are careful, don't stand out too much. Arad sighed, and he then gave Fernanda a sharp glare. And tell me the moment you find her true form. All of Fernanda's body smiled at once and silently merged back into the face everyone knows her with. Then I'm already working on it. If you see any report of the missing suddenly being found, abandoned babies at churches and orphanages, and a surge of thugs and ruffians, then do brush it aside. From that moment, a second horror graced the mortal world with her presence. Fernanda, the abominable witch who once ate her entire world, was now silently spreading through the lands like a cursed nightmare. The changes to the world were subtle, but her influence almost immediately rivaled lesser gods, and not a single person was the wiser, except Arad Orion and his wives who knew her. Mom. Mom! A noble young lad cried as his mother breathed her last breath on her bed. Her face paled, her eyes froze, and her hand dropped, rapidly cooling down. Then suddenly she gasped for air and started violently coughing. The young lad instantly glared back at the healers behind him. What is going on? Hurry up. Tend to her. As he screamed, the confused healers jumped in and started healing and inspecting her. One brought her water, one kept constantly casting healing magic, and the last one checked her diseased lungs. It's a miracle. Her lungs didn't heal, but they were somewhat restored. She might live for a few more months. The healer's eyes opened wide, and this holy magic, a divine blessing from Sol. As he stared back at the noble lad, the lad looked at the bedside table where his mother still had her Amaterasu's holy symbol. She was a firm believer of Amaterasu, not that new goddess Sol. As he frowned, the healer shook his head. Her divinity, Amaterasu, is a powerful goddess and can't play favorites with mere mortals, unless they are some powerful paladins or priestesses. Sol is a part of her pantheon, a lesser sun goddess. I bet Amaterasu wanted to help your mother but couldn't due to the divine rules. That why she had Sol do it for her instead. The healer stood and looked at the now sleeping mother with a smile. Make sure to visit Sol's church at least once and thank her. Thank Amaterasu as well. This almost never happens. The mother woke up 2 hours later and was even able to walk a bit with the help of the maids. She was already old and past her 90s. It was a true miracle for her to once again walk the hallways of their mansion. The noble lad and his entire family were joyous, and they threw a huge party to celebrate the mother's recovery. The mother, still tried and sickly, silently watched from her seat with exhausted but still powerful eyes burning with a verdant flicker. Near the end of that party, a filthy beggar covered in mud and filth stormed at the mansion's gate, cursed at the nobles for having a party while he starved on the streets, spat at them, and even pulled his thing to piss on them. The guards pulled their weapons and rushed in to restrain and remove him from the front gate, but it was then that the mother spoke for the first time in 3 years. Let him in. If he is hungry, then feed him. If he is filthy, then give him a bath and new clothes. He looked at them, and the guards growled, threw a glance at the noble lad, then sighed, "Lucky bastard." They dragged the still rampaging homeless beggar inside and got him cleaned and fed in hours. By the mother's order, they even granted him a job as the cleaner of the garderobes. It was a bad and disgusting job, but still better than nothing. It took a lot of discipline, but he wasn't a beggar anymore, and a new verdant glimmer of light burned in his eyes, and there was more across the entire empire. A newborn baby was found abandoned at the door of an orphanage, and the demons hiding in the shadows were absolutely confused. A young woman who had been violated had now taken refuge in one of Amaterasu's churches to dedicate her life as a nun. Even she was surprised when Amaterasu granted her holy powers and made her a cleric. Her dying eyes burned with holy light, hiding a verdant glimmer of power. The man who violated her was captured days later, enslaved, and sent to the mines for the rest of his life, but he didn't seem regretful, not even a bit. Instead, he boasted and laughed. The verdant light hiding in his arrogant glare wasn't noticed by anyone, not even the gods' merchants and the bandits who attacked them. Deserters, cults, the abandoned and the lost, hundreds, then thousands of people all around the empire silently held on to their lives, and Fernanda's net spread faster than the plague. All she had to do now was sit and wait for the time that Poppy would make the mistake of trying to infect her. Chapter 1877, Void Fist. As a silent bar brewed outside of everyone's awareness, Mira's day ended after their trip to the Great Bridge of Orion was almost ruined by the monster's attack. Even though Roanna had filled all of her measurements, analyzing those numbers would have to wait as she needed to recover from the shock of the attack. This was the first time Roanna had seen someone getting their head blasted open, and she had never seen such an ugly and disgusting monster in her life. What made it worse was that she, Alicia, and Camilla didn't know of Selina's body doubles. To them, they saw one of their queens getting killed out of nowhere in the middle of the day without them being able to do anything about it. While Roanna and Alicia were just terrified, Camilla had it the worst as she was mortified. Her father was a royal guard, and now that she had become Mira's maid, she wanted to at least do her role as a bodyguard and protect her. Granted, she was much weaker than Mira, but how bad could it be? If someone attacked, she'll fight and protect her queen. Business as usual. As an adventurer, Camilla knew she could fight monsters and humans alike. She wasn't boastful, but was proud of her own power and skill. But when the attack happened, she realized just how naive she was, and how useless her power is when it really mattered. She might not have been as slow to react as the soldiers and knights, but she still lagged behind everyone else. Myra burned one of the monsters from afar, and Queen Matilda ripped the mountainside apart with one. Even Selina, who got her head blasted open, still managed to cast magic and kill the rest of the monsters all on her own. Camilla, Roanna, and Alicia all stared with open mouths. 2 identical people were standing in front of them, 2 of Selina. Queen Selina twins? Roanna gasped and Selina giggled, patting the back of her still injured body double. No, first, I'm not a queen. I'm a concubine, Matilda's concubine. Second, this isn't my twin, but a flesh golem made from magic. The body double started smoking, and in the blink of an eye she turned from a beautiful woman into a horrifying, skinless body that looked right out of a nightmare. The only thing that made the flesh golem look normal was polymorph magic mixed with several illusion spells. Selina might have been shy, soft-spoken, and always hid behind Matilda's back, choosing to remain in her shadow, but she isn't weak or talentless. In fact, she was one of the most talented wizards in the university. Even if she was nowhere near monsters like Betty and Merlin, she was what a regular mortal genius would be. Anyone could still attain her level of power and skill if they studied and trained hard enough, even at a young age, but nowhere near how young she is. Betty had once estimated that if anyone wanted to reach Selina's current level of skill, they would need at least 2 decades of effort and study, while she achieved it in her early 20s. With a second tap, the flesh golem turned back to look exactly like Selina and headed into her room to shut off and rest in her closet. They say you aren't a true wizard until you create your first original spell, until you've left your mark on the world of wizardry. That is mine. Selina is talented, isn't she? Matilda wrapped her arm around Selina's neck and pulled her into a hug. Even though I knew it was just a clone, it made my hair stand when I saw you get shot. Selina gasped for air as Matilda's chest almost suffocated her, but she quickly managed to push her back. Forget about me. What the hell did you do to that monster? You cracked the side of the mountain. Matilda looked at her arms. That, I asked Mother Violet, and she said that I was using void step. She clenched a fist and extended her arm forward. Instead of teleporting my whole body, I was teleporting my punches and making them occupy the same space as the monster's guts, which caused shockwaves. Opening her palm, she looked at it for a long moment, even though I was just trying to punch as fast and as hard as I could. I wasn't trying to use void step. You were using it on instinct, like how a little baby puts everything they catch in their mouth. Violet appeared behind them, dressed in a dark purple dress and looking like she was going to a fancy party. Gojo can twist and contort the void, Arad can digest and recreate matter with ease, Altair can shift matter in space, which she uses to move her bullets, and you, it seems you can somewhat skip using space altogether in your moves. She clenched a fist and swung it forward. See that? I need to swing my arm, waste energy on that. But in your case, your arms go from rest to the attack, already landing without any wasted energy resulting in more power, and if your fist happened to be teleported to the same space as the target you wanted to punch, a shockwave would appear as space tries to repair itself. As Violet explained, Mira seemed to understand it first rather than Matilda. So? She wastes less stamina, her attacks land instantly, are near impossible to block due to the shockwave, and could they free her if she were tied? As Mira pointed out, Violet smiled and pulled some thick cuffs. We can try. Violet cuffed Matilda's arms behind her back and then asked her to throw a straight punch forward. She didn't even need to worry about the shockwave, as Violet promised that she would make sure those don't appear. Matilda wasn't sure if she could do it. Her arms were literally tied behind her back after all, but she tried anyway. The moment Matilda tried to throw the punch as hard as she could, her right arm was already extended in front of her. She gasped and looked back with a puzzled face. The cuffs weren't broken, one side was still latched onto her left arm, but the other dangled empty, as if it hadn't been locked around her right wrist a second ago. Your arm teleported right out as expected. This means blocks won't work, and counters would also fail against your attacks. Violet smiled. If you can master this and apply it to your whole body, you'll be moving like a god of space. No one would be able to best you in martial arts. She patted Matilda on the shoulder. So, for now, just train and try to master the void. As Violet was about to leave, Mira called her and asked about her dress. I didn't hear of any party around. Violet smiled. There are no parties. I'm going out with Alcott and Ginger, so I gotta dress a bit. I can't lose to that Nosferatu. She took a single step and disappeared without a trace. Mira stretched her arms. So they are busy as well. She looked at everyone else. Well, I was looking forward to a bath after a day of hard work and chaos. But what do you say, Matilda? She looked at her with a smug face. Want to play with me a bit before that? Matilda returned a smug grin. Fist to fist. Let's see who cries first. A few minutes later, the two were standing face to face inside the training ground Merlin made for them. For Mira's martial training, she had been training with several of Arad's other wives lately, and Matilda had been her best opponent so far. Arad is sleeping with you tonight, right? Matilda asked, and Mira smiled. Of course I'm getting him all for my lonely self. I might even be willing to let Camilla and the others have a lick or two. Matilda smacked her fists together. If I win, I'll join you tonight. Mira smiled. Is that all you can bring Selena as well? She cracked her neck. But if I win, Chapter 1878, Goddess Via's Wild Cat. But if I win, I'll have my fun playing with you. A big kitty is still a kitty. Mira lifted both of her hands and extended them forward. Matilda smiled, scratched the back of her head, and then cracked her neck. Like I would let Merlin toy with me like that again. I won't be turning into a tiger again. A moment of silence hung between the two for a few seconds, and then Mira lunged forward first. She was fast, too fast for any human. Her divine body far surpassed mortal limits, and it showed clearly when her entire being turned into a blur. Matilda took a simple step to the side and pushed Mira's punch aside. While both of them were weak and nowhere near the rest of Arad's wives, in terms of skill alone, Matilda was on a whole other level above Mira. Matilda had spent several years hunting monsters in the wild, fighting humans, and had come closer to death more than a few times. She was already a veteran fighter who danced with death, unlike Mira, who only had her powerful divine body. That was how the two of them reached a balance. Superior skills against a superior body. Who shall win? The one who is stronger and faster, or the more martially versed? Mira's foot dug into the ground, and she came to a sudden halt, pressed down with all of her might, and changed the direction of her punch. Matilda might have tried to push her attack away, but that only worked if Mira didn't violently resist the push. The once deflected punch turned into an uppercut flying toward Matilda's chin, and the tigress smiled as she stepped on Mira's foot, kicked her in the knee, and finally smacked her aside with an elbow to the temples. The hits hurt. They hurt a lot, and even made her eyes tear up, but that wasn't enough to stop or even slow her divine body. In combat, Mira now has simple advantages due to her portfolio of greed. As she had discovered before, greed wasn't only about money, it was a trait, a quirk that people have, and it made them seek more than they need or deserve. When Matilda smacked Mira with an elbow to the temple, she immediately swung a kick to knock her out. Mira could see the foot rushing toward her face and smiled. This was a greedy attack. She swung her face down to meet the kick even faster and blocked it with her forehead. The moment Matilda flinched, feeling her bones almost cracking, Mira jumped forward and tackled her with all of her might, sending her rolling on the ground. If Mira's opponent made a greedy move and pushed more than they should have, she would be able to sense that greed early and counter far more easily. It was foolish to be greedy in a fight against the goddess of greed. Matilda should have been more cautious. The moment Matilda stopped rolling, Mira's foot came flying and kicked her once more in the guts, sending her rolling for several more meters. The second advantage was that Mira herself could be as greedy as she wanted, getting rewarded for being reckless and greedy while her opponents are punished for it. This trait of Mira had even confused Arad Orion when she trained with him. Zon! Matilda disappeared right before she fully stopped rolling on the ground and appeared right behind Mira with a clenched fist. Sorry, but I'm not the smart kind. Mira immediately turned around and swung her fist, clashing directly with Matilda's roaring punch. A fist that surpassed the void, and a palm that sparked with divinity. The clash between the two burned the air and bloomed into a deafening plume of sparks and fire. Void fist, divine smite. Camilla protected her face with her hands, and the two maids behind her were thrown to the ground by the blast. "What was that?" Alicia cried as her ears were still ringing, and Roanna replied, "A divine smite unleashed by a goddess, left then right, followed by an upper hook, just the way Arad taught her." Mira's hands moved with terrifying speed, yet they lacked the trained precision and mastery. But that didn't matter. Her fists were already burning with divine magic and ready to explode into a smite. Matilda was indeed slower than Mira. She was a mortal, after all, facing a divine being, but she was still able to keep up and even directly counter Mira's barrage. Thanks to her void fist, Matilda's arms didn't need to move for her attacks to find their target, and so, in practice, she was faster than Mira. The ground cracked as countless divine smites clashed with Matilda's void, ripping the air apart and unleashing a multitude of shockwaves that made even getting close to them nearly impossible for the maids watching. Selina waved her wand and formed a massive barrier to protect herself and the three maids from the shockwaves of the clash. She had seen those two fight before, but this was the first fight that Matilda could directly face Mira's divine smites. But just after a few seconds, Matilda teleported back with void step and growled, shaking her smoking hands. It hurts. Even to her, blocking so many divine smites was still a lot, and now her forearms burned as if they were battered with a bat. Even with your new moves, you still won't be able to face me directly. I know I didn't earn this power, but that still doesn't mean you can defeat a demigoddess. She extended one hand to the side and ignited her palm with divine flames. You can try. Matilda stood with a grin, and her eyes burned purple. Yeah, it seems I still need to use my claws. Her fingernails extended out like claws, and her toenails burst out of her shoes to give her more traction. It's time to ramp things up a notch. Matilda squatted down and took a deep breath. Her thigh muscles contracted and bulged until her pants tore open, prompting Mira to smile. Merida is going to be pissed. When Matilda released the pressure accumulated in her legs, she burst forward in a powerful leap. Tigers are known to kill with a single leap, and Matilda was no exception. Due to her powerful legs, sharp claws, wild instincts, and draconic blood, not many could survive a leap attack from her, but today she had to come up with a new trick besides being too fast. Zon. With a void step, she teleported mid-leap behind Mira and swung her claws down using her void fist, resulting in an attack that was almost 3 times faster than her fastest attack in their previous fights. It didn't matter how fast or durable Mira was, she shouldn't have been able to react to such an unexpected attack, but she did. Mira was already facing Matilda. She predicted that she would teleport behind her and got ready beforehand. Matilda's claws still found their mark and slashed Mira across the chest, leaving 4 gaping wounds that extended from her shoulder to her lower chest. Matilda's eyes opened wide as she didn't expect Mira to take her attack directly without even trying to defend herself. As Matilda tried to make sense of what just happened, she quickly noticed why Mira abandoned all defense, and she was already too late to defend herself. Just a fraction of a second after Matilda's claws cut Mira's chest open, Mira's right hand was already kissing her liver. Divine cleaver. With a blinding thunderclap, Matilda was blasted away with a splash of blood gushing out of her mouth, and Mira smiled for a second. This was a trade, one hit for another. As Matilda hit the ground, Mira coughed a mouthful of blood. Damn, Arid loved those. She held the gaping wound on her chest, pondering whether she should heal it or not. Chapter 1879. The women Arad loves. Matilda hit the ground with a loud crunch and then growled in pain for a few seconds. Her entire body burned in agony, and her bones felt as if they were on fire. A normal punch to the liver would have been painful enough, but a divine cleaver just made her want to shit herself and cry for the rest of the day. I thought you saw me as a big kitty. Is abusing animals your type of fun? Matilda smiled as she pushed herself off the ground, puked her bloodied guts out, and giggled. But I've been hit by worse. Last time she fought Arad, he punched her so hard that she passed out after fighting him. Any regular kind of pain felt mild, with the exception of Dalla's slaps. With how badly injured the two of them are, it would have been wise to call it now and stop this fight, but they knew better. This is where the real training starts. Most fights are lost not when the fighters are healthy, but when they are struggling within an inch of their lives. Matilda had to focus, let her void rush out. That state she was in when she ripped the tall neck's tongue out. She had to focus on her pain, agony, and the fear of death. If she doesn't go all out, if her body doesn't push beyond its limits, she'll end up a cold corpse. Vroom! As her heart rumbled like an engine, Matilda's void magic started to work beyond her limits. A desperate struggle for survival against an overpowered divine being. As Mira heard Matilda's heart ramping up, she smiled and didn't heal her wounds. That would be unfair. She'll face the injured Matilda while still injured herself. Her divine magic sparked and her eyes burned golden. The wound on her chest wanted to heal, but her will spoke against that. Golden lightning sparked in Mira's right palm, extended forward, and a radiant sledgehammer emerged. Divine Hammer, Mira's divine hammer, was a weapon created from her divine magic. It weighed nothing, yet it hit like it weighed a metric ton. This weapon was a perfect replica of her sledgehammer that she used to drive wedges into the ground while building fences and homes, a tool that she was already used to and could swing like a part of her own body. Zon. Matilda disappeared the moment Mira lifted her sledgehammer, and the second round of the fight started before the maids could ask them to stop. Mira didn't know where Matilda would teleport to, so she didn't try catching her. Instead, the moment before Matilda teleported, her sledgehammer was already rushing down toward the ground. The moment Matilda appeared beside Mira, trying to pay back the liver shot, the sledgehammer kissed the ground, and a radiant blast of divine magic exploded like a bomb. Divine blast while using a weapon. Not only would Mira's attacks have divine power, but the shockwaves resulting from them as well would be made of pure divine magic. On top of the usual concussive damage of the shockwaves, the divine magic now also deals an extra damage that is just a little bit less than a divine smite. Matilda, who got caught by the shockwave off guard, growled as the impact rattled her wounds and almost cracked her bones. It felt like a belly flop on electrified water from a 5-floor fall. It hurt like hell, but she knew the real pain was coming right after. Damn, I ripped her chest muscle, so how could she still use so much force? The answer to Matilda's thought was simple. While Mira needed her chest muscles for the downward slam, they weren't the most important, and aren't even fully torn. Her powerful back and juicy abs did most of the heavy lifting, except the sledgehammer weighed nothing. Mira coughed blood and could see Mira jumping out of the dust to finish her off. But that cough was an act. Alongside the red blood that left her maw came a harrowing gust of pure darkness. Mira suddenly couldn't see anything. She was caught directly in Matilda's void breath, and before she could even react, the void erased all of the air, and the entire weight of the atmosphere inside Merlin's labyrinths came crashing down on Mira's body. As the pressure suddenly shot up outside her body, Mira felt as if she was smacked with a hammer in every little corner of her body. Her eyes turned red, her ears, nose, and gums bled, and from her lower half blood-red piss gushed out, internal damage, torn skin, and disoriented senses. Getting hit directly with a void breath wasn't fun at all. But a god's senses aren't tied to just their bodies, eyes, or skin. Even without her eyes, Mira would still be able to sense everything around her with terrifying clarity. And amidst the pain, she extended 2 fingers toward Matilda with a smug, bloodied smile. Divine saw. Before Matilda could know what hit her, a large wound appeared on her torso, and blood exploded out as pain engulfed her entire body. That wasn't a clean cut, but a jagged, unrefined saw. It was messier, hurt more, and caused a lot more bleeding. With how fast Matilda's heart was beating, this much bleeding would leave her unconscious in less than 5 seconds. She knew that, and so attempted this one last desperate measure. Zon, a direct void stepped toward Mira, and not just to appear by her side, but to occupy the same space as her. While void step was easy enough to use, it always provided resistance when the target location was already occupied. When punching the disgusting monster beside the bridge, Matilda could clearly feel that the recoil on her wrists from her punches was more than twice what she usually felt when punching. There is an upper limit to what kind of creatures she could damage directly with her void fist, so Trying to now occupy the same space as a demigoddess with her entire body was nearly impossible, and she felt like she hit a wall at full speed, but with sheer spite it worked. Matilda and Mira occupied the same space for a fraction of a second, and then were ejected away from each other with a violent shockwave. Unlike Matilda, who braced herself for the impact, Mira didn't, and so she received far more damage. Matilda's time was over. The impact compounded with her bleeding, causing her racing heart to almost have no blood to pump up to her brain. Her vision darkened and her body felt numb. She could hear Mira's body hitting the ground with a violent splatter, but was certain that even this much damage wouldn't be able to keep a demigoddess down for long. She hit the ground and for a second could only take one pained breath. Divine sanctuary, a veil of radiant light rained from the sky, and Matilda's wounds started rapidly healing. Her blood replenished and her tired muscles felt colder. Looking up with one eye, she could see Mira on the ground just like her, but she was already releasing divine magic to heal them both. The fight was over, and while Matilda managed to clutch this one, the fact that Mira never used her healing powers proves that in a real fight, the demigoddess would reign supreme. Camilla, who watched from the side, stayed pale. Arad's wives weren't sane at all. In a fight, they'll spill blood and cause mayhem. Mira, the hard-working and gentle carpenter, was able to keep fighting with her chest ripped open, and Matilda was able to endure direct punishment from a demigoddess and still fight. A dragon picks their mates based on pure power and violence. Beauty, elegance, and status certainly didn't play a role when Arad chose his brides. She could remember the moment when she asked Mira about Arad's preference in women. Mira's reply sounded strange at the time. But now Camilla understood why most of the maids would never get to become wives if they didn't change. Arad would love a woman who can kick his ass, or at least one that would try to. Chapter 1880, Nothing Beat a Hot Bath. Chapter 1880, Nothing Beat a Hot Bath. Ah, this feels nice. Nothing beats warm water after healing. Matilda stretched her arms as she relaxed in the hot water. Right now, she was inside the bath, Merlin made for them in the private quarter. A stellar mountain peak with a starry sky, flowing hot water, and a few of endless mist. Of course she wasn't alone. Mira was there as well as Selena, Camilla, Roanna, and Alicia. All 6 of them needed to rest and get cleaned up after everything that happened today. Mira had spent the entire day working and sweating in the workshop, and Matilda had even fought a tall neck today. A lot happened so quickly, Mira cracked her neck as she sank nose deep into the water. Too much is happening all at once. I can barely keep up. Selena looked at her. Your father became the god of war. Your queen got a lot of work, and you even have to deal with being a demigoddess and your church. She waved her hand. That is too much for you to handle alone. Isn't that why we're here? Camilla looked at them. Then her face twisted into a sad smile. But I guess we're useless. No, I'm useless. Roanna and Alicia might be able to help, but I'm just unnecessary. After watching Mira and Matilda fight, Camilla became certain that no matter how much she trains, she'll never be able to reach them. One was a demigoddess who would eventually become a true divine, an untouchable being, and the other had the same blood as the emperor, meaning she could become just as powerful. A talentless, bloodless, and commoner girl like her is destined to have no power, wealth, or status to speak with. I don't think you're useless. Selena looked at her, and Matilda waved her hands. Yeah, you can carry luggage, maybe skin a deer or 2. No, she is right. Mira spoke, and they all fell silent. At this rate, she'll get killed in the first real fight we'll face. She is strong for a human, but that is nowhere near enough for what we would be facing. Camilla looked even sadder, maybe even regretting being here in the first place. She came trying to find and eradicate the vampires, but that dream of hers was quickly crushed by reality, and now she had nothing else worth living for besides serving Arad, who killed Vlad and saved the capital. But even that didn't work in her favor. Arad had no use for the help of a weakling like her, and even her body isn't worth his gaze with the hundreds of beautiful women around him. So how about we fix that? Mira smiled. How about it? What to become a paladin? My paladin, to be exact. Camilla blinked a few times and then threw a gaze at Mira. A paladin? Me? She had to think about it for a long moment. I know this might sound weird with me serving you and all, but I'm not that religious. Camilla was right. The link between a paladin and their god that can be used to channel power cannot be willingly made. It relies solely on the paladin's will and beliefs. While powerful gods like Amaterasu can sometimes force that link and grant someone power, most gods can't do that. And Mira isn't even a true goddess yet. I know that it's important, but we can slowly deal with that. If you become my paladin, then your potential would shoot up rapidly. Mira smiled. Have you heard of the paladin Lydia as a human? She was still able to smack a devil lord in the face, knock dragons down, and had even split an eldritch horror in half that even the gods fear. Unlike all mortals, Lydia stood above all as a unique, singular existence. All clerics and paladins already understood that trying to reach her level was near impossible, and some even began calling her the Saint of the Sun. But the really impressive feat of her existence lies in how the archons of Amaterasu saw her. The divine magic she could draw from Amaterasu was already far purer than anything they drew, and for archons to be bested by a mere mortal, it was unheard of. To them, Lydia looked less like a mortal or an angel, and was more like a blade, a divine, holy edge of pure radiance held in Amaterasu's hand. She was far too sharp, durable and arrogant, just like her wielder. Like Lydia, fine, I'll try. Camilla smiled, but don't get your hopes up. I'm nowhere near as dedicated or crazy as she is. Mira smiled, patted Camilla on the head, then looked at the bathmaids standing around the pool. Good, flush them out and make sure they are ready for the night. I'll get out first. As she stood, Matilda stared at her. That, I was thinking of asking Eris before, but you don't clean before bed. The back end, I mean. Mira blinked. Ah, you won't know. Nothing comes out anymore. A divine body doesn't produce any waste, except water sometimes, and even that comes as holy water. She smiled. You can see it as a perk of divinity. Selena stood. Wait, so you piss holy water? That is right, and I don't need to eat either. My body can sustain itself on a single mortal's prayers. Mira tapped her chest. I'm ageless, don't need food or water, and don't even leave waste. All of my survival needs are gone. Then Camilla gasped. Wait, so the holy water sold at churches is? Mira cried with a blush. Of course not, pointing forward. She created a stream of holy water. I make it like this, like magic, and I can get some nuns to bless regular water. The girls and maids sighed. I thought the gods were just selling their piss to the people. Mira scratched her ear. From what I learned, there is one goddess who does that. The mother of all life. She sells all of the bodily fluids that she doesn't need. She looked at them. But what powerful gods leave is usually too powerful. Remember the pool Vorvados was sealed in? All of that holy water is Tiamat's tears. Mira then lifted one finger and bit it, letting a few droplets of blood fall to the ground. The strongest one is our blood. Amaterasu said that based on the strength of the god, their blood could even affect the very foundation of the universe. As her wound healed, she smiled. Hurry, Arad should be waiting. When Mira was leaving the bath, one of the bathmaids called her. Lady Mira, can I ask you one last thing? Mira stopped and looked at her. What is it? The maid looked worried, as if knowing she might be asking about something that she shouldn't know. After a long minute of pondering, the maid finally opened her mouth. I never seen Lord Arad, you, or the other divine beings use our facilities here. Ah, about that. We're feeding everything to Plum as fertilizer. She is a growing world tree after all. You don't have to worry, as nothing is going to waste. Mira smiled as she left, and the maids were left more puzzled than anything else. As Mira walked into her room drying her hair, Arad wasn't there yet. She didn't know where he was or what he was doing, but she was sure he'll be back any second now. Tonight it was supposed to be still Aella's turn, but due to urgent business in the High Elf Kingdom, she left with Cyrilla and Jasmine. It seems that when the Wood Elves finally returned to the kingdom, they brought with them some strange news. Apparently for the past centuries, a new race of elves had been living with them, hidden in the depths of northern forests. High elves are just like Aella and Cyrilla, fair-skinned, tall and blonde, with a common eye color of green. They are herbivores, live beneath the sacred world tree, and care for it. Dark elves are the same, fair-skinned, but usually tanned due to their lifestyle on the golden beaches of their kingdom. Now, they were permitted by the world tree to retake their place at its roots, and so they are moving to live with the High Elves after Erad's presence ended their war. Wood Elves are too shy and reserved, to the point that they secluded themselves the moment the war broke out between the High and Dark Elves. They have olive skin, bright brown hair, golden eyes, and are known for being better hunters than the High Elves. But from what Cyrilla learned so far, the Wood Elves weren't living alone in the forest. They were protecting and hiding a minor race of elves long since thought to be extinct. Moon Elves, as she sighed. The door opened up and a maid walked in. Lady Mira, you've got a visitor. Chapter 1881, A Grim Omen. Chapter 1881, A Grim Omen. A visitor here? This was the private royal quarter where only Arad, his wives and women lived. No one else was allowed in, and this place was even under Merlin's direct watch. Who is it? The maid bowed her head. Me, my lady. The maid's face melted and her blonde hair turned black, followed by a gust of cold wind. The candles in the room flickered and the shadows grew darker. Mira paled and the maid smiled from ear to ear, her burning purple eyes radiating with pink malevolence. I am Death, nice to meet you, future divine of greed. She gave her a gentle bow. What happened to the maid you were impersonating? As Mira growled, Death lifted her head. She is asleep. I do not kill or harm. I simply harvest lives that have reached their end. So, what brought you here? Is it my time to die? As Mira silently sent a divine spark toward Arad, Death shook her head. No, your death is still far off. You'll live for tens of thousands of years, and I can see you ruling over a myriad of worlds as a divine of craft and wealth. She pointed at her. The one dying is the child inside you. It is still a few weeks off, so I came to warn you. Warn me? Just that? Is there a way to save the child? Mira had to do her best to stay calm, and thankfully, her divine brain was far more resilient than that of a mere mortal. No, you can't cheat Death, but you don't need to cry about it. He would merely die as a mortal and get reborn as a soul in your heaven, a god by birth. Death's voice was cold, sharp, and echoed through the shadows, making Mira's back lose all of its strength. The problem is that his death and reincarnation as a god might harm, disfigure, or even maim him. To make sure he reincarnates safely, get Arad and Eris to construct the shell as quickly as possible. She pointed at Mira. There is no time for Eris to grow stronger. She shall birth the sun, and Arad shall forge it. Mira took a deep breath. If we can do something about it, then it is fine. At that moment, the bath's door in her room opened, and the other girls walked in, only to see Death standing at the door. Who is she? I never saw her here before. Camilla walked forward. But I'm new as well, so that may be the case. It was then that Camilla's eyes opened wide. Yeah, I saw you before. You're that weirdo who was at the observatory tower. The observatory tower was a large watchtower outside the capital's walls, constructed solely for the purpose of keeping an eye on the forest. It was rarely visited by the soldiers or guards, let alone regular people. I'm glad you are still alive? Death smiled. Did you tell them about that foolish attempt at your own life? Camilla paled for a second. Some know she didn't want to look at the others' faces. Matilda and Selina didn't know a thing about her past. She then sighed. Anyway, are you a maid here? No, you should be. I'm not a maid here. I am Death. It is very rare indeed that I get see people without them dying. It was then that Camilla realized that the one who persuaded her off suicide wasn't just any random girl, but death herself. Camilla couldn't speak anymore, and no one else could besides Mira. Realizing who stood before them, it was both terrifying and unbelievable. Out of all the divine beings, death was the one god that all mortals knew far too well. She is the one who took away all of their loved ones, hated enemies, and loomed at the end of their lives as the one inevitable truth. The first sign of death is birth. The goal of all life is death. The inevitable cannot be delayed or hastened. She smiled. No one would ever die before or after their time. Myra stared at her. Then what about Betty? Death giggled. That only goes to speak of how broken she is. She then looked up. Ops, I gotta go unless I want my butt torn open. See you later. She sank into the shadows just a fraction of a second before Arad teleported into the room, looking like a raging titan. Shadow magic? Arad growled. Linda, we're catching her. He looked around for a second, but then Linda's voice rang around him. No use. She didn't teleport through the shadows. She jumped inside and killed herself. That way, she should have returned to her heaven without leaving a trace for us to follow. Arad, she didn't come here to stir trouble. Sorry for worrying you. As Mira approached him, Arad smiled. The raging face he carried disappeared without a trace, and he looked around. Did anyone get hurt? You did good by calling me. Mira then went on to explain everything Death told her, and he looked worried with each word. Eris had told him about crushing a star into a gravastar to use as an eggshell for his kids, but how could they achieve such a thing in a few weeks? Now he has to dedicate one of his incarnations to working on that with Eris. But for now, he had to finish this night. He only expected Mira on his bed tonight, but it seems that Matilda and Selina are here as well. As he looked at them, Mira still looked a bit worried, and everyone else was shaken by the sight of death. He too was worried about the child, but someone had to take the pressure off. He'll figure something out with Eris, so Mira doesn't need to worry. Stress only damages the body and mind. It isn't a thing that should last more than a fraction of a second in a fight. Relax, take your mind out of it for now. I'm handling everything. He reached forward and pulled Mira toward him. Mira took a deep breath and then sighed. You're right. Wait, Matilda gasped behind them. Did Death just run away before Arad could arrive? Was she scared of him? She looked at Selina and got a nod. Yeah, she said she had to go, unless she wants her butt torn open. She was probably referring to Arad. The maids were still terrified, especially Camilla. The three of them fell to the floor and gasped for air. Arad threw a smile at Matilda and chuckled. Well, if she tried to harm any of you, I'll certainly tear her open. Selina looked to be the first one to get over her shock and cried. Wait, can you fight Death herself? That doesn't make sense. I know you are strong, but are you that powerful? Giving Arad a second look and going through his massive, over 3-meter-tall body, bulging veins, large muscles, and disgustingly large mana pool and presence, she could see it. Arad towering over Death and grinning, his entire body oozing with the Death Curse's radiant glow. Mira left Arad's side and went to check on the three maids who were still gasping for air. The most scared of them all was Camilla, knowing that she had met Death herself before, and that Arad here, their emperor, and the man she technically married, could fight her. She had always imagined Arad's power as ridiculous and out of this world, something able to kill the gods. But she had never imagined that one day she would see Death herself running before he arrives. They'll relax soon enough. Mira smiled and then looked at Arad. We should start. The night is long, but it's been a while, and I do want to get my mind out of life for a while. She called the night shift maids and then got ready. As the door opened and the 20 maids responsible for the night walked in and lined up by the wall, the 3 maids serving directly under Mira were finally back on their feet. Who should go first? Mira asked, and Matilda looked at her with a smile. You, of course. I won't come here and take your place. Chapter 1882. burning passion. Mira went first, and as expected of a divine body, she was clearly one level above all. Even to Arad's rough and massive hands, her soft-looking skin felt as hard as stone, as dense as rubber, and as smooth as polished steel. Reflecting the warm candlelight, Mira's sienna skin glistened like warm honey, faintly shimmering with divine light. Just one glance at her was enough for anyone to know she wasn't human, but that also was the case for the titanic wall embracing her. The maids couldn't figure out which of the two got them worked up more. Was it the hulking monument of power, or the slender and athletic divine beauty in his arms? It was a difficult question to answer, so difficult that they totally forgot that 5 more beauties were on the same bed. Matilda, Selina, Camilla, Rowana, and Alicia, all of them were stunning in their own way, especially Selina, who even made some of the maids question themselves. But now they looked like nothing more than pillows on the bed, as Mira's hips jerked, as her legs twisted, and as her voice echoed through the room. The weaker ones, the maids and Mira's 3 maids, all quickly lost themselves. Those who stood beside the walls started panting, barely able to resist the urge to reach between their legs, and the 3 maids were no better. Alicia and Rowana were the first to fall, and after watching Arad and Mira for just a minute, the 2 were moaning and writhing on the bed beside them, drowning in their own dreams. Mortals like them couldn't endure looking at a god's beauty, let alone being in this situation. Selina sighed as she leaned on the back of the bed, flicked a finger beside her head, and cast a faint spell to cool and clear her mind. She wasn't under any spell. She wasn't under the influence of any drug. It was just that a mortal soul, a mortal mind, and a human ego couldn't resist the sexual beauty of their own kind, let alone that of a god. She couldn't tell which part exactly about Arad and Mira surpassed the standards of mortal beauty, but she knew something was getting under her skin. Was it Arad's massive body, his large flesh, his thick arms and legs? Or was it his radiant purple eyes and thick mane? She would think Arad was the one getting her acting up, but she couldn't rule Mira out. It might have been Mira's smooth skin, juicy abs, long and beautiful legs, sweet and melodic voice, or even her full bosom. But whatever it was, Selina couldn't look away. The only one there who might have understood their own feelings was none other than Matilda, who sat there with clear eyes, looking at them with an intense gaze and gleefully awaiting her turn. Unlike those who were still confused, she wasn't. Both Arad and Mira got her turned on, but in different ways. Seeing Arad, she couldn't wait to get a lick of him, to have him sink his claws in her flesh, and to feel the burning passion with her own soul and body. He was the one turning her blood on, the one making her skin tingle and her eyes burn with heat. But Mira was the one causing the most trouble. Seeing her, what Matilda felt was a sense of unity, of wholeness, of shared joy. She imagined herself in her place, carried her beauty, and endured Arad's love. She wasn't turned on by Mira, but turned on by imagining herself in Mira's place, getting the same passionate treatment, which is why she couldn't take her eyes away from her. Matilda sat there, silently watching, waiting, and anticipating her own turn that should be coming soon. But sadly, it took a bit too long. Mira wasn't a human anymore, and with each passing second, with each prayer, and with each droplet of divine energy she got, her body became stronger, more durable, and her endurance grew. Her growth was rapid, astounding, and quite terrifying. Just a few weeks ago, she was just a normal girl who would tear up when hitting her thumb with a hammer, but now she could still stand and fight with her chest torn open with gaping wounds. Now in bed, she could last longer hours even. 2 hours had passed by before Mira stepped down, and she only did that when she was full from the front and back, sore to the bones, and exhausted beyond imagination. Without wasting a second, Matilda grabbed Mira and pulled her aside. She lay her beside the other girls, patted her gently, and then quickly turned her back with a huff, licking her lips. What might have been intended to look sexy came out as terrifying. She was hungry in more than one way. Having to wait patiently for 2 whole hours would get any tigress agitated, and she wasn't going to let Arad rest without getting her belly full. The maids standing at the wall gasped, and one of them rushed forward, finally realizing that Mira had finished and that they should get to work. Their job was simple, but complicated. They had to split into 3 groups, one clean Arad, one to clean the lady, and one get the next one ready. But today their luck had run dry. The moment one of the maids touched Matilda's shoulder, she could sense the harrowing and monstrous strength of a tiger. Matilda moved, shrugging the maid with ease as she grabbed one trying to clean Arad and threw her aside. Some of those maids were really strong, but none of them could as much as resist Matilda. In a second or two, Matilda was already in Arad's lap, having shoved Arad's flesh fully inside her. The maids blinked, looked at her moving for a second, then at each other, then sighed. If she didn't care about getting Arad cleaned up, then fine. The maids quickly shifted their attention back to Mira. Even when fully wasted, she still looked stunning. In fact, seeing her like that got the maids worked up even more than before. One of them barely managed to stop herself from licking her clean. When she relaxed and looked aside, she found another one of the maids sucking on Mira's toes with a burning red face. She would have pulled her away if Mira wasn't fully awake. If Mira herself didn't care, the maid shouldn't talk above her. Still, she poked the other maid on the side. The flinched looked at Mira's foot, then at Mira staring at her. She didn't even realize what she was doing until the other maid whispered in her ear. Soon, the maids got back to their work to clean Mira, occasionally throwing glances at Matilda, who was now swinging her massive hips like a hammer on Arad's hips, and unlike Mira, she was loud, like a wild cat. Arad himself didn't seem to move much, letting the excited Matilda enjoy herself as much as she wanted. The maids finished cleaning Mira and looked at her once. She smiled, leaned back on the pillows, and stretched her arms. Good job, you can rest. Chapter 1883, Wild Passion. Maid apologized to Mira once more before joining the others to stand by the wall. Holding themselves down was getting harder and harder each minute, and it seems that Mira understood that. She didn't go after them, and instead took their actions as normal, and with a smile she lay on the bed watching Matilda and Arad with a smile. Matilda gasped for air with a groan as she stopped moving. She stared down at Arad with a smile, then pulled herself back and got his flesh out from inside her. Being the one to move was fun, but wasn't her style at all. She turned around, got on all 4, and shook her peach. Arad already knew what she wanted, and he wasn't going to waste time. She was a cat, a big cat at that. Being gentle with her turned her off more than on, and the last thing she wanted was for Arad to sit and let her take the lead. First, Arad's body started growing larger until he returned to his original size, which strangely didn't look that much different than when he was Mira. When Arad was with Mira, he was only around 7 feet tall, the height they agreed on, so he wouldn't look like a giant compared to everyone else. She was barely 6 feet tall after all, but Matilda, albeit not looking like it, was huge. She stood at 6 feet 9 inches, counting the ears, a whole 2 meters. She wasn't thin either. She was thick, shaped like a divine huntress from the wild lands of the divine beasts. So when Arad expanded back to his true size, the image finally seemed complete. The toned giant beast huntress was now beneath the arms of the giant barbarian-looking man. One of the maids seemed to finally realize a key feature of Arad that allowed him to be able to balance all of his wives, and it was that he wasn't asking them to change for him. He was doing the opposite. Arad tailored himself for each of his wives' needs. He took the responsibility of caring for them. Mira wanted a gentle, firm, but passionate man, and that was the version she got. But what Matilda wanted was completely different. She didn't even want a husband, but a mate. It was more just to consider her more similar to the Dracaenas than the rest of Arad's wives. What Matilda wanted was a man, a mate, larger than her, stronger than her, firm, slightly arrogant, and most importantly, willful. Since she carried the blood of both tigers and dragons, her needs bordered on the realm of violence rather than passion. As she got on all four and shook her butt, making her tail swing from left to right, Arad grabbed her by the neck and pinned her down. She tried to move, but Arad pinned both of her arms to her back, and she could feel his massive flesh ramming into her insides like a hammer. She smiled and threw a glare at him with a grunt. "Isn't it a bit too small?" He pulled back, and when he thrusted the second time, Matilda screamed her lungs out. It wasn't all the way in, and at his full size, Arad had more than a foot to work with. All of that talent couldn't possibly fit anywhere beside the Dracaenas who matched his size, and of course it was too big even for Matilda. Of course that was by design. Even if it didn't fit, it wasn't something that a bit more strength couldn't fix. Naturally, Arad wasn't going on his own, but he was strictly following Matilda's emotions and impulses that he read directly through her mind. It did hurt her a bit, but that pain was already getting overshadowed in her mind. It was as if that pain itself was essential somehow, and it was what was getting her into heat. Each clap cracked like thunder, and before long Matilda's moans had grown deeper and turned into growls and roars, making the maids a bit concerned. "My lady, is this fine?" One of the maids approached Mira and asked, then quickly threw a glance at Selina, Matilda's closest friend. "Ah, don't worry. The bed won't break even if Arad punches it at half his strength. I specifically reinforced it to handle a draconic level of love," she smiled, and the maid looked even more concerned. "I'm talking about Lady Matilda." Mira patted the maid on the head. "Ah, don't worry about that." If she wanted Arad to stop, he would stop before she could even say it. In fact, he is now only doing what she wanted, following the images in her mind. She leaned back and put one leg on another. "And if you think this looks a bit too rough, then don't worry." She pointed at them. Her mother warned us before. She said that in bed, for the tiger clan, there is usually a lot of scratching, growling, and rough behavior. Think of it more like how tigers, the animals, behave. Or house cats, if it's easier to imagine. The maid still looked too concerned, but she sighed. "I see. I hope you're right." But as she was leaving, Mira added, "Yeah, this might take a bit too long, like several days." "What?" the maid cried, and Mira laughed. "Sorry, that was a joke. They should be done after several rounds. Then it's Selina's turn." Selina smiled beside Mira. "For me, please don't forget to get everything cleaned up. I'd like a fresh, clean slate." The maid bowed, and the rest bowed after her. All of their tools, the water, wipes, and sets of sheets were ready. When Matilda is done with her share, they'll wash Arad clean, change the bed's sheet, and make sure Selina gets what she wanted. "Ah, since Matilda might take a while and you all already waited a while, you can relax and have fun as well." Mira waved her hand to the maids and then turned toward her personal 3 maids. Camilla, Rowana, and Alicia were already out of it, having gotten exhausted just playing with themselves, as they wanted Mira have her share. They knew that they probably won't get any action tonight, and that they were just there in case Arad still wanted some extra fun, and his wives, 2 wives and 1 concubine, weren't able to keep up. The 20 maids who stood by the wall waiting to help if needed all looked at each other for a second, took a deep breath, and then started stripping down. Mira had given them permission, so they won't hold back anymore. Even if they can't jump at Arad and gobble him up, they can still enjoy him from afar, look and bask. But soon, Mira noticed that some of the maids weren't using Arad and Matilda as a source for their fantasy as they played with themselves. Some were looking at her directly. The moment she caught them using her instead, they turned their faces and pretended to be looking at Arad, making her giggle. Lala, Stella, and Bella did warn me about this. She turned to look toward Arad and Matilda, pretending she didn't notice the maids. Chapter 1884, Mellowed Out. Chapter 1884, Mellowed Out. As expected, Matilda lasted longer than Mira did in bed, despite that she had far rougher. It got to a point where the maids got worried for her safety, judging that she might be playing a bit too hard for her own good. But in the end, after what could have killed or been seen as torture by mere humans, Matilda emerged looking better than ever. She stretched her arms, tried to stand on the bed, but fell as her hips gave up. Arad did hammer her good, and it was to the point that she now felt as if she was stabbed with a sword in her lower belly. He had climaxed more than she could remember, and all she could feel now was a stinging pain. If this didn't knock her up, she doesn't know what would. She should now anticipate a few cubs in the future, but just to be sure, she'll spend several more nights like this with Arad. Thinking about it, he might have wasted a third of their chances today in her throat and back end, but she had plenty. Arad, I'm sure I said that I don't like it in the back end, and my tongue is rough enough to rip flesh from bones. She touched her butt and could feel her sore buttocks throbbing. Arad crossed his arms. Well, it isn't rough enough to hurt me. Not even your fangs could. But for the back end, sorry for that. I know you don't like it, but I also know that you hate being catered to all the time. He smiled. Besides, you didn't ask me to stop. True, she smiled, puffing her already massive chest. I love to be pushed around. So even if I hate something, as long as I don't tell you no on the spot, it might be just the spice needed. She crawled back and rested beside Mira, watching as the maids rushed in to clean Arad and change the bed's sheet. As expected, they needed to ask them to step aside for a moment. Arad remained standing as they cleaned him. Mira relaxed on the couch with the other girls, and Matilda was the problem. When the maids tried to clean her, they found her sitting in the corner of the room, legs up and her tongue stuck between her legs. She was licking herself down there like a cat, cleaning herself up, like it's normal. You can bend like that? One of the maids gasped, and the others rushed to stop Matilda and clean her with towels and warm water. They were appalled, but Mira did warn them that Matilda isn't human. She is one of the beast people, a big cat, a black tigress. They did see her before licking her arms and hands to clean them, and it was all now making sense. She is a tigress with a humanoid carcass. After cleaning Matilda and arguing with her for a few moments, it was finally Selina's turn. Unlike the others, she wanted Arad to be her size. While she saw the appeal of a larger, more intimidating partner, she still preferred someone she could look in the eyes without straining her neck. But beside that, she had absolutely no idea what she wanted to do, and even froze for several seconds standing beside the bed in a daze. Throughout her entire life, Selina was a bit awkward, and she hated nothing more than dealing with other people, which eventually led her to create a clone of herself. In fact, until just recently, Selina firmly believed that she would end up marrying either her hand, wand, or staff. The only person she talked with was Matilda, and that wasn't by choice at the start. Matilda just never left her alone. After coming to the university, meeting Matilda, and slowly getting used to other people, Selina had the hard and painful experience of meeting Arad, or Aaron as he was called at the time. He was a hulking, muscular, and terrifying specimen who terrified every other student just by looking at him. But for some reason, that giant always carried a cute little doll that he played with, which only made him creepier, scarier, and look more alien than natural. Then she saw him fight in the arena to save Mira. It was at that point that she knew she must avoid him at all costs. The way he moved, the way he fought, and the way he killed those two monsters with Mira sitting still between his legs made it clear, to Selina at least. Arad was a true monster. Then she learned that he was married. Matilda started a fight with him. Merida killed her clone, and the days passed by. She was forced to get closer to the man she once feared more than all else. When Matilda got close enough to him, Selina started to realize that she was already too deep into the mud to escape and gave up for a while. She didn't know how to feel at the start, but after several days, weeks, and getting to know Arad and his wives more, she realized that he wasn't all that scary, but was instead just a massive, gentle bear that could snap and rip a god in half on a regular Sunday. Selina was determined to follow Matilda as she was the only person she could fully trust, but after that, she came to trust Arad, his wives, and those he valued. Thanks to him and his wives, she was able to expand her social circle, and even if she still can't deal with complete strangers, at least she doesn't need to have awkward conversations with her clone anymore. Now, how come that she, the one who would have hidden away from the sight of a single regular human just a few months ago, ended up naked and on the same bed as the most terrifying man in all of the mortal world. That was right. Matilda dragged her in. She now had no idea what to do, and thus couldn't move a single muscle out of sheer stress. Thankfully, Arad knew exactly what to do for several reasons. He had talked with her before, when she was calmer, and got a rough idea of her. And what's more, he could read her mind as clearly as a clean text on a white sheet of paper. She was stressed and needed him to ease her in. He couldn't do something as outrageous as licking her, because that might fry her head of shame, but he could pull her into a gentle hug, slip his fingers inside with a skillful move, and cup her soft chest. In fact, he knew so much that he had already called someone, and they were now about to walk into the room. The door opened up, and Merlin looked at them with a smile. She didn't even bother knocking, since she was watching them through her magic anyway. She watches everyone inside the private quarter at all times. Merlin looked at everyone with a smile and then greeted the maids first. Sorry for the intrusion. Arad called me. I brought this, a carafe of the finest wine in all of Alina. She approached the bed and bowed toward Selina. It is for our shy and lovely lady Selina to get her mellowed out. As Selina gasped, Merlin waved her hand with an exaggerated move and put the carafe on the bedside table. I'm pretty sure I asked for a maid to bring it here. As Arad looked at her, Merlin smiled, reached down, grabbed Selina's shaking hand and kissed it. And want me to miss on this? No way, Selina cried, and Merlin laughed at her. Calm down a bit, you're too nervous for nothing. She then grabbed the carafe of water, took a sip of it, then grabbed Arad by the face, kissed him, and pushed all that wine into his mouth. As she let go, she smiled. Now, give it to her. I mixed something interesting in it. Arad didn't know what Merlin mixed into the wine, but he could at least trust her. He pulled Selina's face toward him, and to his surprise, she didn't resist. As he kissed her and pushed all of the wine into her mouth, she drank it. While he was doing that with Selina, Merlin, who wasn't even supposed to be here, reached down and took his whole flesh down her throat. No one protested her actions, and so she didn't stop, and kept sucking on it while Arad kissed and cupped Selina's chest, all until he filled the wizard's belly. When Arad filled her, Merlin stood, wiped her lips, and smiled. This wine has a relaxing potion in it. It will help her calm down any stress, but won't affect her mentally. This is what I use when I want to focus on a single spell for a long time, but I diluted her, so it should be fine. Thank you. Selina took a deep breath and spoke, feeling the fog in her mind clear. If you had such a thing, shouldn't you have told me about it long ago? It is a magical cure for your social anxiety, but you shouldn't rely on it. I gave it to you now, so you won't spoil this important night, but I expect you'll work on yourself more in the future. Starting with, how about getting every single maid in the quarter to approve of you? She looked at the maids standing by the wall. Note, every maid who approves of her will get 10 lashes in the living room in front of everyone to see. This way, Selina would have to work to get your trust high enough for you to go through that for her. The maids didn't look that pleased, but what could they do? Nothing. As Merlin was leaving, she stopped by Matilda and Mira, looked at them for a moment, and then grinned. Who? You two aren't cuddling? I thought I'd find Mira running herself all over you, Matilda. Myra sighed. The maids would misunderstand. Merlin giggled. Well, let them. She then flicked her fingers, but I promised in her palm a collar appeared. Remember, an entire set of glassware exactly how I ordered them. She threw the collar to Mira and then left. Mira looked at the collar, then at Matilda. Why did she make it a collar? Matilda shrugged. You know how much she loves teasing everyone. She then smiled. Put it on me, and we'll see if it works as intended. Mira looked a bit more excited than she should be as she reached forward and wrapped the collar around Matilda's strong neck for a second. Nothing happened, but then, in a puff of smoke, the collar's power activated. Beside the couch, a 3.5-meter-long muscular black tigress appeared, and Mira's eyes sparkled. With this, I can freely switch forms. The tigress spoke, and Mira jumped at her. You're really like a big fluffy cat. Chapter 1885, To Murder a Star. Chapter 1885, To Murder a Star. As Mira rubbed her face on Matilda's soft black fur, Arad was on the bed, busy with Selina. Unlike the other two, she liked a gentler approach, a slow and steady approach to love. She didn't need him to be as passionate as he was with Mira, nor as rough as Matilda demanded. A gentle touch, a loving caress, and soft work. She was easily spooked, rattled, and put off by any sign of eccentric behavior. Selina knew that she was a scaredy cat, too timid and too soft to put herself up there with the other people. Just speaking with people regularly was a problem, so being naked and doing such things with Arad here in front of over 20 other people wasn't easy at all for her. Even if Merlin's medicine helped her now, nothing would prevent her from dying of shame or getting a heart attack just remembering tonight's events later on. So there wasn't that much movement at all with her. It was slowly pushed on, and the two rested like that for a while, barely doing anything at all. Arad let Selina soak in the moment, relax, and only moved when she was ready to. For the first time, the maids standing by the walls could relax a bit, and some even went to pet Matilda. The night itself here was quiet. Both Arad and Selina silently embraced each other among the flickering candlelight and shadows. But while this Arad was quiet, it didn't mean he was relaxed. One of his incarnations was about to challenge the very will of the universe, to assert his dominance and existence by flexing upon the very gods. A sun, Arad asked, as he floated in the middle of nothing, staring at a blinding sun with Iris at his side. It is majestic. Well, aren't you a lucky one? Iris smiled as she pointed at the sun. That is now a part of my body. So you're basically saying that I'm majestic. She floated into his arms, wrapped herself around his chest, and then rested in his grasp. I managed to make it by melting a lot of the matter you had stored inside your stomach, and I used a few hundred Ho-White Novas and Amaterasu's divine magic. Arad looked at her with a passive face and glanced at the radiating sun without even blinking. That is a lot of matter and energy. You just absorbed about 3/4 of all the matter I had stored. He looked at her. But all of that won't even fill 1/10 of this sun. Eris shrugged. I did use my plasma divine magic to fill it, but Amaterasu did provide 2/3 of this thing. She sighed. I didn't even ask, but the moment I tried to create this sun and was about to fail, she filled the rest. Arad, Eris, Amaterasu's voice boomed in their heads, and the two flinched. You, Amaterasu, Eris gasped, and Arad sighed. You're watching. He looked at the sun. Or is this sun a part of you as well, since you provided most matter? Amaterasu giggled and then replied, Of course not. That sun is a part of Iris, not me. I'm quite happy to not own 100% of all the suns in the universe. Besides, I want to see how she'll manage this. Making a gravistar isn't easy. Arad already knew that. They were supposed to crush this sun, this radiant star, into an object so extreme that it didn't make sense. Arad could fathom the concept of a sun collapsing under its own weight into a black hole, or even the birth of a radiant blue neutron star, since those were perfectly simple. If gravity won, a black hole is born, and if matter won, a neutron star is born. But what made gravistars so extreme and difficult to understand was because they are born from those two harrowing forces perfectly balancing each other out. If gravity wins, we'll have a black hole. If matter persists, then we have a neutron star. If both fail, we'll get burned in a supernova that might wound my stomach, and only if Iris manages to perfectly balance everything would we end up with a gravistar. Arad stared at the empty void of his stomach. Amaterasu, you're asking my wife to play with fire and for me to detonate a bomb inside my stomach? Are you a fool? As he growled with a passive face, Amaterasu burst laughing. You can't blame me, can you? Mira's child would need this in a few weeks, even if he isn't a void dragon. It is the perfect place to incubate a god's power and prevent it from running wild. She rolled on the bed she slept on. I planned for this to take place a year or two in the future, When you're a few stages down the line and when Eris is much, much more powerful, there is the obvious solution of you making it. But I guess that isn't an option. As Arad spoke, Amaterasu replied immediately. So how about this? If she fails 5 times, I'll make it for her. Eris flew out of Arad's arms and looked at him with a large smile. Don't worry, I'll make it happen. Who knows, in a few minutes, we might have already solved this problem. Arad looked at the burning sun once more and then took a deep breath of the nothing of his stomach. Very well, we shall do it. He looked at Eris, then pointed at the sun. You start? What should I do? Eris looked serious for once, and her eyes burned with divine magic. I'll first sever this sun from my domain, then cause its core to collapse on itself and implode. That should initiate the star's death, and as it is exploding, I'll crush it down with gravity. And my job is to get you out of here if something goes wrong. This is the inside of my stomach after all. In any case, I'll be the one to end up with a sore stomach, or one with a gaping hole. This sun was massive, far too massive, in fact. It was bigger than anything that Arad had ever seen before, and it dwarfed his elemental expansion like how the moon would dwarf a small kingdom. But thankfully, that didn't matter much, because it was inside his stomach. If this sun were floating outside in the void, Arad wouldn't be able to swallow it whole, but since it was born inside his stomach, it could fit. But that also meant that he can't spit it out now. The sun flashed with light. Eris's arms burned, and her entire body exploded with divine radiance. Arad felt the same harrowing gravitational pull that he felt when Eris first ascended into godhood, and now it was all confined inside his stomach. Thankfully, they were far away from his inner world, and thanks to his stomach, he could keep them separate. But if this happened outside in the mortal world, Eris would have just obliterated the entire world. A goddess was now trying to shatter a star, a feat of cosmic proportion that mortals couldn't imagine or fathom, yet Arad stood here basking in the flames and radiation just a few hundred kilometers away from that sun's surface. The people living inside Arad's inner world all woke up to stare at the night sky. A random star in the boundless darkness flashed violently so brightly that it illuminated the world like a second moon. They couldn't believe their eyes, but the vampires and priests of Eris could feel it better than anyone else. Sol, the lesser sun, was now trying to achieve a feat only touched by Amaterasu herself. This wasn't the time for her faithful to sleep or wallow in their worldly duties. They all woke up to pray, to worship, and to grant her as much divine power as they possibly could. They didn't know what exactly their goddess was doing, but they knew it was better for her to succeed. To murder a star and achieve a new divine dimension. Chapter 1886, Collapsing Star. Chapter 1886, Collapsing Star. Facing a dying star, Arad smiled from ear to ear as his scales were seared by the unimaginable divine heat and roiling plasma. In less than a second, everything happened, causing a supernova that shone brighter than Arad's entire arsenal of Ho-white novas. For a fraction of a second, Eris used her divine authority over the star to halt the nuclear fusion taking place inside the core, causing a deadly imbalance in the star's structure. What would have usually happened in a regular star was as follows. The core's nuclear fusion is what generates enough pressure for the sun to exist and endure its own weight. But when that halts, the gravity wins and the shell collapses inward in less than a second, bounces back on the solid core, and then explodes into a radiant supernova. But what Eris had to do now was to crush the core into pure energy at the right moment between halting nuclear fusion and before the shells crushed it into a singularity. She had to race against gravity, and if she failed to crush the core in time or did it too quickly, she would fail. The moment the nuclear fusion halted, Eris unleashed her divine power to crush the core back into pure energy. She had the power, ability, and authority to do it. So it was possible, but she never knew if she could actually do it or not. She never tried such a thing before. Crushing something the size of an apple was easy for her, the same way Arad could do it. But the sun's core was utterly massive. It was like asking a woman if she could bake bread, and when she says yes, you ask her to cook a loaf the size of a mountain. Even if she could do it, that didn't mean she could pull it off at such a massive scale. Iris's divine magic had already engulfed the core when she halted nuclear fusion, so it reacted instantly to her command to be crushed and pulverized into pure energy. But it wasn't that easy, as if she suddenly bit a bone while eating and cracked her tooth. She felt her divine portfolio crack the moment the stress of the entire core fell upon her. That thing was massive, hard, and absolutely resistant to her influence. Eris felt like she was in the middle of a collapsing room, being asked to crush a stone with her teeth to survive, and one of her teeth had just shattered without the stone cracking. The situation was bad, very bad, and she had already wasted so much energy on her first attempt. She could try again, and she might even make it before the star's shell fully collapses on her and the core. Right now, her divine essence engulfed the star's core, so it was as if her body engulfed the whole thing. So, failure would mean death, being maimed for years in the best case. Risk was fine. She faced as much danger to her life in the past, so she won't hold back. This is for Mira's son, for her future son, and for all of Erad's children. She must succeed. Eris charged her divine magic once more and glared at the collapsing shell of the star. A fraction of a second had passed such a small and insignificant time it wasn't even worth mentioning, but in this situation it was like a tense century. She will do it, and won't skimp. Not even a single drop of her divine magic shall be left unused. Eris's entire divine power, will, and portfolio all gathered at her as she went at the core at full force, using all of her godly powers to crush it. But at that moment, Erad appeared beside the core, his hand touching her divine magic. In that collapsing room where Eris was once alone, now Erad stood by her side. He only had one order for her, and it was to retreat. She can't do it in time, and the risk is just too great. If she remains here and fails, she would end up maimed for years, and Erad won't let that happen. He won't even take the risk. The moment Erad showed up, Eris knew that he wasn't asking her to get out. It was an order. He wasn't giving her a choice or a chance to argue. They just didn't have the time for that. He had decided that she couldn't do it and that it was too risky, and was here to get her out, whether she liked it or not. But it wasn't that easy for her, since she had already committed such power to the cause, and couldn't just turn around and leave. She was like a ship that had already accelerated to its top speed and now can't turn away and evade crashing into a glacier. And it was at that time that she felt it again, true fear. Not because she could die or get harmed by the collapsing shell, but because at the moment that she didn't comply with Erad's command, she knew that what was coming wasn't going to be gentle at all. As the ship neared the glacier, a titanic whale burst from the water and smacked it aside with its head, using just enough force to change its direction without fully destroying the ship's hull. In that collapsing room, Erad had slapped Eris hard enough to send her flying through the wall and out of the room, violently getting her out of harm's way. In reality, Erad grabbed the core, sank his fingers into the boiling plasma that made up Eris's divine body, and then teleported it away using the authority of his stomach and void. Eris was his wife, and her will didn't resist him. She was a goddess with a heaven inside him, so her portfolio obediently submitted under Erad's hands. Her vampiric blood couldn't even resist. She was beneath Erad, and he could control her as a slave if he wanted, so that didn't get in his way either. Eris's entire being got flung away like a doll, and even Amaterasu was surprised by how Erad had just violently dominated a goddess as a mortal. A mortal wasn't supposed to be able to do that. Becoming a divine being granted the authority and power over everything else. Even if Erad was 10 times stronger, he shouldn't have been able to do that. The portfolio of murder should have offered the most resistance, but that thing spread its legs to Erad in a heartbeat, which was expected. This was the reason why the gods couldn't get on Erad's bad side. The universe answers to Eo's will, and theirs would just get dominated if they came to a direct clash of wills. Eris was now outside the star, far away, and embraced in the soothing cold of Erad's void. But where was he? Where is Erad now? That was the question that made Eris cry, and Amaterasu stand in her bed with sweat dripping across her whole body. He was at the core of the collapsing star and was about to get crushed by it. The sun is under Eris's authority, so Amaterasu would have to wrestle control out first and then send an order to stabilize it, which would take longer than it would take the sun to explode with Erad's at its center and kill him. Eris should be able to save him, but not in her current condition. It all relied on Amaterasu's quick reaction, and something was off. The star was still collapsing instead of exploding. All of Erad's incarnations disappeared at the same time, leaving one at the heart of the star. Chapter 1887, Binging a Star. Chapter 1887, Binging a Star. Erad was powerful, but nowhere near enough to survive the collapse of an entire star. But he technically couldn't escape this situation even if he wanted to. The star itself was at the heart of his stomach, which was like a regular man swallowing a grenade. Erad had to choose between saving himself and his wife, and he had chosen Eris, even if she could have ended far better than how he was about to end. Death should be coming for him, but she was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know that, and so all he could do was struggle as best as he could to survive, or that what he should have done. Erad was a proud, arrogant, violent, and unforgiving menace who refused to accept reality or let it chain him down. He was now stuck in a place where not even the gods could survive unharmed, and he, a mere mortal dragon, had to endure it and stay alive. The biggest threat wasn't the raw damage, but that it was happening inside and outside him all at once. The star was exploding inside his stomach, but he himself had dove inside his own stomach and is now at the core of that sun. It was a strange loop, and it made it impossible for Erad to avoid getting damaged by the sun's explosion or even possibly being killed. At first he thought that he might be able to succeed where Eris failed and force the core to be crushed into pure energy. The sun was inside his stomach after all, and he had the power to turn any matter there into pure energy that he could use in his breath. But the sun had proved to be too massive. He will never make it in time before the sun collapses and rips him apart alongside the very fabric of his stomach. So, he had to stop the sun from exploding, which was easier said than done. "Yo, Dad, still kicking?" As Erad's massive draconic body burned at the sun's shattering core, a voice rang into his mind. He couldn't see anything due to the blinding light, but he could clearly see one man. "Aether?" Erad quickly realized that time around him seemed to have slowed to a halt, which was probably thanks to his son's draconic magic. Souls seemed to move well inside Erad's stomach, which is probably why Aether could have some power here. Warn them, they have to get as far away from my beacons as they can. The magic beacons Erad talked about were those tiny black dots of void that he leaves whenever he fully enters his stomach. They were like tiny black holes that allowed anything that touches them to get sucked into Erad's stomach, and also showed the last known location of his incarnations. If the sun explodes and Erad's stomach rips open, then all of that flame and radiation would burst out of those black holes and destroy anything nearby. Won't fucking work. The entire mortal world is fucked, hard. Doesn't matter where the beacon is, this sun before exploding is larger than the mortal world. Aether shook his head. He pulled a large cigar, ignited it, and took a whiff. Don't worry, though. It'll be a painless death, evaporated like a sorry droplet of water on a hot stove. He smiled. Won't even sizzle. But you're here for a reason. It can't be hopeless. Arad growled back at him, and Aether smiled. That's my dad. I expect nothing from the old sack I came out of. He pointed at the sun's core. This is one hard nut to crack, right? But doesn't it look edible to you? He walked past Erad and stood on the core, looking around with a smug smile. Time is slowed down. We got a moment to breath. Not that the air here is all that nice, nor that it matters for me. He tapped his foot on the core. Say, Dad, do you know what the difference is between you and Uncle Gojo? He took a second whiff of his cigar and pointed at Erad with it. One is flaccid and the other is ravenous. He chuckled. Of course you aren't the flaccid one. My good old self wouldn't be here otherwise. What are you talking about? Get to the point, Arad sighed and growled back at him, causing Ether to shrug. I'm talking about the nature and properties of your void, how it works. Uncle Gojo can twist and contort space, but you can digest matter into pure energy and reform it back. He sat down, crossed his legs, and leaned on his wrist. Don't take it wrong, all void dragons should be able to do both. It is just that some are better at some things than others. He smiled. All humans can run and fight, but not all of them do both equally. He took a third whiff. Consume it. Eat this star from the inside. Dig your way to the center of its core and start digesting it. Contain the collapse within a loop. You suck it from the core, it gets spat out in your stomach's void and falls right back at the sun's surface. Arid almost immediately understood what Aether was talking about. If he can't endure the explosion directly, then he has to consume and redirect it right back at his stomach so he can try to eat it again. Elemental expansion. Devouring void, Arad's elemental expansion had multiple versions and uses depending on what he needed to achieve. He could use it to clear an area of matter, expand his magical senses and range, trap enemies inside to gain an environmental advantage, or to directly assault and kill his target. Right now, Arad only needed his elemental expansion to be able to absorb and digest matter, to effectively act as one massive gate to his stomach. As Arad's elemental expansion expanded to its maximum size, it turned into a titanic sphere with a radius of 4,000 kilometers. All matter that was within its range got instantly teleported to another part of Arad's stomach, but the matter that was outside clashed against the outer barrier of the expansion and shattered it. No matter how powerful or refined Arad's expansion was, it still couldn't withstand the weight and heat of an entire star collapsing upon it. It lasted no more than a fraction of a second, which was expected. As the plasma and heat crashed right back on Arad's body, he smiled as he heard Aether chuckle. You're getting it. I warned you about that bitch Amaterasu. She is a problem, and look where you ended up because of her. But, Dad, you're hard, tough, so show that beautiful wench where she belongs. You're better than her, better than death, better than all of them. So don't give up, fight back, stand up. Your wives, my mothers are waiting for you, fuck it. I've got too many mommies now, am I lucky or cursed? He laughed and disappeared, leaving Arad to focus on surviving. Elemental expansion, devouring void once more. Arad cast his elemental expansion the moment it shattered. That was the only thing he could do, and like the first time, it only lasted a fraction of a second before shattering. It almost looked hopeless, but Arad could see past the light and darkness, and he knew it was working. Elemental expansion. Devouring void each time Arad cast his elemental expansion. A sphere that is 8,000 kilometers wide of matter gets absorbed into his stomach and removed from the sun's mass, making it lighter, easier to consume and survive. If he couldn't shove it whole inside his throat, then he'll eat it one titanic bite at a time. Right now, Arad wasn't stuck in the middle of a collapsing room of bricks and wood, but a house made of roasted meat, candy, and sugar. The sun was food, and he was going either consume it whole or die trying. Amaterasu, who watched from afar, could have already arrived and stopped the sun, but the moment she saw Arad trying to consume it from the core, she decided to stop and watch. To her, this scene looked a lot like the birth of supermassive black holes. Aren't you one lazy bitch? Aether appeared by her side. Or is letting him die a part of whatever plan you're cooking? She smiled and looked at him with a smile. You know that insulting a goddess can be deadly. Father didn't insult you, and look how he ended up. It doesn't matter. Aether shook his head as he floated beside her, getting several sharp glares from her archons. I guess this could be expected from a dragon raised by none. You still lack knowledge, life experience, or morals. She kept her smile. Your father needs the Gravistar for your siblings. Yeah, he also needs a woman, a womb, and an umbilical cord as well. How about he makes those up from scratch as well? Don't fuck with me. I know you're playing on something, and it isn't my dick." He pointed at her. "I'm keeping an eye on you. You might fool everyone, but not me." She giggled. "Well, you're right about that. I have my own plans, but they are in no way harmful to your father or mother's." Ether smiled. "So what could the great Amaterasu, the woman of women, the most beautiful jewel of the universe and its radiant light, need of my good, old, and little father?" He floated close to her. "You sure don't want to ride him, and I'm also certain you don't hate him either." His smile grew wider. "If you wanted to kill him, you could have already done so, and if you wanted to fuck him, he'll have no way of getting away from you. That only leaves one logical answer. Father is stronger than you, or at least has the potential to reach that level. No, he'll eventually reach it no matter what, and you can't stop him." "I see now. That makes sense." Chapter 1888, Forced Singularity. Chapter 1888, Forced Singularity. Arid kept trying to consume the star from the inside as it collapsed back on him. As long as he didn't allow the pressure to build up too much inside the core, it shouldn't explode into a supernova, but that was easier said than done. Each time his elemental expansion shattered, he was faced with the sheer pressure, power, and heat of the dying star, which far outclassed any attack that he had ever endured. He did have powerful regeneration, but it was by no means enough to keep him alive. His entire draconic body, which was hundreds of meters long, would get crushed into a tiny ball in a second, burned to ash, and then erased from existence by the boiling plasma. But he didn't die. It took time for his soul to leave his destroyed body, and that time was enough for one more cast. Elemental expansion, devouring void. As the void exploded from the depths of Arad's charred flesh, it instantly grew larger and larger, giving him space to heal and regenerate. His bones would grow out of nothing, get covered with flesh, veins, and washed in blood before getting adorned with obsidian scales and raging magic. But by the time Arad's body would have fully healed and his eyes opened, his elemental expansion would have already shattered once more, causing the first thing he sees to be the rushing flames of the dying star coming to kill him once more. The pain, agony, and constant cycle of death and resurrection would have driven anyone mad, but to Arad, that suffering was the last of his worries. What took the biggest toll on his mind was the constant and convective cast of his elemental expansion and the sheer volume of matter he was absorbing into his stomach and reusing. His mind and soul were slowly breaking apart, but that, too, he could easily endure. He wasn't the kind of man to break, because he was no man, he was a dragon. This torture-like situation wasn't enough to break him apart, but something else gnawed at his soul, something that gave him a problem. Arad had 3 souls, a human soul he got from his father, and a draconic soul he got from his mother. But there was always a third one, dormant, silent, and empty. But now that soul was stirring back to life, and Arad knew that if it woke up, something would change, something that he might not be able to take back. Arad had to both fight for survival inside the collapsing star and try to keep the dormant soul dormant. He didn't want it to wake up, because he didn't know what that would mean, what would change, and how it would affect him. That soul fought to wake up, and Arad had to fight back and keep it from rising and usurping his existence. In fact, it reached a point where the pain and agony from getting charred again and again by the collapsing star became the only thing holding him back from the edges of madness, from getting knocked out and allowing that soul to emerge. From the moment he saved Eris to now, not even a tenth of a second had passed, yet to him it had felt like years. He had been stuck there thanks to Ether's magic, being allowed enough time to recast his expansion without getting overwhelmed. But then, after thousands of elemental expansions, Arad finally lost consciousness for only a fraction of a millisecond. He had failed to cast his elemental expansion in time, and his entire being got ground up into pure nothing. Everything in his stomach froze for a second, time seemed to crack, and the sky outside flashed. Then, everything went back to normal. Amaterasu ignored Aether's remarks and stared at the star, fully knowing that he had woken up inside it, Arad Orion, AO, the creator, should be the one stuck at the heart of that star now. What will he do? Will he take control of the entire universe as his body once more? Will he erase all of the gods and take their place? Will he mount a direct assault on the abominations? He didn't do any of that. The star collapsed, but it didn't explode. From the outside, it looked like it was sucked by something, and when Amaterasu looked, a blinding while Mobius strip was all that remained floating in the void. A singularity? As her eyes opened wide, bones and blood emerged from the singularity, forming a titanic draconic body, and in the blink of an eye, Arad's draconic body was floating where the star was. Amaterasu, a deep, rumbling voice growled behind her, and when she turned back, she could see Mathilde standing there and glaring at her with burning eyes. One of Amaterasu's archons glared at her and growled back. "Watch your tone, even if you're—" But before she could finish, Mathilde kicked her so hard that she sent her flying to the other side of Arad's stomach, and the other archons all froze. I don't give a single fuck who she is now. She could have stopped that sun. Mathilde was an archon of the elvish goddess Sylph in the past, and now she serves Cyrilla. But since she knew that Arad was AO, that meant her loyalty rested with him and no one else, and she wasn't alone. Hundreds of thousands of angels all flew down from nowhere and surrounded Amaterasu. Some were weak, some were decent, and some were utterly terrifying horrors. The scariest of them all were two little boys who looked too angelic to be taken seriously in a fight. The last time those two showed up was when Yog threw Arad into her world and almost got him killed. Calm down, Mathilde. One of those two kids waved his hand and the other added, Amaterasu knows what she is doing. Instead of leaving Ao's resurrection to chance, she is trying to understand its conditions and requirements by slowly putting Arad under harsher and harsher tests. That doesn't excuse this. Such a risk shouldn't be allowed. As Mathilde growled back, the two angels sighed. We know if we caught her before this thing started, we would have never allowed her to go with it. But now that the experiment ended safely, we can't complain about getting new data and Amaterasu. Don't take such risks again. We know that AO's soul would only respond to true threats, but it also should awaken when Arad reaches his true potential. We don't need a premature awakening. As all of the angels that came with the two kids started to leave, another voice boomed by their side. So, Daddy is your boss? What does that make me? A Prince Bleg, gonna puke. Aether's soul was there beside them, listening. The two little angels didn't seem to mind. Mathilde looked worried that Aether found out about AO, and Amaterasu just smiled. Just so you know, AO is technically my father, so that makes us somewhat of siblings. Aether stared at her, absolutely horrified and appalled. Explains why you turn all my good senses off and bad ones on. He looked away then at Arad's unconscious draconic body. So who is that now, father or AO? Amaterasu smiled. They are the same person. The only difference between them is the amount of knowledge and power they hold. She then pointed. But if you're asking if he'll stay the Arad you know from now on, or will he change a bit that I don't know? Where is Eris anyway? Should she be around? Mathilde asked, and Amaterasu shrugged. Arad sent her to the abyss to keep her safe. He had an incarnation there. The two angels turned toward Aether as Amaterasu and Mathilde talked. So now that you know who your father is, what will you do? Aether smiled. Are you asking if I'll keep the secret? Depends. I'll look into things on my own, and I hope you don't mind. One of the angels smiled. Aren't you talking nicely for once? Are you afraid of us? Aether just chuckled as he started smoking again. No, 'cause you look like kids. From the moment Arad pulled Eris out of the collapsing sun to the moment it all ended, no more than a second had passed. Chapter 1889. Arad Orion for a minute. Chapter 1889. Arad Orion for a minute. Arad's massive draconic body floated in the cold darkness of his stomach, slowly drifting away in the sea of endless nothing. His eyes were closed, and so was his consciousness. He had endured a lot of suffering in such a short time, and his ego needed time to recover and rest. Amaterasu looked down at him from afar, carefully watching to make sure who is going to wake up. But in the meantime, she kept listening to Ether and the two kid angels bickering. "So, sis, what will you do now? Go cause some mischief somewhere else?" As Ether pointed at her with his still smoking cigar, she smiled. "No, I'll go and keep having fun, of course, while dedicating the majority of my divine power to keeping the universe safe. My angels and archons at the front lines of the war won't power themselves." He smiled and looked at her with a mocking grin. "Fun, I see, tainting the nuns as usual." He sighed. "How did you end up like that?" For real, I thought, the strongest divine goddess would be a beacon of goodness, not debauchery. She smiled, leaned on one of her archons, and licked her red lips with a giggle. "Oh, you dare question me, fine, I'll answer you. Do you know that I'm a nymph?" Ether's eyes opened wide. "No, first time hearing such a thing. But if you're telling the truth, then what does that have to do with you bagging every nun in your church like they're some kind of collectible? A nymph is born from beauty and mana. Beauty determines the nymph's overall power, and the mana determines her caliber and personality." She flicked her fingers and formed an ethereal image of Yuwaku. "She was born to Arad's beauty and Zephyr's magic, so while she has Arad's power, her personality comes from Zephyr. That's why she acts the way she does." She leaned on one of her archons and squeezed her chest. "So, since I was born to Ao's beauty and magic like him, I do like my women. As to why my nuns, it is because they are easily available to me." Aether scratched the back of his head and looked away. "I see as nasty as I expected. I'm leaving. Don't bother us again." "Just keep having fun with your nuns." As he was about to leave, Amaterasu's face suddenly froze, and the two kid angels turned in sync to stare toward Arad's floating body. Mathilde started sweating, and she lifted her arms. "What is this feeling? It is like our divine magic is fading away." "It's spinning." Amaterasu growled as she looked up, her eyes burning with divine light, and her archons all seemed to pale. "Impossible," one of them growled, and another gasped. "It can't be."
"What's going on?"
Aether asked, and the two kid angels looked at him. "The universe itself is spinning once again." As they growled, Amaterasu swung her arm. "Take everyone and leave. I'll handle him if he starts rampaging," sitting around a burning blue flame. Arad looked at one of his incarnations with a smile. He was a human, a massive one that could be mistaken for a giant, and the incarnation he looked at looked like a massive black dragon that towered over mountains. There was no one to tell him, but he could instinctively understand that one was his draconic soul, and the other was the human one. They looked at each other for a short moment, not needing to even speak, because they were the same person, sharing both senses and thoughts. Then a third person joined them. A tall being the same size as Arad's human form, hooded, and nothing could be seen on his face but pure darkness. The two looked at the third one, and soon they moved closer to the flames. They couldn't hear or understand what he thought and felt, and before Arad could ask, the stranger spoke first. "I am you, just older, wiser, more mature, and boasting far deeper knowledge." The hooded man threw a branch into the flames and added, "I am to you what a 50-year-old man is to their 5-year-old self. The same person, different knowledge, principles, and time. You're that dormant soul." The human Arad replied, and the dragon glared closer at the strange man. "Indeed, I can sense that you're a part of me, but why can't I relate to your thoughts?" "Self-preservation. You simply can't handle a single look at my thoughts. You'll go insane." The strange man threw another branch into the fire. "I don't know if you'll even remember this conversation, since this isn't our first time here, and you don't seem to remember. What do you want, then?" "If I won't even remember this conversation, then why are we even here?" The draconic incarnation growled, and the hooded man chuckled. "Well, I came to ask if I can borrow a body for a few seconds." He looked at them. I see that both draconic and human bodies are taken, so I'll have to find something else. He stood. You don't have to worry. I'll leave that third body for you to use. The human incarnation stared at the third one for a long moment and then sighed. Fine, since you're me. Just don't cause trouble. The third one smiled and laughed, his voice quickly changing and becoming sharper. We are beautiful, and we also have a lot of magic. Getting a body shouldn't be a problem. Amaterasu's eyes opened wide and burned brightly as she sensed the rampaging magic gather inside Arad's stomach. She had never felt such a thing before in her life, but now she was certain of it. AO is back. He doesn't even have the core. As she growled, a woman's voice spoke from behind her, and her archons all flinched as a naked woman with long black hair, purple eyes, and a radiant fair skin looked at them with a smug grin. Amaterasu instantly turned around, but the archons were too terrified to move a single muscle. Even with their harrowing power, they could sense that whoever stood behind them was a terror behind all of their imaginations. Father, what is that body? Amaterasu asked with a scared smile, and Arad reached to touch his face. Ah, a beautiful face, isn't it? And a full body at that. I took a note from your book and created a nymph's body for myself. I did have both the beauty and mana for it, after all. Arad looked at Amaterasu's archons with a smile, then looked at their goddess. I do have to say, you've got some good taste. I wouldn't mind any of them. He tapped one of the archons on the back, then shifted his gaze toward Mathild. You look better, though. He gave her a wink, and at the same time the two kid angels were already kneeling at his feet. Our Lord, you're back. One of the two angels spoke, and the other nodded. We and all of the royal guards are ready to serve. Arad looked at them with a smile, then summoned one of Eris's dresses to cover his body with. You've done a great job, but you'll have to do more. Spread across the entire universe and prepare for a siege. The war will soon shift into a battle of attrition with a winning or losing condition that is my full resurrection. Amaterasu's expression shifted to a serious face. So I was right. We have to hold back until you fully wake up. She looked around. A decisive win is impossible, it seems. No, we can win in an all-out war, but many would die, and that isn't worth it, Arad replied, and his eyes flashed with a deep purple light. I don't have much time now, so I'll go greet an old friend and fix a few loose ends. I'll be back in seconds. With that, Arad disappeared. Arad Orion had only been resurrected for a minute without a core and with a makeshift nymph body, but in those short few seconds he had shifted the entire balance of the war. In the outer void, the abominations keeping watch over the universes noticed that it had started spinning again, and that prompted one of Nayar's incarnations to spawn and observe immediately. This change might not seem significant, but it was. The universe had never moved an inch in the past eons, so why did it start moving now? What did happen? Now all of Nayar's colonies and settlements have to start orbiting the universe if he wants to use them as bases to attack from, which is a whole other level of headache. It's been a while, Tentacle Boy, as the voice boomed. Nayar's eyes shot out with blood, and he jumped away as far as he could, glaring back at the source of the voice like a terrifying kitten that just heard a bear speak. What? He cried, and soon could see Arad. A stunningly beautiful woman sitting on the rooftop of one of the abomination's houses, looking down at him and his people with a smug smile. What is that carcass? No! Why are you awake? Come on, don't judge me. I picked the easier body to make with less effort and power. As you can see, I don't have my core, and I'm quite weak now. Arad shrugged, complaining like an old woman at a store. At that moment, several of Niar's generals and powerful abominations noticed that the strange woman was AO, and they all lunged at her at once. If you're weak, then we'll kill you right and right now, one of them screamed, and Niar cried in the back. You fool, get away from that thing. His cry was too late because the only thing he saw was corpses, a mountain of them, and not a single one of those abominations returned to his true body. That is an abomination of reality. Arad was already upon him at that moment. And you call those maggots abominations? Last time they were smarter. With a single fist, Arad punched Nayar so hard that he sent him flying through several buildings with ease. Nayar, of course, wasn't harmed by smashing through stone, but the wound on his torso quickly burst with blood and forced him to his knees. You'd better scram and go find somewhere else to make your own universe. Soon I'll start a purge and clean all of your kind from mine, and retake what is the right of my creations. This is the beginning of the end for you, so be smart and give up. He lifted a foot and stomped on Nayar's head, pushing his face to the ground and almost cracking his skull. Then, with a single push, he popped it like a grape laughing. Arad disappeared and left the abomination's colony devastated. Appearing back inside his stomach, Arad Orion looked at his shaking hand and smiled. It is time I guess this body can't endure my consciousness any longer. So it is back to sleep. He threw a glance back at Matilde. Take care of me, lovely. The nymph's body evaporated into black smoke, and Arad's draconic body emerged once again, slowly coming awake and grumbling in pain. My head, chapter 1890, the snitch, chapter 1890, the snitch. My head, Arad growled, grabbing his throbbing head. He felt like he was having a really bad hangover. But when the memories of the star collapsing upon him returned, the rush of adrenaline and blood quickly stabilized him and made all of the pain and headache fade away. Huh, I made it. He smiled, shifting back to his humanoid form, but the moment he did, he felt that something was off. Looking down, he looked the same as before. Nothing had changed with his body, but he could feel it. Right now, he had 3 incarnations instead of 4 too. Arad before had just 2 incarnations, which he could double using the constellation of Gemini. Those 2 were his human and draconic self, but now a third persona was there, a nymph. Arad tried to remember what happened after he lost consciousness inside the star, and he could only remember darkness, which was strange. There is a huge difference between remembering nothing and darkness, because the latter means there is a gap in his memories that was erased or didn't register. I already had the beauty to make a nymph, and that is how Yuaku was first born. But what about the magic? Did consuming that sun trigger it? Arad started thinking as he summoned his nymph incarnation and looked at her. No, could it be Eris's magic, even? Amaterasu's? No, that doesn't make sense, since it became one of my incarnations instead of an independent being. Arad looked around, and his eyes lay on Amaterasu and Mathilde, who floated far above him. It seems that they arrived, and they might have seen what happened. What did happen? Arad called to them, and Amaterasu looked at him with a smile. The star collapsed, but you managed to swallow it at the last moment. But all of that food caused your magic to go berserk. You were about to spawn a nymph, but that magic was already too mixed with the star's plasma, and it all got sucked into your body. Arad stared at her for a long moment and then smiled. That doesn't make much sense, does it? He then looked at her with his nymph incarnation and doubled her with Gemini. Now, why did I get it as a body? How is that supposed to work? Amaterasu flew down until she floated just a few feet above his head and replied, the same way you can absorb souls and give them void bodies, you can do the inverse and absorb a body and make it host your will. Since that nymph was born from both your magic and beauty, then you are her true self. The same way a nymph in the beautiful forest would have her real body be the forest itself and not the humanoid projection of that beauty. She flicked her foot and turned around. If you want a more detailed explanation, I'm sure Yog could give it to you. She is better at teaching people than I, after all. With those words, Amaterasu disappeared. Arad looked at Mathilde and Aether, who was beside her. The 2 young angels have left, so Arad didn't know they were around. Did you see what happened? No, I just felt the sun collapsing and I rushed here. I'm an archon of legs, so I could move pretty fast. Mathilde replied with a tense face, and Arad shifted his gaze to Aether. Yeah, not the kind of flashbangs I love, but the sun was fucking bright. I'll need to gouge my eyes later and grow new ones, he chuckled, and Arad could feel that Aether was truly disturbed by something that he saw. You should rest. Where is Eris? I'll go grab her. Mathilde approached him, and Arad rubbed his temples. She was releasing too much plasma, so I sent her to a less populated layer of the abyss to minimize damage, and that was the only place I could send her to, since one of my incarnations was already there. Arad reached forward, touched Mathilde's shoulder, and then teleported her to the abyss to bring Eris. Aether looked at Arad for a moment, then turned around. "Is it locked?" Arad nodded. "Yeah, no one can hear or see us here." Aether cursed as he sat on nothing as if he had a chair, rubbed his eyes, then pulled another cigar. "Fucking hell, I've seen some shit now. I want to puke." "What really happened?" Arad asked, and Aether looked at him for a second. "Believe me, you probably won't want to know, but you should. Is it that bad?" As Arad looked concerned, Aether chucked. "Yeah, it's a violation of my mental health and safety." He smiled. "So, what part do you want to hear first? The bad or the worst?" "Whatever you think is right." Arad pulled chairs for them both and took a seat. "First, I need to lobotomize my brain now. I saw that nymph of yours naked, and do you remember when I said that Amaterasu was the finest bitch I've ever seen? Now I take that back." He seemed to be able to puke. "But, as expected from an ancient deity, I suppose. What are you taking about?" Arad looked confused, and Aether wasn't done yet. "You know what's worse? Amaterasu, that nasty woman, is my elder sister. Explains why we can't see eye to eye." "Do you believe that?" Aether shivered. "I'd rather drink hot oil and pick off my scales with a toothpick." Arad looked even more confused, and now he was also concerned. What he was hearing didn't make any sense, and it seems that Aether was still avoiding a crucial piece of information. Well, that was the not-so-funny part. But what is weirder is that Amaterasu thinks you're the reincarnation of some ancient divine being. The horror that created this entire universe. Aether leaned back on his chair. Reincarnation is quite common, since those who don't go to either hell or heaven end up reincarnated. Also those in heaven who get bored, and those in hell who have suffered enough. Hearing that, Arad had to rethink everything from the start. If regular souls can reincarnate, then the Creator must be able to do it as well, and I doubt he would have been content in heaven or chained in hell. Both don't make sense, so getting reincarnated seems like the only option. Exactly. And you're him also. It seems she wants to keep this a secret, but I don't think they should, so I'm telling you, pretend that you know nothing for now, or at least until I find out what my debaucherous older sister is up to. By the way, Mathilde also seemed to know, but I don't think angels can do anything about it." Arad nodded. "We can talk about it later. Mathilde is coming back with Eris." Aether stood. "Got it, Dad. I'll keep an eye out. Just don't get yourself killed again. We don't want that thing waking up. I've seen enough nightmares for a single day. Far away, outside in the mortal world." Amaterasu appeared in her church and looked around with a smile, then broke into a tired face. "The universe is spinning, changing the battlefields and making most of our plans useless. Several abomination settlements were erased from existence, and millions of nightmarish abominations were slaughtered like ants in a forest fire." She looked at the archons surrounding her. "Was that really AO? We did sense the power, but it wasn't as potent as expected." As one of the angels spoke, Amaterasu looked at her with a grin. "You'll be today's toy. That was AO. It is just that the core of his power is still sealed within Violet, meaning that he caused this much damage to the abomination's ranks and made the entire universe spin once more, using just the meager power Arad currently had, after being weakened by his injuries from that collapsing sun." She grabbed the Archon by the neck and pulled her closer. Even with so little power, he could still cause so much chaos. She let her go, and then headed toward her private chamber. The moment she opened the door, she saw Yog, the mother of all life and death herself, all sitting around a tiny round table, drinking tea. "Damn it! Lilia, you knew about this, didn't you?" She glared at Yog, and the halfling smiled. "About AO? Yeah, that's why I told you it's fine to let Eris try crushing a sun now." She then pointed at Death herself. I'm also the one who told her to go and tell Mira that the child would die. She then pointed with her other hand at the mother of all life. And I'm also the one who got her to move her shadow kingdom to keep Arad busy on a goose hunt in the abyss. It seems that everything worked nicely, and AO is still conscious. I had to check, since we couldn't fully resurrect him if he had gone fully mad as Cain did. Amaterasu stared at Yog with a deathly glare, her eyes burning with divine magic as the little halfling looked back at her with a grin, 2 large, sparkling blue puppy eyes, and an innocent smile. "What are you up to?" After a few seconds, Amaterasu had to calm herself down and get to the bottom of what Yog's game was. "I really want to tell you, but with how impulsive you are, I'm certain you'll just ruin things." She then reached toward Amaterasu's neck and touched it. "But if you calm down and be rational enough to have the patience to not just want but pleasure me for the night, then I'll explain everything to you in detail." Yog floated up to look directly into Amaterasu's eyes and touched her red lips. "Those have their uses, don't they?"